Greetings, I'm your host, Jason Miles, and usually this is where I introduce our very own sports show, Beyond the Red Zone. But today we're doing something a little different on behalf of the fact that it is my 49th birthday! For our returning listeners, subscribers, and especially our patrons, you are the driving force behind the TRR machine. We couldn't do this without you. For those new to the channel, welcome. If you do enjoy this type of programming, please hit like and subscribe. It is a passive gesture that for this channel goes a very long way because we found out we're being shadow banned.
We coming for you, nigga.
Oh yeah. They have they're coming. And don't like it. For fans of the main show, I'll be back tomorrow at a regularly scheduled time at 6 p.m. Pacific, and I'll be speaking to journalist Elizabeth Blackburn about her latest in Current Affairs magazine. She details her time working as a phone sex operator and de-radicalizing many of her right-wing patrons. Should be a wild one. Make sure you tune in for that one. There will be no champagne room or movie night following the main show this evening because this is the TIR fundraising show. Now, if you appreciate all the diverse programming we provide here on TIR and all the polemical writings, and if you appreciate some of the more intriguing movie nights like we had last night and the raucous champagne rooms, then today is the show that we put together that reminds you of why TIR is an important part of your media diet and why you should support this channel. But before the fundraising can begin, I have a few words to say on state repression. Good times. In issue number 39 of the latest edition of the TIR Sound Off, I wanted to talk a bit about the normalization of state repression and my fears about what feels to be our slow march towards fascism. Our guest last night, Juliet Faithful, was on to promote her latest book, Liar's Dice, the story of a young girl coming of age during one of the more prosperous eras of the brutal Brazilian dictatorship that lasted for decades. The dictatorship is a silent character in the novel, always hovering in the background. In some ways, it's something you might not even notice unless you're familiar with the history of this South American country. From 68 to 74, under the dictatorship of Artur de Costa e Silva, Brazil would experience a period of prosperity known as the economic miracle. During this period, the country opened its resources to Western industrial capital. The main character of the novel, Dolores, is a 12-year-old girl of mixed race with a British father and an illiterate Brazilian mother who depicts the side of the dictatorship that flourished. Dolores' father, an executive at a paper mill in Brazil, is the beneficiary of the strict authoritarian rule. While he and Dolores' mother have come from extreme poverty, it is through the state repression of workers' rights and dissident rage that we truly understand the quotidian experience of life under the most tragically repressive of circumstances. People disappear and the police are known, even to the youth, to abuse and kill people and then blame their deaths on suicides or drownings. No questions are asked because asking questions means potentially uncovering the dark truths of a murderous government and finding yourself suffering a similar fate. In the latest Sound Off, I write about this and compare it to what happens in 1971, the 1971 film Punishment Park, where leftist agitators are sent to face their fate before a tribunal made up of right-wing ideologues. They are given a choice: accept the lengthy prison sentence or take their chances of freedom by taking on the gauntlet of physical challenges that is Punishment Park. Punishment Park is a 50-mile desert trek that participants have 3 days to complete in the unrelenting heat while being denied access to water. After the first 24 hours, they must also avoid a barrage of law enforcement agents, from local police to National Guard troops. Punishment Park is actually based on an actual government anti-communist registration law passed in 1950, the McCarran Act, which was eventually struck down in 1993. While we may be free from registering communist or socialist organizations with the government, the reason that law was ultimately rescinded had more to do with the decline of those organizations than with the political power they possessed to defang and ultimately kill the act altogether. Following the tragic events of 9/11, the Patriot Act gave the president more unilateral control. And with each administration, we see presidents use more and more of that power, while Congress and the courts don't necessarily fight to restrict it. It feels like only now, with the kayfabe president, a man who campaigned on being the ultimate anti-hero, that people are finally seeing what happens when this type of power is flexed. But this isn't a project Trump built. It was built over years and through previous administrations, both Democratic and Republican. Many people who watch shows like this have social media feeds filled with horrific images, a frightening combination of genocide in 4K and the disappearance of tax-paying citizens by masked men in unmarked vehicles. We've seen people come out in mass to protest the violent and inhumane detention of their neighbors, family members, and fellow community members, but these arrests are performed in a manner that makes the viewer think these extremely well-armed officers are apprehending violent criminals, when in actuality, they are civilly detaining people who have committed the crime of existing. These are people who have fled persecution from governments that the United States has aided in destabilizing and creating the conditions for their escape, only to have their temporary protected status, a status, mind you, that did not include a pathway to citizenship, but merely represented a kind neighborly gesture that could be revoked at any moment, taken away. With the stroke of a pen, just like that, you're no longer a citizen. Your rights have been stripped, and despite your work permit or possibly even pending trial to defend your right to stay in the country, you too can be abducted. Under the Trump administration, this is a common scene. People yelling, "I'm a citizen," or "I have a work permit," and still the face-covered man with all the weapons and power treats these people as if they are deserving of the most brutal punishment. I don't see the Trump regime's immigration crackdown as simply white supremacist policy. That is certainly part of it. But I see it as a testing ground to determine how far this administration can stretch its executive powers to silence all dissent. The archetype of the strong man in charge is gaining favor globally. And even if a Franco-like dictator were to arise in a land far away, would people take up arms to join in the fight to defend that country against fascism? Or would we passively watch, since we all now have a front row seat via our smart devices and we have the power to post? Is that enough? I don't think that in my old age I'm getting more conservative, maybe crankier, but politically I feel more aware, to some degree more radical and more analytical in my thinking. We are a society that's becoming less literate and more dependent on tech platforms and their creations. When free speech is algorithmically silenced, as this show is currently being, who will speak up? Who even can? We exist on platforms controlled by people who now control what was once the free communal space for discourse. The town hall is virtual, guarded, and influenced more by hype than journalistic integrity. So when we ask, why can't the kids read, while simultaneously refusing to pick up books unless it's to performatively demonstrate that we're reading, we're living in a world of convenience. AI just makes everything more efficient, smart. Why would Johnny read when AI can tell him what the book is about, write the report? And now there's more time to, I don't know, play immersive video games, dick around in online spaces with wealth gurus who also speak the language of efficiency. AI, steroids, Ozempic, everything you need is just a click away. As my buddy Bert says, these are the dark times. And while he says that with his tongue slightly in his cheek, I fear that we are entering the dark times. And for that, I worry. But I still try to hold on to whatever hope I can see on the horizon. To speak on that hope, I have some guests tonight. It's a very hopeful guest. One of them sometimes is my neighbor. Please welcome Ben Burgess.
Happy fucking birthday.
Thank you. Coming all the way live from his secret bunker somewhere in Utah, the Derek Varn.
Happy birthday, cheers, and here's to the black pills for our black friend.
And this guy, he gives out the blackest of pills for Halloween candy. He's everybody's favorite middle manager on the Death Star. Please welcome Deep State Cuba.
Happy birthday, Jason. I guess this makes you a 49er.
No.
And
Happy birthday, Jason!
Thank you, Summer.
Special guest shout out, and I mean, we're 2 Latinos short of recreating Bay Area demographics.
A Latino and a Filipino.
Latino and a Filipino. The Filipino is great because they're kind of Latino and kind of Asian. So, twofer.
Yeah, 2 for 1 there.
I hope my kids aren't watching.
I mean, your kids are such an ethnic multi-threat, right? I don't even want to say triple because that's not enough.
Your kids are 3 or 4 for 1 there, so
They're everything you could want in one package. They're wonderful little people, and I miss them dearly. So if you guys are watching, your father loves you and misses you dearly. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
You said that we were here to give hope. I was kind of thinking, man, fuck, nobody told me I was supposed to give hope when I did.
Yeah. And Ben, you are the only one who's likely to get
not
hope.
on the registry.
I feel like I should have been warned, that I was supposed to work up some hope, and then I remembered who I was on with. I was like, oh yeah, I guess comparatively speaking, yeah.
I talked to you a little bit today, and what really made me write more depressing words, Ben? I told you that I was going to walk to this place, so you know where I parked my car, and you know how far I walked.
Yep.
And I got there, and they're like, "Oh no, they stopped doing breakfast." I was like, "What?" I was like Michael Douglas and falling down. What do you mean you're not serving breakfast at fucking 1 p.m?
Society's based on some basic agreements, some foundational contracts. And if you're a breakfast place, I should be able to come in and order breakfast whenever I feel like it.
They had, I kind of want to show you guys so you could see why I would want to go there. They had an ad on Instagram, and they had these pancakes, and I'm a very simple man. If you put fruit on a pancake and throw some whipped cream on it, I'm there. Doesn't take much to make me happy. And they had a video, and it's all kind of fruit and shit, and they were making their own syrup in house. I was like, oh, this looks great. But it was also a sushi place. That's weird to me, but it's Mexico.
Sure.
And I get there, and I go to the cookie place that the girls that do the cookies in that one spot in Telefonica. And I'm like, I'm looking for the pancake place. She goes, oh, it's right over there. And it says sushi. So I walk up, and then this dude goes, oh, you want sushi? And I'm like, no, I'm looking for the pancakes. He goes, nah, man, it's just sushi time. I'm like, what? How do you go from pancakes to sushi? Who does that?
Yeah, I mean, 2 weeks ago, I was in Michigan, and I was in Lansing, Michigan. So this is really going to speak to the 1.5 people watching who have any familiarity with Lansing. I do. There's a place by the Frandor Shopping Center that I dearly loved over the years called the Flapjack Shack, and I had it all planned out on my last morning while I was in Michigan. I was gonna wake up early so I could walk to the Flapjack Shack before I'd get in the bus back to Detroit to the airport, and permanently closed.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, it's we used to be a proper country.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. I for my birthday, I just wanted to go there, and
that's what I always used to get there. The flapjacks with this apple topping and whipped cream on it. It was the best thing.
Fucking, there's no breakfast around me, so I was like, fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna write the angriest shit I possibly. This is what's wrong with the world today. State repression and lack of
this, and only this.
Yeah.
Everything else is doing fine.
Absolutely.
Grades, no pancakes. What the fuck?
I wonder if you could take that kind of micro trauma,
Mhm.
and if you pull it back, it's like, well, the reason there are no pancakes is because of supply chain issues. There's also the labor market that touches on immigration, and also that touches on the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually it's like, yeah, there's only one thing wrong, but to fix it, it's a bit of a heavy lift.
Kuba, what makes
There's
this
probably a lot of
trek
truth to that.
worse?
I mean, the most depressing thing I'm seeing. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say what makes this worse. So, Derek, remember the breakfast place, the brunch place I took you to when you came to Mexico?
Yeah, I remember that place.
I've taken
Yep.
I've taken you there, right, Ben? The brunch place, the kind of fancy brunch place in downtown TJ. We went there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Prime rib chili quiles.
The prime rib chili. I could have had that. I was going to go there. I was like, no, it's your birthday. Do something fucking different. I passed like 8 different places to get turned down. That's like, dude, this and my sex life should not be so in sync.
Hey-o.
Like these two things shouldn't be syncing up like that. It's fucking depressing as shit.
When you said 49, I immediately thought of the San Francisco 49ers. And I think that maybe in a better world, right, there would just kind of be this civic privilege where any man turns 49 and they get one pity game playing for the 49ers. You know, like you made it through 49 years. You're looking at 50 next year. You get one hurrah, right? One big to do. Bay Area pays it back, right?
Oh, that would be beautiful. I hate the Niners, but that would still be pretty fucking awesome to just be in a game, to do anything.
Yeah, like the if we had preserved the spirit of the polis, then maybe there'd be like San Francisco has approximately an ancient Athens level of buggery already, so it just needs to add the civic virtue to it, and maybe find a better quality of philosopher rather than these effective altruism.
Ooh,
less wrong guys.
Is that still in vogue in the tech world, Varn? Effective altruism?
No, they don't even believe in hiding behind that anymore, from what I can tell.
Now it's just like
Sam Altman still does that, but yeah, it's just fuck you guys. Eat your slop, plebs. That's where they're at.
I'm sure you have some things to say about what I said. You wrote a depressing book as well.
Yeah, I did.
Available at Amazon. And only at Amazon.
If the intro wasn't depressing enough, you could go to revolpress.com and read 95 pages of Derek Varn's rationale for why it's even more depressing than what I just said.
And that's after Daniel Tutt took a lot of the most depressing stuff out.
Have anybody on screen seen the movie Punishment Park? Had you guys ever heard of it?
I've heard of it because I know you.
I was about to say, I feel like you probably introduced me to this movie somehow.
It fucked my head up, man, because what really fucked me up about the movie is when the dissidents get their day in court, which is kind of this quick tribunal, which is I wouldn't even call it a struggle session. It's just people yelling at. I guess it's the same thing. There's people yelling at each other, and it's just like archetypal characters, right? Like this is the black radical in the vein of Eldridge Cleaver. This is the black radical in the vein of Fred Hampton. This is the female singer-songwriter Joan Baez type. This is the silent anti-war dissenter that goes to Canada, right? Everyone is kind of generic in that regard. But when they get their chance to ultimately defend themselves, they just yell. And for me, that felt like, oh, this is just now. Like I could see, like imagine, the characters are so different now than 1971. So there has to be like a Hassan Piker.
What you're describing is Jubilee, right? That's going to be the new tribunal. Everyone goes on Jubilee, and then presumably there'll be some, the algorithm gets one vote, then the chat gets another vote, beyond that, I suppose it's up to the 20-1, right?
I didn't even think of it as Jubilee because my hatred for Jubilee runs so deep. Like I hate everything about it. I hate everything about it.
The Dave Rubin 20-1, like one MAGA ideologue versus 20 SJWs.
Yeah.
They do that, and they do other types of similar engagement.
It's basically the final step in YouTube debates just devolving and like literally becoming a game show.
Except there are no prizes except infamy.
Yeah, because everybody like everybody. I saw a video where Glenn Greenwald was talking about his, and he said that one of the things that he was like slightly surprised by, I guess he wasn't clear how they got these people, but then like it sort of made sense, is that like everybody, like they're all like little wannabe influencers, right? Like everybody who signs up to be one of the 20 SJWs or the 20 MAGA people or whatever, like, doing the game show eyes style, like little mini debates with the main guy. Right, so this is the whole game that you can get your, you can get your licks in, and you can get the good clip to promote your own little channel.
Okay, so this is where all those clips come from. Got it.
Yes, and I was actually a little surprised, given how much hate it gets on the left, how when you just look at the rough performance, when Mehdi Hassan went on. Right, like he did very well, and all of the 20 right-wing MAGA types really came off as unhinged, dangerous white supremacists, fascists. Mask off. When Sam Cedar went on, he just mopped the floor with, to the point where everyone assumed that he was the conservative, because the Zoomer reactionaries they found all looked like 2008 era SJWs.
Yeah, they did. I remember that.
Most recently, they had Tim Pool and Dave Rubin on, and those guys did not fare well.
Spanked. I did see the clip where Tim Pool just gets up because someone starts just mimicking him.
They brought nothing, right? And I think that the reactionary pundit sphere is so lazy. I mean, they make Sean Hannity look like an early riser, right? These guys don't do any research, and they always just get away with the debate slop, right? No effort at actually framing things with real data or substantiating their points. It's just the greatest hits every day of the week, which is fine until there's contact with reality, at which point, like,
yeah, Jordan Peterson did one of the early ones, and like it wasn't like maybe as dramatic a failure as Tim Pool or Dave Rubin, but it was, but like there were some amazing moments in it, just because like people would sort of make obvious objections to what he was saying, and he would kind of try to bluster his way out of it. And they would just keep pressing the point, and some of it, and to your point, did make him look, really, really bad.
Well, at least Jordan Peterson has got the squid ink pouch of utter obfuscation, right? Like he can just talk about nothing in a blinding cloud, to the point where just figuring out what he said,
right?
Discovering, like parsing the unique and idiosyncratic usage that he has of everyday words, that will take you so long that you'll be voted off before you can get your zinger in. But Rubin and Poole, they just never had the horses, right? They don't even know how to deflect.
Yeah, that seems right, because then they never had to learn.
Yeah, they rely on when the check clears from whatever the Ben Shapiro, Russia, Republican Turning Point USA fountain. They just do as, they've got to please that one audience, and they like the greatest hits. But when it becomes a combat sport, when it becomes a contact debate, then they've let those muscles atrophy if they ever had them. Rubin especially, he's a token gay, right? Like, they're quite explicit about it on the right. You have people like, I think, Michael Knowles, who's just a fundamental homophobe, who loves Dave Rubin because he's just so politically useful. But he loses sight of the fact that doesn't mean you're right. That just means that you're a very good tool.
Speaking of Dave Rubin and people kind of speaking to their crowd, I was talking with Alexander Herbert earlier today.
God, Alex doesn't deserve that.
I guess I didn't set that up right. Alex, if you were watching, I didn't set that up right. You don't remind me of Dave Rubin at all. We were talking about, is it the co-chair of DSA that's been making the media rounds? What is her role?
Romer, yep.
So she was on with one of these New York Times people, and the clip I saw was kind of getting shared on more like lib-centered media, and they were saying that she got owned. And it was a clip about Russia, Ukraine. Do you guys know the clip I'm talking about?
I don't know that.
Yeah, I do.
Well, the wonderful thing in this era of media, I can pull it up.
Oh, wait a second. I do. I'm. Don't let me.
It's like, don't do that. Don't do that. I don't want it.
Please do that. Please do that.
I have seen what you're talking about, or I've.
You gotta play it. Yeah.
I send this to Herbert, and Alex is a smart gentleman, and he kind of went off on the clip. He was like, there's so many things she could have said. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I thought I sent it to myself and I didn't. Damn it. I can't find it. Lucky you. Oh, is that it? Nope, that's not it. Damn it. But he was, I watched the clip and we were having this back and forth, and I go, I feel like she's just playing to a crowd. Yes. And that's just the thing nowadays, much like that movie I watched where these people are, hey, why should we not give you 15 years in prison or send you to your death in the desert? Oh, man, you don't want to hear the truth, man. It's like,
well, there's a lot now that I'm more involved in the DSA than I was in the past. It's a really hermetically sealed loop for the hyper involved, and most people, even in the DSA, are not hyper involved. On any given vote, for example, I happen to know the stats on this. On any given vote in a DSA chapter, usually 1 in 6 to 1 in 10 people vote. So its involvement, even for votes that you don't have to be physically there on, is quite low. So the people who are there all the time, and particularly around New York, where there is 30,000 people in this one organization, you can think that everyone agrees with you because that's who you see most of the time. And particularly if you've done enough DSA Inside Baseball to get into the MPC, which is all about caucuses and caucus alignment in the convention, you can be very out of touch, because the other thing is the caucuses, right? They're between 500 and 2,000 people. they're tiny in the overall thing of the organization. So if you took the sliver of people I said that are in the DSA who are actively very, very active, then you take a sliver of that. That's who they're talking to. And you know, as a person who started getting attacked by the right as soon as I joined the DSA, and when I was a more flamethrowy kind of commie, they actually left me alone. I found this all fascinating, and this affects me recently because Natalie Winters and then a bunch of Florida anti-communist activists have been trying to freak everyone out about the Democrats by pretending the Marxist Unity Group is the DSA and also is the Democrats. But what's weird is some of the clips that they use to attack the Marxist Unity Group that they found on my show are like ones that actually make them look reasonable. And it really is only effective with Chud. So that's also going on the other side. The audience closure siloing is really thorough right now. And what is also interesting, and far be it from me to defend Zoomers, but a lot of Zoomers are opting out of that, like completely. Not all of them, but like when I've gone to things recently when I was touring the country, and so many of these kids had like not quite dumb phones, like they weren't flip phones because they need some kind of apps to get things like concert tickets and whatnot. But like really stripped down phones because they don't want to deal with it anymore. So I'm very interested in where this is all going. I'll shut up now.
If anybody has a link to purchase that phone, send it my way. It would greatly improve health.
Yes, Ben Burgess needs that phone. You people are saving lives by giving him that phone. Just remember that. Here is the clip in question. Ben Burgess found it. Tell me what you guys think.
Released a statement. The invasion of Ukraine, DSA's International Committee released a statement blaming NATO expansion and the United States essentially for the crisis. After the invasion, DSA released a statement condemning the invasion and calling for a ceasefire. And there have been people who have in DSA who have been even more firm about that it was mainly the United States' fault that Russia felt compelled to invade Ukraine. How do you feel about it?
We do not believe in pouring U.S. money, military weapons into anything. We don't think it makes it better anywhere. But obviously, Russia is this oligarchic dictatorship, which is hyper-capitalist, and Putin is this crazy right-wing oligarch. Of course, he is going to make horrific human life-ending decisions.
Well, this is precisely why those countries wanted to be in NATO.
Yes, but why aren't we doing any amount of actual diplomacy? Why aren't we doing any amount of sending actual human beings to talk to human beings and figure out what?
I don't understand what kind of there's been all kinds of diplomacy, however failed, since the beginning of the invasion. We shouldn't send weapons to the Ukrainians.
No.
So just allow Russia to overrun Ukraine entirely.
We should be sending huge teams of diplomats. We should be figuring out how to negotiate, how to get Russia off Ukraine's back. Yeah, absolutely.
So Russia would get off of Ukraine's back by us sending diplomats.
I don't think that there is adequate negotiation. I don't think that there has been anywhere near adequate diplomacy.
The downside to that, I think locally, DSA, and you guys can yell at me for this. I think when it comes to like local politics, domestic politics, DSA has a pretty good through line. And even though it's an organization that has anarchists and communists and Marxists and all kinds of ists within it, I feel like locally they're pretty good. When it comes to foreign policy, this was not a very good representation, in my opinion, of DSA as a whole.
I think that here's the problem. I think it's an accurate representation.
Okay.
But I think it's a lousy answer. The reality is that when you look at who DSA types look towards for their foreign policy chops, and I'm going to give them a great deal of credit, right? Noam Chomsky's off the table because of the Epstein stuff. So who do we have? We've got your Mearsheimer, your Sachs, and if you're a fan of the show, maybe your Bessner. What do you get from these guys about Ukraine? Well, you get a great deal of explanation in detail, repeated at every opportunity, that NATO expansion was provocative, and the West has botched and provoked Russia ever since the end of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There's some truth to that, right? Russia wasn't brought into security systems like the other post-communist countries of Eastern Europe. Russia never received a aid package like the Marshall Plan or like the kind of market opportunities and support and outright payments that the EU provided to its new members. Russia was really left out in the cold and ritually humiliated through the entire Yeltsin period, which was a catastrophe for the Russians that lived through it. All of this is true. None of this answers what to do about Ukraine. If you don't like the fact that we're in this war, but you feel that this Sachs-Mearsheimer take is persuasive, that this really has to do with 30 years of bad Russia policy on a bipartisan level and this sort of transatlantic deep state, NATO, etc. And you have never spoken to a Polish person in your life, at least one that wasn't card-carrying Bolshevik, then you might be under the impression that this was just some Victoria Nuland scheme and that no one in Eastern Europe actually fears Russia, that it's not such a big deal, it's not such a threat, that there's no agency in European countries to try to do something to protect themselves, that this really is a matter of self-defense, not just territorially for the countries that are most immediately affected, because we're not just talking about Ukraine anymore. Moldova, Romania, the Baltic states, Poland, all have had their airspace breached by drones, and you've had different Russian influence operations as well as sort of suspicious gray zone activity deep into the heart of Russia, deep into the heart of Europe. The AfD and Rassemblement National are both supported financially and politically by Russia. So you're undermining liberal democracy in Europe, such as it is. The idea that like you can diplomat your way out of this, that's an attempt to try to square the circle of we don't like the military-industrial complex and the deep state, but we also don't like Russia. And her statement at the beginning that Russia is hyper-capitalist, that Putin's a bad guy, all of that, for the good. But there's just a fundamental contradiction at the heart of the DSA between recognizing that there may be situations in which military force is necessary to preserve the kind of imperfect, deeply degraded bourgeois capitalist systems that we have, preserve them from something much worse, and an aversion to the people, the institutions, the businesses, the contractors, and the very fact of war, right? There's no comfortable way to square that circle. There's also an urgent need not to just shut up, right? Like, you could just punt and say, well, at the DSA, we're focusing on sewer socialism, right? We're going to fix the potholes. We're not going to, we don't have a foreign policy yet. We don't need one. That really should be the answer. But I think that what you heard was basically the state of the art right now. Part of it has to do with the fact that there's a mutual distrust and between the DSA type left and the people who actually know about foreign policy and national defense, right? It's basically just me, right? When you've got the Pentagon experience and the Mamdani style agitprop. So, yeah, I think that sadly that's where we're at. But I hope that with people like Abdul al-Sayed, there might be some opportunities for evolution beyond that. Or just focusing on Israel, where the abolitionist, strict, don't send weapons, don't support case is much more winnable, much easier to make, and much more justified.
The problem you're going to have, though, is that the DSA's program has this stuff in it, so they can't do that and be on and be in compliance with their program. And if they're not in compliance with their own program, there will be demands from the various caucuses that they be replaced at the next convention. So the problem that you have is also an internal problem. And I just need to read what these planks are because I'm writing a commentary on this right now. But so the first one's in the U.S. war machine, defund the Department of War, vague as fuck, whatever that means, end all foreign wars and close all overseas military bases, support and fully employ veterans, end immunity for U.S. war criminals, and support the International Criminal Court's mandate to prosecute war crimes, which I guess means become a signatory to the International Criminal Court, which we're currently not, although it doesn't actually demand that. The next plank is free Palestine, recognize the rights of the Palestinian people, including the right of return, the right to resist military occupation, the right to self-determination, and a free Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital, end all military and economic aid to Israel, prosecute U.S. and Israeli leaders responsible for the genocide. That one's an easy win. And all embargoes. People around the world deserve to live their lives without U.S. interference, and all government warfare against countries whose government act independently of the United States, such as Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. You will note they don't say Russia, but it's actually implied by this plank. And then abolish ICE, which I don't know why that's in the foreign policy plank. Since every bit of it is actually about domestic policy, which is end deportation and detention, punish federal agents' brutality, legalize migration, although that's very vague here, grant amnesty for all immigrants regardless of status, provide a path of citizenship for all permanent residents, and end visa caps and quotas. That's the DSA's foreign policy plank in their program. Program's not scaffolded. There's no minimum maximum. It doesn't it doesn't even say which one of these things should happen first, because it doesn't actually adopt a traditional program model. It's actually kind of weirdly states these like their platform points, but yeah, and they are intentionally vague because frankly they had to get the various caucuses to all agree on these programs. So when they couldn't agree on what it meant, they picked that, why did people move to defund the police? Because you can play games about what level of defunding you're doing and what it means. The same thing with the Department of War. Interestingly, they don't do that with defunding the police in this program. I'm not going to get on the police part of the program because, it'll probably cause some consternation between the panelists. But the DSA has decided it's going to have a foreign policy plank in its program. In fact, it's almost half the program. And most of it, frankly, is about one country. It's about Israel. I actually did sort of snipe when I did this. It's I completely agree with the U.S. should formally recognize blah, 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 and do these things. But what's the criterion in other cases? Because you actually haven't set up a criterion for what this means for all U.S. foreign policy. If the DSA was actually building towards socialism, and how internationalist is this, and what kind of blocks are you trying to form? And it doesn't get into that. That may be beyond the purview of the program. I completely understand that. But that's why they're saying that. But what I find interesting isn't just that they're saying it. All right. It's also that they don't seem to know how to communicate this to outsiders. at all. Like, there is a weird way in which the DSA has a really schizophrenic relationship with the media, because the DSA's media apparatuses are things like Jacobin Magazine. Well, that's not a DSA organ. That's an independent organ. It's stuff like we talk about El Said. El Said's not endorsed by the DSA. He's not a DSA candidate. He's endorsed by Our Revolution, which is where most of the DSA candidates actually get their money. But he's not by the DSA. All these things are getting very, very convoluted, even in the minds of people within the DSA. Like, I've had people talk to me as if El Said is a DSA endorsed candidate, and he's not. The other thing I can tell you right now is, in the past, the DSA was very concerned about bringing something different to the table and winning areas that were not bright blue progressive areas. But its current strategy right now that it has from Mamdani is basically to try to win the bright blue progressive areas and close primaries. When there's been more open primaries or more open elections, or like with the Hong situation, they do not do as well. And so they're also not really pitching themselves to try to win over the general population right now. They're pitching themselves to win over the general population of very blue progressive cities. So it leads to a very weird situation. And also, it's very internally fraught. I mean, there's threats of the New York DSA leaving the DSA. That's they have threatened it to completely succeed. It's no longer implicit. There are when Eric Blanc, not a guy that I normally endorse, and I didn't agree with a lot of what he said, but there were calls to kick him out, not just of his caucus, but of the DSA, which I was like, wow, for talking about the problems he has with the program. And I find this interesting because we've always gone by the idea that, like, yeah, the leaders of the organization should enforce the program. The program should be democratically adopted. That there's some complications there, but and I'm not going to get into right now. But this ties the DSA down right now. All right. It plays really well with its base. The problem I have with it, even when I agree with what they're saying in abstract, I have issues with the fact they don't seem to be able to say it in a way that codes for different people or deals with the complications of the world outside of the United States. They actually weirdly do have a very parochial view of power that places most of the understanding of foreign policy from a U.S.-centric standpoint, which is weird because the U.S. is weaker right now than it's been historically. Like, you know, we are, I mean, we're still very strong compared to Europe, I guess, but like, that's for different reasons. It's very clear this is internationally, our leverage has gone down, not just in terms of popularity, but in terms of soft power. And that's why you see a lot more appeals to hard power, which we are also showing we don't have the capacity to do, because all you have to do is bomb one supply station and you have a aircraft carrier stuck in the middle of the ocean for months. And all that, you know, the American policy apparatus seems to be able to do about it is either deny or try to even turn on the soldiers. It's a very weird time.
Well, Ben, do you want to add something to this?
Yeah. So I'm not. Yeah, I'll try not to go on for too long, both because I turn into a pumpkin in a few minutes anyway, and also because I think I have an article coming out in Jacobin. I might be jinxing myself here, but I think the next day or two, right? That you know, at least it's past the first editor who had to look at it. That directly addresses a lot of this stuff. That, you know, it talks like it talks about these kind of disastrous media spots by DSA spokespeople. It talks about, you know, some of the problems with the platform, including some of the stuff that Varn read off earlier. it's I think it's called something like it's going to be called something like it's prime time for socialists. We should act like it, and I think so. I guess just to like quickly say a couple things. I mean, like one on the substance of the clip, I maybe think that that some of her position is more defensible than Cuba was indicated, certainly, although I think it was like expressed horribly, right? I mean, like as an attempt to persuade anybody, I think that was just kind of a disaster, right? I mean, it was so.
But was she trying to persuade anybody, or was she speaking to her audience? That was my.
Well, I think she was speaking to her audience, which is the way I frame it in the article, right? That I say that that like. I mean, look, and I'm speaking. I was talking to Varn about this on social media earlier today, right? Like I've certainly at least thought of myself as a socialist since I read the Communist Manifesto in my middle school library in 1993, and I joined a socialist organization in 1994. When I started high school, and was involved in a few more over the decades since then, before. Finally joining DSA in 2015, which makes me one of the most grizzled veterans, right in there, because of course the vast majority of people came in after that, and like for most of that time, socialists were an extremely marginal presence to the extent that we were a presence at all, right? Which we were often just not, right, in American politics. And so I think we got really, really used to only having to justify our positions to each other. And I think there's a whole way of framing things, of talking about things that comes out of only ever talking to each other, that I think, stuff like this, we haven't really broken out of yet, right? And I think things like this, like I think they play very well with the hardcore of the people who are already on board, because you didn't fold, you didn't concede anything, right? That's really shows your loyalty and radical credentials. But I think it plays horribly to anybody who's not already 100% on board. It sounds ridiculous. And I do think that, like, again, I think that if she had put some thought into what she wanted to emphasize and how she wanted to say it, I mean, I think I guess maybe like you were saying, Alex was saying, I think there are things she could have said there that would have been more plausible than what she did.
She could have mentioned, what NATO really is about. And it kind of sounded like she didn't understand NATO, which is why Remnick framed it in a way like, well, you don't seem to understand, and I'm going to talk to you like you're kind of an idiot.
Yeah. And I also think that, like, I think rather than just sort of suggesting the problem is that, like, we haven't sent like big enough teams of diplomats, which was,
oh my God,
weird non sequitur.
Right? That's the same thing. I had a guy on the show a couple weeks ago who worked for the Clinton administration in Africa. And, he wrote a book about being in Africa. And I was like, thought experiment, a magic wand gets waved. You work for the Trump administration. What's the first thing you do if you get the job to be the liaison to Africa? And he goes, hire 25 people.
Okay.
That's what he was trying to say.
Answer your question, but that's not a very informative one.
I got to get my team together. I mean, he went into it like he get his team together to go, handle the negotiation. But that she said something quite similar, and I don't think this man gives a hot goddamn about the DSA.
Yeah, I mean, I think that so I think that, like, there are things you could have legitimately pointed out about the fact that the Biden administration didn't try diplomacy at all, right? And the Trump administration has, but true to form, they've tried it in the most, like, bizarre.
I mean, if it's Kushner and Lutnick.
Yeah, I mean, they have, I mean, we remember that reality show season finale berating of Zelensky in the Oval Office, right?
Oof.
That's where Trump literally said, like, this was caught on mic, right? This is going to make great television. This is not how diplomacy is traditionally done, and there's a good reason for it, right? I mean, this is not really, like, if you're trying to get someone on board with a process where they would probably have to make wildly domestically unpopular concessions, etc. It is a steep enough uphill battle to begin with if you're not like berating them in a way that like makes it impossible on TV in a way that makes it just impossible for them to concede a goddamn thing without looking horrible, right? And is also going to like rally like public opinion like even further behind. Anyway, it's so yeah. The Trump administration, they put their best son-in-laws on it, and they did it in the least diplomatic possible way. So I think that she could have pointed out with some justice that there is hope that like a different administration, like going about it differently, might not have gotten quite, like might have gotten further. We don't know, right? But it is possible. But like, I just wanted to say, like, on the broader issue, I mean, look, I mean, and I don't have a problem with most of that foreign policy platform that Varn ran out. I think that the part I do have a problem with is the defund the Department of War, because I think what Varn said is exactly right, that this is something that you can feel the awkward compromise in the wording. Because it's what it sounds like it means is
maximalist, right? But what it actually probably means is like we cut the military budget in half, which still makes it the most expensive thing in our society.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right? And it's intentionally ambiguous between those two things. But it sounds like you're saying something insane because, like, if you can't, like, if you just if you did manage to take political power tomorrow, it's not like you could just not have a military at all, right? In a world of nations.
Or if you cut all their funding.
But that's how coups are started.
Yeah.
Right. I was going to say, do you want to be military hunted? I
think that's there's a coup going on. Cynthia is here, and
hey!
Are you in the back seat of Winnebago? What is going on here?
Well, I forgot about this, and I forgot it was your birthday. So hi, happy birthday! I was just getting settled in for bed, and then I thought, well, maybe I should stop in and say hello.
You held my hand in New York, and you forgot about this already.
I know. Well, guess what, guys? Because I was in a DSA meeting.
Damn. We have a spy inside.
Yeah, but
3 out of 5 of us are in the DSA, so I don't know.
Wait, really? Okay, good. Because I came in and y'all were just like trashing the DSA, and I was like kind of offended.
Well, I have Varn's a member. His way to the left.
Varn's a member. Pascal Robert is a member.
Hey, really? Pascal's a member?
Pascal is a member of the DSA. Varn's a member of the DSA.
Well, I'm on the organizing committee for the healthcare working group. So
I mean,
kind of important.
I think Quinn is a DSA member, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if you want to have a better foreign policy, then get in my DMs.
That's what I came on the best time because I was like, I just feel like that's an area that I don't feel very confident about foreign policy.
You and the co-chair.
Yeah, apparently.
Were you guys talking shit about people in the DSA when I popped in?
No, I know. They're there's very fine people on both sides.
Would you come with me to my bedside nightstand and see what I've been reading? So currently,
I'm so afraid to see what's on that nightstand.
Marianne Williamson, Return to Love.
Is she the orbs lady?
The Art of
yeah. I just want to point out, right? We're having a talking about Marianne Williamson and love, right? There's I'm pretty sure I can claim the distinction of being the only person on the screen who's danced with Marianne Williamson.
Ooh, take that!
Yeah, at the reception at Crystal and Kyle's wedding.
And Marianne Williamson
grabbed
Ben's ass. She grabbed Ben's ass, said she wanted to squeeze the Charmin.
That's exactly what happened.
Wait, I haven't been through the whole stack. And then also Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Using a lot of this in my DSA organizing strategy.
Jesus Christ! What are you doing?
And I swear that Zoran has read this, okay? No, because
he has. Oh, he definitely
because
has.
it's all about, this is my criticism of like activism on the left. It's all about like I just started it, but like screaming and yelling in people's faces is probably not going to get you what you want. You have to be like very strategic and smooth behind the scenes. Think about people's weaknesses. Like that's why this is a whole other conversation about Hakeem Jeffries, I think. But anyway, I think he's doing Art of War on Hakeem Jeffries. We need to surround him and sneak attack when he doesn't expect it. Anyway, the Holy Bible.
Okay. Classic.
And
So not the Catholic one.
Infinite Jest.
Hell yeah.
Because I always have Infinite Jest in the Holy Bible. I read a little bit from each night from the holy texts.
Yeah.
And then here's a picture of my cat who sadly passed away in February. That's Minnie Mouse.
Very regal.
But yeah, I just wanted to say happy birthday, and I guess a little tidbit about DSA stuff. Like now that they're getting all in the news and stuff, this is where my like bimbo background I feel like actually plays a part. Like even though I'm, you know, insecure about it with all these theory bros on here, I see you.
Wait, what's the bimbo? The bimbo-ness?
Y'all, and I appreciate your service. But you know, we all have different perspectives, and
this is never what I want a woman to say to me as I'm leaving her
bedroom. Even though I feel like insecure, like I don't know enough about, you know, Taiwan or whatever. Sometimes I'm like, well, there's like a million people like me out there who are just like, yeah, I don't know every little bit about private prisons and, you know, every last detail about what I think about this and what I think about that and why. But I do know that I want universal health care in this country. And I saw someone in the chat who was like, DSA is like my health care. And I'm like, yeah, why not? I'm sorry. There's a lot of fucking people who maybe that's their entry to socialism. Maybe they haven't read Capital, you know, and maybe they don't know about seizing the means of production yet. We can hopefully get there. But like, most people don't know shit about shit. And I'm definitely one of those people, but at least I know I agree with that, you know, and I haven't read everything, but at least I know I agree with the idea of like worker-owned cooperatives over corporate tyranny, you know. At least I know that I agree with like a 32-hour work week versus the bullshit that I have to deal with now, which is why I have to get to bed soon. You know, I just feel like everyone's kind of where they're at. And I just joined DSA officially like a year ago. And I just, you know, tried out got elected to the OC for the healthcare group because I'm the comms person, by the way, because I have a lot of like vision for like how we can, you know, create messaging around healthcare in the state of New York, because I don't know if you guys knew, but there's a bill for the universal healthcare that could be passed in the state of New York. It's been around since the 90s. Basically nobody knows that, but yeah, I mean, obviously when I researched it, you know, it kind of has the same hurdles that we do on the federal level. You know, it's like, oh, these people all support it, but then the speaker will never bring it to the floor, and then, you know, the governor Hochul will veto it. So you have these hurdles and these challenges. But I'm just making the point that, like, you know, I don't know what point. Do you get the kind of point that I'm making? Like, I just think that everyone's kind of where they're at on their political journey. And sometimes, like, you kind of just, like, you know, that doesn't mean that everyone in the DSA knows their approach to foreign policy, you know? Like, I don't yet. But even the conversation around like prisons and police, I'm like, I am not someone who's like, I firmly agree with this or I firmly disagree. I'm like, I haven't collected all the data yet. I don't
That's
know
what people
enough
say. They
yet.
call the
like,
cops on people.
I need to read the multiple books on the arguments for and the arguments against, or the arguments for why this is necessary, and then like make my own mind up. But I haven't done that yet, so I don't feel like I can really speak on it, you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that I'm not like a true leftist, nor does it mean that I'm like a, I don't know, capitalist pig or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, I'm just not there yet. Like, I
find something in between.
done the
I'll,
research yet.
I'll spare
But
you
I
the
just
effort
kind of
if
know
you,
where I lean based on
if you read
the research I've collected thus far.
if you read the books advocating abolition, they never tell you how it works. So like you can skip.
Can't hear Ben.
Oh, she can't hear anyone.
Oh,
I think she's having sound problems.
Sad. Well, anyway, whenever you do watch this later, yeah, the abolition books aren't going to tell you what the alternative is. They never actually lay out a vision of the world, so just skip those and finish it.
But I could.
Why I can't hear anything. Sorry.
Here, I'll help
And that's the thing, right? Like, I did not offer that criticism as an attack, right? That no one can be a true socialist without a foreign policy blueprint. If anything, right? Like, I'm the one who's opening himself up to attack by doing things like arguing that there is a rationale for NATO. Russia isn't just an innocent bystander, and sometimes having a military is something that's existentially necessary, and even. But
Well,
I'm happy to.
I'm gonna have to leave before the Cuba show trial, but
We'll have the Ben show trial and absentia. That's what we're gonna do. So
yeah, I'll just vote for conviction, real quick before. That's I guess I did want to make like one just quick earnest nerd point about what we were talking about with regard to the DSA stuff, which is that I think it's a reasonable aspiration for an organization to want to like lay out, here's what we stand for, and then to build and ultimately enforce some sort of consensus around it. That you have if people, elected office holders, for example, deviate too far from this, right, then we're going to like cut ties with them. I don't think there's anything wrong with that aspiration in principle, but I do think that if you're going to do that, you need to be more serious in your formulation of the platform that you're trying to build consensus around. I don't think you can just throw in everything that sounds radical, but is like kind of half-baked, and then expect people who actually have to explain and justify their positions to voters, right? To try to build firm consensus around that, right? So I think ultimately DSA is going to have to choose, right? Do we want to be more serious and not, again, I like 95% of what is in the platform, but I think that but are we going to throw in every sort of radical sounding but half-baked thing that satisfies certain internal considerations, or are we going to make a serious effort to build consensus around this and enforce it, right? If people get too far out of line, right? I don't think those two imperatives fit together right now, right? So that's my big thing. But Cynthia, if you can hear, I'm not, I like DSA. I've been a member of DSA for 11 years, and I take great joy in its electoral victories, and I particularly like your chapter of DSA. But sometimes when you love something, you have to be realistic about its limitations and help it try to correct them.
I do find it
the abusive spouse over there. Sometimes
I think you just need to see it as I'm not married to anything. You know what I mean? I'm not married to the Democratic Party. I'm not married to the DSA. It's just like a
DSA polycule.
Definitely not married to that shit. I'm not. Well, yeah. Anyway. I was just. I don't like the language, but I'm very.
Is it a DSA party in the front with a PSL fucking revolution in the back?
No, it's more like I'm more European in my sensibilities. So technically,
then you're down for the.
Yeah, but I don't need to call it anything. Anyway, I'm just saying it's an avenue to organize. I don't want to be.
Yeah.
But I agree with the platform thing because it's I just joined last year. I had no partaking in like anything we voted on for a platform, but like now I have to be like tied to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I didn't really have a say, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know this was part of the platform. You know what I mean? Like,
I want to
I'm
talk
just trying
about
to
that
get
for a second.
people health care.
I want to talk about that for a second because the platform actually does have some. It's not a platform. This is the first thing I'm going to say. But you can't tell that from the way it's written, right? It is supposed to be a program. A program is supposed to be both a pedagogical, or that's a fancy word for teaching tool, and also a clear direction of long-term goals to build socialism. That's different from a platform plank, which is supposed to be things we do immediately. And that confusion and the fact that everyone confuses it, including Ben, who is knowledgeable about this stuff, is not because they're stupid. It's not because of any other thing. It's because it's not written in a way that reads like a program. Like most programs are written like the Communist Manifesto or the ABCs of Communism or the Socialist Program from 1914 or whatever. And a lot of that stuff, would also be very unsexy now. But you also get to the process of this, Cynthia, and I think this is really important. I did not vote on this. Like, this program was created by a subcommittee, and the subcommittee was voted in the convention to exist, and it was created by the NPC. But the program was not adopted by each chapter through a vote. It was just released. And so there is a way in which, for all the talk of democracy, this has not been the most democratic of programs. And the way it's written, as Ben and I want to be very clear, on any normal day, Ben and I come from way different factions in the DSA. Ben will tell you this. The fact we're frustrated with the same thing is saying a lot about how this came into being. And I do think it's a big thing. You're right that like the average person is going to read this. And I mean, like, there's some stuff where I'm like, I was like, what do I have to know already to know what you mean by this? Since this is supposed to be written for everyone with nice little cute graphics and stuff. Like, there are things that are very clear. The healthcare for all, extremely clear, right? Guarantee universal healthcare at no cost to individuals, including complete access to reproductive and gender affirming care, expand healthcare access and quality by investing in new public hospitals and clinics, make all medical education and training public and free. That's really easy, really clear. I think almost all of us agree with it. All right, housing for all. Housing is a human right, already less clear. But building new publicly owned social housing, strictly regulated investment properties, establish universal rent control, guarantee the right to counsel for all tenants. Establishing universal rent control is going to be interesting in a capitalist society. But again, mostly agree with this. And that's actually true for all the planks. I think most of us could agree with 70% of every one of these planks, depending on how you interpret it. But the fact is, a lot of these planks need a lot of interpretation. And
you forgot polycule visibility.
Okay, yeah, and polycule visibility could be added. And that could be added under feminism for all. So we could add that there. And then if we're going to be really contentious, why don't we just add like the most, never mind, I'm not going to do that. We could add the most radical forms of family abolition in there. But I just find it interesting that like this problem is something that stands out to very different factions of the DSA. And what I've seen, this is where I am going to critique the DSA's internet culture more than the DSA's culture in chapters, because DSA's cultures in chapters don't do this as much. I have never seen calls to outright censor people at a DSA meeting unless they were just basically committing a hate crime. But I see it on the DSA internet from all factions at all sides whenever someone goes on media and says something they don't like. And that worries me about the inclination of the media apparatus that we have around the DSA. But also, why the fuck are we talking about the DSA? It's Jason's birthday. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah, well,
now I'm worried because I'm on here talking about the DSA and I'm in the OC. But I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm just,
Yeah.
But now I feel like I need to have like press training or something.
Yeah, Yeah, no, there's no press training that's gonna let you come on TIR without.
There's no. I'll tell you a funny story about press in a second. You have to go, Ben.
Yeah. No, I got to go. This is actually. I actually think you're doing a real service, because I think there are a bunch of leftists who might otherwise be tempted to run for office, but who now have immunized themselves against that, because it's like, hey, if you've been on like one or more TIR check.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
You may
never
not
run
want to
for
run for
office.
office.
If so, no, I'm sorry. Like this is foreclosed as a path.
I am unelectable, and I will drink to that.
But in any case, I do have to go. But if you want to, if you live in Southern California, you want to see me in real life, you can do that at Pioneer Chicken
Pioneer Chicken at Bell Gardens.
Bell Gardens Pioneer Chicken for Jason's birthday on his shindig on Saturday at 2 p.m. I believe.
Yes.
So I will see people there. Happy birthday! Not guilty, for the record, for the show trial in absentia. Later.
He's been.
Bye, Ben. I'm so
Kuba,
upset
you
I
have to
can't
take off
attend
as well.
that.
Yes, I should get going. It's getting
Thank
late
you.
here.
Thank you for hanging out, Kuba.
Me
Please tell
too,
the
probably,
missus.
Jason, but I can stay on for 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Kuba.
Bye, Kuba.
You and Summer are wonderful people. Bye.
I just love. Haven't I told you guys so many times? Kuba feels like he's from like the 60s, like a 60s Coen Brothers movie or something. Like a Coen Brothers film set in the 60s about like the CIA.
It's
like
just
the man who knew too much.
Yeah, like something like that.
When you see him in
or
real
like
life,
a serious man. I don't know.
It's a different
But
thing.
he works with the CIA with like the psychological, like they're studying consciousness and like aliens and stuff.
Can you hear us, Cynthia? Cynthia,
that's what he reminds me of.
I don't think she can hear us. Devon, can you hear me?
Sorry,
I can hear you fine.
I was also just watching Third Encounters, or wait, what?
Close Encounters. You need to stop smoking.
Encounter from the, what is it? The Spielberg movie.
Close Encounters from the Third Kind.
I don't know why I'm blanking right now.
I just said it. I don't think you can hear me.
The Spielberg movie from the 70s.
We're saying words, but you can't.
I don't know
hear
why
them.
now that the volume went out again. What's happening?
I think you have to turn the volume up. You're not going to turn the volume up?
Hold on, I gotta log out and log back in.
Okay. Derek Varn, you're stuck with me for 5 more minutes.
All right.
That means that I'm going to find some things for you to see that you will never show on your channel because you're above that. You're better than that. You don't do that type of stuff. And it's beneath you, but it's not beneath me. And there's things that I know that you haven't seen on the internet.
Like most of the internet.
Yeah, because you have a decent internet. So I want to show you this video that I came across. I think it's a wild video, but it could just be my horrible 12-year-old mind. Maybe this gentleman is doing something else.
Oh God, Jason, why? What is happening? I can't really see that.
You can't see it. Want me to make it? That's what she said. Want me to make it
well,
larger?
It's just because I'm on my phone, so it's like
turn your phone sideways. Someone says, "Do you guys spam each other with Instagram Reels?" No.
Yes.
No, Jason used to. Jason used to. No, he wasn't.
Wait, but look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Do it again.
That's what she said. And then look at this.
What the heck? No.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
Where is this? Is this at an internet cafe? Like, where is this?
I don't know where. Looks like he's at a McDonald's, dude. What is he doing? Derek Varn? Derek Varn. Why are you so quiet, Derek?
Because what do you call mocking what looks to be gooning on Instagram. Like, is this Instagoon?
Gooning. Okay,
Instagoon?
so there's a problem with goon culture, and I don't remember if you were on this show, and I want to do a Love on the Left about it at some point.
Oh, you
Where-
know I need to be included.
Well, that's kind of your thing at this point. There are young people that are masturbating on women and recording it for the gooners. It's pretty fucking horrible and foul. Like I don't know what that guy's doing. He could have a bunch of ketchup packets or something. I don't think he's jerking. If he's jerking off, man, he is a calm customer. Because
Gross.
I'm so scared of surveillance.
You know, I'm
to
on
jerk
the
off
left. I'm on the left, but like the conservative in me jumps out with this stuff. I'm like, stop it. That's inappropriate.
I don't know that it's conservative to think that you shouldn't masturbate on random.
Yeah.
Well, no, like just like being so
I don't want that to be a left talking point. So you're one of the Hamas masturbators, are you?
No, it's not like that. I mean, like Jason's gross shit.
I'm not jerking off on anybody that doesn't ask for it.
No, but your inappropriate talk. I have the Holy Bible on my bedside, and this is what you're talking about.
Okay, this is a debate between Candace Owens and that shitty ass white
hell
guy.
yeah, I loved this.
What's this white guy's name? Derek? Andrew, the white guy.
Something.
He's the most normal looking white guy ever, and he's really arrogant, and he has that show where
he has that that guy at the bar who's like angry, who gets angry at you when you refuse his advances. That's what he has. It's like, fine, I didn't even fucking want you anyway.
He definitely has said that to a woman. You know, fine, I didn't even want to fuck you
yes,
anyway. And she's
exactly.
like, wow.
I'm telling, that's his energy. It's like, ugh.
Some people say excuse me when they walk by someone. So Candace Owens is debating this guy, and this clip made me laugh really hard. I shouldn't have laughed, but it made me laugh.
Tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? When you
Now, are you laughing on behalf of Candace, or are you laughing at Candace?
I'm laughing at everyone in the room, first of all. None of those people, not one person in that room was to be taken seriously. From Patrick Bet David to Candace Owens to Andrew the Creep.
Well, this is where, if my conservative side jumped out before, this is where my woke side jumps out. And I say, I don't like that word and don't use it around me.
Retarded?
Yes, I don't like it.
Candace Owens said retarded.
I know. It's woke, but it's also like woke mom. Like, I'm like, don't say that shit around me. It's disgusting.
Okay. Derek Marr.
I mean, this is one of those weird issues where I'm like, if I didn't know who was saying what she was saying, I would be totally sympathetic. But everyone in that sphere just says shit. Like,
well, he's just edgelording because he thinks it's cool, but it's like an 18-year-old thing to do.
Yeah, I feel like
I think the question was
in the 1990s.
All women are retarded.
The question was ridiculous. I mean, you have to admit.
Well, of course.
Where's your evidence base that Erica Kirk is retarded? Like, dude, he's obviously being an asshole with that. This isn't the own you think it is, that he has to have clinical evidence of Erica Kirk's mental deficiencies. It's the whole thing is ridiculous.
Plus, she's not Erica Kirk, honey. Not that Scorpio.
What?
She's a Scorpio.
What does that mean?
She's intense.
That's what that means?
And potentially evil.
Wait, it just means she's intense?
No, that's just Oh,
This is the pancake place, Derek. That was not serving pancakes when I got there. Doesn't that look delicious?
It does look good.
Wouldn't you
Also,
have been mad too if you fucking went all the way to Tijuana?
I am a Scorpio, but anyway.
Oh.
But potentially evil probably does seem fair.
No, it's everything has a light and a shadow, just like every sign. They have core strengths and weaknesses.
Is this what a DSA meeting sounds like?
No. Well, actually, weirdly, there is a lot of astrology talk at DSA meetings. There's
probably some crossover, yeah. But we'd have to look at the full birth chart of Derek.
Connor says he's been trying to get into astrology, but he's not a male manipulator, by the way. I don't believe you, Connor, because any man that's trying to get into astrology is also walking around with a bell hooks book in his fucking pocket.
Scorpios are known for intensity, depth, and passion, and resilience, and very intuitive sensibilities. But, their more unevolved expression can be very secretive, very suspicious, very envious, possessive.
Sounds like eugenics to me.
Doesn't sound like eugenics.
Yeah. These are inherent qualities within that person.
You guys.
Mm-hmm. This is what a DSA meeting is all about?
No, this is not very...
Race science through your birth sign?
Actually, no. If we were at a proper DSA meeting, we would be doing Robert's Rules of Order for 2.5 hours. And
doesn't sound like fun at all.
No one said it was fun. I mean, their DSA does do fun stuff, but the actual general meetings are like a union meeting, Jason. Like it is.
That's not bad.
Well, I mean, but a union meeting is like that. It's like all Robert's Rules of Order. It's like I nominate you to speak this. Let's second it. This, and we now have to debate the proposition to debate the proposition to debate the proposition. We now have to do stack so we can debate the proposition correctly, and we can figure out if we need to do a progressive stack, but we're probably not going to vote progressive stack unless someone's an utter asshole. So that's how it works. Forest Mexicans.
Were you on the show when we did talk about Forest Mexicans?
No, I feel like this is. I feel like I'm about to be shadow banned just for coming on the show, Jason. But I
wish they would shadow ban me for the racisms, because then I'd feel better about them.
What are they shadow banning you for?
I don't fucking know. They don't give you a reason. I showed you the thing, right, where it said 87%.
80% chance of shadow ban. And I looked at mine and it was like, you are not being shadow banned. Your videos are just unequally watched. Yeah. Like you have videos that people watch and then other videos that people just find boring. So I was like, okay.
Berserker 9689 says I'm Mexican, and that made me laugh. If we were doing a show with environmentalists, and I think it was Thomas Zaitzoff who wrote a book.
Oh yeah, I know Thomas. You had him come on my show.
Yeah, we met Thomas. We actually met Thomas. Went to go speak in Berkeley, but Thomas. I didn't know the first wave of. Can't remember the organization now off the top of my head. What was the first kind of radical organization?
Earth Liberation Front.
Yeah, I think it was ELF.
Yeah,
they were like some racists that had started it. They were like, we love the outdoors, but keep that Mexican shit over there.
Earth first. It was Earth first. It was
Earth first. Yes, Earth first. Yeah.
Not Earth Liberation Front. You're right. And
big time, like not down with all the extra shit that the anarchists were bringing to the table. And that's when I made the joke about the forest Mexicans. And because that was like their code word for saying that they hate the Browns.
I'm not consenting to any of this conversation because I am planning on primarying Kirsten Gillibrand in 2031.
You're going to primary her? In what way?
Or I'm going to replace her.
Oh, okay. You're going to replace Kirsten Gillibrand? Hello?
Yeah.
Did you just disappear? Oh, I wanted to show Derek the Derek, Kirsten, do you know this black guy?
It's Kirsten.
Do I know
Janet. Take that. What are you going to do about it?
Or is it Kirsten?
What are you or her going to do about it? Derek Varn, do you know Officer Tatum?
Uh-oh. No.
Officer Tatum is this black guy that was a cop like 8 years ago, and he just does anything that pisses black people off. He's a big time. He's kind of beyond a black conservative. People call him.
Oh, that guy. Weirdly enough, my problematic conservative brother once showed me a video by this guy like 4 years ago.
Yeah, he's that guy that you're.
Got it.
Officer Tatum said, "Fuck him." So yeah, he's that guy. People call him a coon. He's an Uncle Tom. There is a difference. We have to understand the differences.
But is he an Uncle Tom or an Uncle Ruckus?
See,
that was a tough one.
He's Tommy Ruckus.
Wait, Jason.
Yes. Yes.
Have you had Boots Riley on your show?
No, I haven't.
What? How has that not happened yet?
Wow, I don't know, Cynthia. He doesn't fucking return his text messages anymore since he's a fucking movie star.
But he's from Oakland, and
there's like a million people from Oakland that don't return. My Sheila E hasn't gotten back to me either.
I know, but that seems crazy to me. I feel like this would be the perfect show for him to come on.
You would think, but your homegirl Brianna Joy Gray kind of fucking rubbed him the wrong way. So maybe you should yell at her.
She is my homegirl. I stand by her.
Well, having the Proud Boys march in Washington, D.C.,
Proud Boys are not racist.
What would you say the Proud Boys are?
Well, first of all, the Proud Boys are run by a black guy. So he's Dominican. He's a black guy.
He's one of them ethnic niggas.
Is that true?
He's Cuban.
He's Cuban and he's not black.
But really though?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the Proud Boys.
Has to be. I'm sorry, but like, isn't this the funniest joke in the world in America? Like, all of our racist nationalist groups are like headed by mixed or like biracial. Like,
that's actually true.
Thank you. See, he was okay. True. So this is what's funny. First of all, the problem in the framing of these discussions with these kinds of people is that it is solely on race and not on ideology. And the bigger issue you can say here is, okay, well, they're not racist. They definitely seem to be fascist. Why do you want to be around fascists? I don't care if they're Cuban. But he's not just a fascist. It has been proven that he was an FBI snitch. And you can make the argument.
And now works for ICE.
Like, what?
Yeah, the founder of Proud Boys is an FBI snitch who was snitching out his own group. And he now works for ICE. Those are both documented. Like,
what? I mean, why am I how is
no, you should. But this is when I talk about like kayfabe. This is the kind of stuff that I've been trying to talk about when it comes to understanding media and why it's presented to us in this kind of pro wrestling style way. This black woman is talking to this black conservative that definitely, I don't think he hates black people. I wouldn't be surprised if you go to his house and it's just nothing but black people there for a get together. But he's extremely conservative and he definitely believes in underclass ideology to a frightening degree. And I think he has, say again?
Which is what?
That the problems with black people are culture related.
Oh, yeah.
It's defective. So.
Like pull up your pants and whatnot?
Yeah. Stop listening to that kind of music. You didn't have a father in the home. That's why you're like this. So just to go, well, they're not racist because there's a black guy in it. That also means that black people can't be racist.
Yeah.
Like,
but
that's not true.
But then you're going to be like, but then people are going to be like, yeah, so that's why everyone who critiques Israel, if they're Jewish, they're self-hating.
You can get into that whole goofy shit that I don't like, but he goes on to say more ridiculous fuck shit.
And Proud Boys have supported us at a few of our events. And they're black, they're Hispanic. They've painted the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys were
white nationalists.
They're not white nationalists. They painted them as
they can still be Nazis. They don't have to all be white. Like that's.
I was about to say that
Dave Chappelle's
Brazilian Integrist Party was like a fascist party and a formal fascist party. that had almost no white people in it. Like it's not even
right.
historically anomalous.
When you eliminate that part of the conversation and you have one party going, oh, but they're a white nationalist group, and all he has to do is go, nope, there's people of color in it.
They're black.
And she kind of doesn't really have much to say because that shouldn't even be part of the argument because that's just too simplistic. The Proud Boys are, to me, that moment where all those everything I don't like is white supremacy. It's like, okay, well, here's the Proud Boys. And if all you have to say about this is internalized hatred, no one's listening to you anymore. And you're just talking to your scholarly friends. Why would a person of color want to join this organization? There has to be something they're saying that's resonating with them. Why would these people want to join a fashy organization?
Why would they?
Something's resonating.
Well, there's a lot of different threads, right? Like, there's a lot of different threads that make it so that this guy, for example, has that kind of black conservatism of like, there's not a father in the home. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different factors that make up a person. That's why I said the whole birth chart. You have to look at the whole birth chart. But, you know, like, what causes some people to like be drawn to, like, sometimes I think that those answers are not as simplistic as we make it seem. It's like, oh, because like there's just so many different factors. You know, like there's socioeconomic factors and whatever, but there's also personal factor, you know, like what happened in their home life growing up, their friend, like, I don't know. I just think there's so many different elements. I guess if we're looking at sociological phenomena, then
look, if there's people that have grown up in certain environments and believe that the environment affects the people to the point where there's a culture within that environment, let's say the urban core, that is just truly defective. And if you really believe that, then an organization that's kind of built on a certain amount of like white supremacist racist rhetoric is going to resonate with you.
Wait, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Like, if you believe, for example, that Black people are defective because they have a defective culture.
Oh, but when you say that's internalized racism?
No.
But how is it not?
Why would I be internalizing it?
No, didn't you just say like if
I wouldn't like a certain kind? I wouldn't like. I would appreciate the ones that are like me. Again, this is where I don't really agree with this idea of internalized racism because it ignores like class distinctions. So you'd have to believe that there is no class within Black people and everything is internalized racism. Am I off here, Derek Varn?
This was tough, but I mean,
is
partly
it?
Because it's tough because
if you come from, look, I can show a video from the 50s of a bunch of Black people that don't want Black people from the South to move into their neighborhood because they don't want them to affect their property values.
Oh, well, yeah, like
is that internalized racism?
No.
Well, no, yeah, because the class element creates like a certain hierarchy in your mind of like who's more worthy and who's less. You know, like how like the what like I remember.
If you believe that all Black people should think the same, why don't you think that about everyone? Everyone in Ohio should think exactly the same.
Wait,
all white people should think the same. No one should have any class issues.
Wait, when did I say no? I was like agreeing with your point.
Well, you were asking about internalized. Well, isn't it internalized racism if they don't like their own people? It's
yeah,
like,
but then you made
there's
like,
white people that don't like their own people.
Yeah, but then you made me rethink it, and now I'm going on that other journey with you.
God damn it!
because it's like I get it because it's like, for example, like in like the white community, we say like white trash, which is like equating like poor white people to Black people. Like that's what that is. And, you know, inherently. So it's like a class distinction of between the whites. You know, it's like, oh, like so perhaps that same kind of distinction exists in the Black community. stemming from class.
Derek Varn exists in the Black community.
Well, I was gonna make the analogy to internalized misogyny, but I guess that's kind of different.
Is it internalized misogyny?
Not that, but like, you know, if you have women being like, yeah, I mean, I don't think that women should be having sex with more than one guy. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm. Why are you having sex with so many people, Cynthia?
I'm literally having no sex. This is all I do.
There's a bigger question to ask.
Do you want to know what I do? I read The Art of War and I research Carl Hastie, aka the Speaker of the House in the New York State Assembly, looking up his birth chart and asking Google Gemini to list out the details of his birth chart so we can truly understand how he thinks, to be able to convince him to pass the New York Health Act. And what I found was that he is a very mathematical, analytic thinker. And he studied mathematics and analytics, and he's worked as a city comptroller. So you are not going to be able to convince him with these, like, you should care about people and like healthcare is a human right arguments. You're going to have to show him the cost breakdown and the logistics and the analytics so you can convince him that it's actually a smart fiscal idea. That's what I am doing. I'm not having sex.
Sounds like you're internalizing the patriarchy.
No, I'm just reading people and, you know, going with the flow. But I'm not complaining. But I'm just saying, I understand your critique here.
Yeah, I think it's
your Rachel critique.
Well, because then you start getting the thing of like, okay, well, what is Black culture? What is white culture? Right? I don't know. Derek, you've lived between cultures for a while, coming from Macon, Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, you're from the South. Okay.
I'm from the deep South, yeah. And I grew up in Macon. I grew up in a mostly Black city, and and I am notoriously off-white. So I read to.
What does that mean? Are you biracial?
No.
No, I'm not.
That's
I am several different ethnic backgrounds, but I'm not Black. And I pass as Latin in Latin America for the most part, even though
Varn
I'm not.
tans real well, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
And if he tans too well, all of a sudden the cops pull him over a few more times than usual.
But my point of the point is, though, like, I was not actually readily accepted in the quote unquote white community in the Deep South either, because I'm both ethnic and Jewish. So they used to call me when I was a kid Zebra, because they were like, you must be part Black. So it's interesting.
And that was the first time Derek said the N-word.
But I mean, I find it interesting. I even find the idea of like white culture somewhat interesting, because whiteness is such a synthetic concept. Like, it's like we don't come from similar cultural backgrounds, actually. But it is weird when I talk when, like, I feel very hesitant to talk about Black culture as a monolith, both for class reasons and for regional reasons too, to be quite honest with you. Mm-hmm. But whenever someone tries to pull I don't think there is such a thing as Black culture, as one of my former friends used to do on a call once after he said something about Dave Chappelle. I about hit the floor, because I am like, well, there are things that happen amongst the various classes that are this identifying, that are identified as Black, that you can trace. And the reason why I found what I was going to say about internalized racism, the reason why it's hard is I don't know that anyone has a fucking coherent definition of racism these days. Like, it's been expanded and contracted, expanded and contracted, expanded and contracted. by both sides so systemically that, you think about what Abraham X. Kendi was calling racism, right? Which was like,
the circular definition. Yeah.
Right. I pass a law that helps black people, but I didn't do it to help black people. That's racist. That's Abraham X. Kendi's definition. Now that definition's gone away. In the 1990s, the most common definition was power plus privilege equals racism, which is interesting to me because even Abraham Kendi thought that was crazy. But I remember even when I was in college, people were saying that, and I was like, weird. That is the definition of racism that doesn't include race anywhere in this definition.
That was from The Real World. Remember that dude? What was his name? He was a music writer. Do you remember that, Derek?
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, I do remember.
Kevin Powell.
Kevin Powell.
I don't know. I think we should all treat each other with respect.
Ideally.
And understanding. And also, per the DSA conversation earlier, I mean, like, nothing is a monolith. I mean, sure, you can find trends, sociological trend. But, like, I think the regional point is such a good point. Like, Southern, you can't even say Southern. I mean, Georgia, way different culture than, like, North Carolina. Or, you know what I mean? Or
that is very true.
Ohio.
Yeah, none of us play. Fuck Texas.
All those places you're right. Those places are extremely different. But that's the problem when you want to imagine that there's like a unified culture.
There's not.
That's the same across the board.
There's not. I mean, suburban Ohio white culture or whatever is, vastly different than like Southern California surfer white culture.
I mean, I would challenge that suburban Ohio white is different than Southern Ohio white.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the food is different.
Absolutely. I mean, we call it pop. I will never.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Pop.
I call it Coke, but that's because we call everything
everyone
Coke.
in the South calls it Coke. Like no matter what.
Atlanta.
That's so weird.
Or Georgia. No, Georgia. More so the South Georgia.
What kind of Coke would you like today?
Yeah.
It's a question that I grew up with.
That is such a Georgia thing because the Coke plant. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pop. It's fucking pop. And then I guess I don't know who else says soda. Who says soda?
I say soda. You have a fucking problem with that?
Yeah, that's fucking weird. It's pop.
It's what soda's.
Look, Tony is saying it. Tony is saying the part out loud that nobody likes to hear. We just swapped the old biological racism for culture and essentialized it all in just the same way. It's insane to me. This is kind of what if you read what Tyler Austin Harper wrote in The Atlantic, and if you've ever talked to Ray Reid or me or Bert Cooper. Or Cedric Johnson, when those guys talk about higher ed and you think about Jason Arday, right? This is where that essentializing really comes into play, where you have this black dude that kind of was like the poor man's Kendi and gets a job that you can say that he maybe wasn't qualified for. And he just became the whipping boy for everybody's bullshit. I mean, Navarra Media just has been doing their mea culpas after his death from the left. The right won't stop piling on. But we can't lie and say there's not a racial component to A, why he got hired, and B,
why he got attacked.
Definitely. It's very unfair because we didn't attack the white lady pretendians the same way. And I don't think it's just because they're white. I just think it's one of those things that people just kind of shrug their shoulders at and didn't take very seriously because there's not that many Native Americans left.
I get so sad every time I think about the Native Americans. I'm sorry. I'm laughing just because
we just lost all 8 Native American viewers.
It's probably
they all turned it off right there.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing just because it's probably like the most like dumb, pure thing that people have ever said on a political podcast. But it's so true. It's like, please don't make fun of me, but I'm reading the People's History. And I just can't. Like, every chapter about the Native Americans, it's just like literally makes me cry. And I'm like, Andrew Jackson was a fucking asshole.
He's on the 20.
And like, but I just have to say real quick for political podcast reasons, like, you know, think of all the, just going back to our conversation of nothing's a monolith and, everything's complex, everything's overwhelmingly complex. I mean, think about back then, like how many people didn't have a voice, women couldn't vote. How many Black people couldn't vote? Like how many people didn't have a say? And obviously, as we look at today and the shitty democracy that we live in, it's not as if we have a say that much either. But like, just to the point, like there were just people that just were able to go and do that kind of shit, and people couldn't do anything about it. And then that's like the history of our country, and we have to carry that around. I mean, I do think there should be reparations. I think that here, I'm going to go on my woke white woman pedestal and say it. I think there should be reparations for descendants of Black slavery and Native Americans in this country and Japanese internment camps. Absolutely.
They actually got reparations.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's what it is. They got reparations.
They're one of the
Black
two
people
groups
and
that
Native
actually
Americans
have.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they should. Absolutely.
Well, they did.
Well, but
now
the
it's
other
over.
people, the Black people,
Can't get more.
The Black people and the Native Americans should get reparations.
And
Marianne Williamson agrees with me on that.
I wasn't arguing.
If we can spend billions and billions of dollars for these war, I mean, enough. Like, enough.
I mean, it is terrifying even today. Like right now, I go down and work with the Navajo Nation, which is one of the richer of the tribal confederations in the United States. It actually has some property that has some value, but half that place doesn't have running water, and it's not because they choose to, because it takes a fucking act of Congress to put in pipes. When during COVID, I remember masking up and going around and collecting every single vat I could of excess production alcohol, so that we could mix it in with the water to kill the COVID germs, because the washing of the hands doesn't work when you don't have running water and everyone's sharing a water pool. Then you just have a contaminated pool to wash your hands in. And that's why the indigenous were dying at 3 times the rate of everybody else during the beginning of COVID. And like my friend Moroni Benali called me up and was like, I think I figured out how to handle this. Can you help me get like 400 gallons of excess production alcohol so we can turn every one of those bowls into hand sanitizer? And we did, and it slowed the spread down. But like the thing is, we had to do it on our fucking own. Nobody was coming to help them. Like, and so, so it's still bad. It's really like the indigenous stuff, and it's not just in the United States. Like the indigenous stuff in Canada is depressing. Look up the average lifespan of a First Nations person in Canada compared to everyone else. It's like 26 years shorter.
Horrific. And the wisdom and the beauty and the religion from Native peoples, that all that they could teach us. And then when Europeans came here and they were like giving and they were like trying to like share, and then we just like took their land and killed them. Anyway, also, what do you mean Jason doesn't reflect the views of TIR? You don't believe in reparations?
Cynthia, I found a video of you in an alternate timeline where you are married to a Black man.
What do you mean a video?
All right, let's see this.
This couple, I can't stand them. They seem like they are really nice people, and I guarantee they combine to make probably one of the most vicious spinach dips you've ever had in your life. I feel very confident that these people can together make a spinach dip that's amazing, and I feel confident that their bathroom has poo-pourri in it and smells like lilac. That being said, they seem kind of grating.
I love my baby.
What?
I love my wife.
You do?
So no, I don't want to hang out all night.
No, we don't.
Call me boring. Call me whipped, but you can't call me absent in the life of my wife and my kids.
I love my babies. I love my husband.
Yes, you do.
So no, I can't go out every weekend clubbing.
Not this wife.
My priorities, they done changed. Since I birthed 2 kids and I changed my last name.
Hey, this is a forever thing since we got these wedding rings. What?
So is this Drake and his new golf wife? Is that what it is?
Jason, how does this? What is your algorithm? Where does this stuff come from?
I ask the same thing all the time.
Algorithm is just like race play and like drunk white girls. And, like...
There are things I've been trying to figure out about Jason from his Instagram algorithm that I've just decided not to ask.
I want a corny white girl too. Listen, we're out here. We're out here.
Oh my god!
Okay, I would never do that though. I would never do that at the very least.
I feel very confident that the black man that you might get with, if you go down that route, will be this guy.
I can't do corny, man. I can't.
He's an attractive man. He's in great shape.
Very
He's done a good job.
He's very attractive.
He's gonna open the door for you. Honey, put your card away. I got dinner this time. But he's also gonna do rap songs
because I don't have any money. I would like that.
He's gonna pick you up out of poverty, but you're gonna have to do these fucking songs.
No, I'm not doing the cringe.
You're gonna have to do these
No.
fucking songs. They have an entire channel dedicated,
And I bet they make money. Like I bet they like
450,000 followers.
Oh my god!
Right? Hold on, it gets better.
No, I guarantee it's a lot of moms, Ohio moms in the comment section being like, "Love knows no color."
Oh my god, I love hating on these people.
You love it, actually.
I'm stressed. Life's putting me to 3, 2, 1. I'm stressed. I'm stressed. I do not feel my best. I'm stressed. So stressed. Life's putting me to the test. What you know about being overstimulated? Wish I was laying on the beach just percolating. My 2-month-old sucking on my udder so dang much that at this point my nipples are disintegrating.
Push the whole human being out her hoo-ha.
I did.
I wasn't much help. I just kept saying woo-sa.
He did.
When we don't get sleep, I just stay out the way because my lady turned into Medusa.
We just parents out here looking.
There you go. That's your life, dude. It's your life, Cynthia. That could be your life.
These are the kind of people that I would want to know until they did this, and then would just like quietly leave the room.
I'm telling you, the best spinach dip you've ever had. I don't think either one of them can cook very well. I don't think they can cook very well. I feel like they love chain restaurants, but like the higher end chain restaurants, right? Like they say, like, oh, the Ruth Chris on this side of town is better than the Ruth Chris on the other side of town. Like they say shit like that, right? They know where every outlet mall sale is.
Oh my god! Listen, is there evil? No, it feels very chaotic good. You know.
McRub says this is what the non-white Proud Boys really want. Mark says, "Bring back Patchouli Girl."
Hey, you know, Patchouli Girl was like literally was from up the
Wait,
street.
are you
from
talking
me.
about
No
the
way.
girl?
Yeah,
Wait,
she lives
what?
in California now, but like she's from Bluffdale, which is where I used to work.
No
and
way.
like Bluffdale is just because yes, I'm from the Deep South, but I live in Utah. And it's literally, if I was going to where Charlie Kirk got shot, which is about 30 minutes down the road, it's 20 minutes down that road, and that's where she grew up. Patchouli Girl. Yep.
Is that the fish girl?
No, that was like the person.
She's a girl that has a song about her titties are out in the video. What was the song called? It was this goofy.
I don't remember the song, but it was like how it was basically the stereotype of every white yoga person you've ever met in your life.
Ever met in your fucking life. Yeah.
The thing is, she got rich off that shit. All of us hating her made her rich.
We created the monster. Derek Varn is correct. We created the fucking monster that became that woman.
Well, Jason, I probably have to go to bed in 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, then you have to watch this.
Сейчас скучные лосины, но да, не видно у них конструкцию.
What the fuck, Jason?
What is this?
I know.
What?
Pogs? This is your whole algorithm. It's just pogs and interracial corniness and drunk white girls and black conservatives. That's all.
I do feel like Cynthia is getting this to the root of a problem here.
Shy Poodle says, I thought it was my birthday for a second.
Pogs International. Should I finally post that video tomorrow, Jason, in honor of your birthday, of how I met Norm Finkelstein when I explained on the show?
With your ass? Yes, you should.
Because my fat ass was in his face.
You should. You'll be famous that way.
I'll do it. I've been meaning to post it, but I was like too embarrassed. But
I found a video of me driving, Derek.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, Jason?
This black bitch thinks she's some lawyer. Like all you monkeys, you think you're lawyers. Bitch. You you
Jesus Christ. What's Antioch?
Antioch's in California, I believe.
Antioch's in the Bay Area. It's in the East Bay.
Yeah, one of my best friends lives there, actually. But
I just don't understand. Like, I just can never be like that.
Someone says, shut up, Spice.
What's that?
I don't know why that dude is so angry, but when I saw that, I for some reason started laughing, and I sent it to Mac, and I said, Mac, this is what I sound like when someone brings up Doug Williams and the '87 Redskins beating the Broncos.
I think the best thing to do is laugh if you ever encountered that in the wild.
I don't even know how to react. I mean, either you're gonna fight him or you're not. That's how I look at it. It's like, what?
Well, he just looks goofy. It's like you're doing that in 2026.
Tony said, "Is he a Virgo?"
Seems more like an Aries.
That's Aries. If you would have said that to that man, you would have went viral. And that you would have ended racism right there. If you would have yelled, "That's Aries behavior. You're being an Aries." Everybody would have been.
No,
confused.
I just mean laughing as in like it kind of I think it's kind of like weakens them a little bit. Because if you actually like react, then that sort of feeds on the energy. Versus if you're like, you look like a fucking idiot. Like it kind of cuts through something. You know what I mean?
Connor says, especially as you get older, you can't be fighting over goofery like that. It's true.
I mean, yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like, don't stoop down to his level. But yeah, if that was my husband, if he was talking about my husband.
Okay, Cynthia, now you're in the rapping duo. You just shit out 2 kids with your black husband. You have 2 gorgeous half-breeds. And this man just called you. He called your husband an N-word. Do you go out there and laugh, or do you go out there and defend your chocolate king?
I would defend my man. You're right. I would defend my man.
Ken said he's the Oakland chapter president. Derek. Derek turned the screen off. He was scared that he's going to get in trouble for this one. All right. Good. Sorry, Cynthia. Good night, Cynthia.
Good night. Happy birthday.
Thank you. I believe that Cynthia would stand by her man. I believe in my soul that if Cynthia was with a rapping black dude, that she would come outside and I think she'd say some words that she would regret. I think she would say a lot of bad words that she'd probably cry about afterwards. That's how angry she'd be. I believe that in my soul. I don't know where Derek Varn went. I think he went to the bathroom. I didn't know about penis fillers. If you guys have seen the penis filler news story, they're not talking to me. I don't know why the penis filler guy just happened to be named Jason. I'm really okay with being mediocre sized. Okay.
What are we talking about?
Penis filler.
Oh, why would you do that? I think you should just accept what God has given you.
You should just accept who you are, Tony. Says like penis taxidermy. Yes. So here's his name happens to be Jason, but it's not me.
Why are men getting penis fillers? Jason, not his real name, told the BBC that he wasn't after a Coke can, the nickname for a penis filled with so much filler they resemble a stubby can. He wanted just enough to be able to see a confidence boost, and had a procedure which increased his girth by 16%. He's happy with the results and said the desire was to get a nice balanced look. But are the procedures regulated and safe? Jason chose to have hyaluronic acid injected to achieve his ideal look. That's the same key ingredient used in lip fillers. Hyaluronic acid is a naturally occurring sugar molecule in the body, but there are a variety of penis enhancement options. Surgical and non-surgical techniques and different materials can be injected into the penis. But there are risks, ranging from relatively minor ones such as soreness, bruising, and uneven filler, to serious ones including infection. These risks apply to all procedures using filler. However, there's also a risk of damaging the vital structures and blood vessels in the penis that are needed for an erection. And there's a lack of data on how fillers affect the penis long term. The British Association of Urological...
So you're not a penis filler guy, is what you're telling me, Derek?
No.
It doesn't. But kind of back to the opening of the show, AI, Ozempic, steroids, peptides, penis fillers, lip fillers. You can do it all. And it's relatively inexpensive. I mean, before you just had to deal with your junk. This is what it was.
Well, I mean, I really don't want to have complications from an acid, which is a peptide of a sugar, being slowly decaying my penis because we don't understand what it does. Just like early saline breast implants would cause all kinds of damage in the first stages of that shit. So, yeah.
Newry says the B-roll is great. But is that something that you would even think about? Like, we're older and like, look, I'm almost 50. The penis filler days have passed me by, right? You're in a similar boat. Or maybe not. Maybe you're, 45 years young. Rock hard.
There's 4 years difference between us, and I am happily married. I have my life. I have my people. I'm sure some of your audience would yell about my lifestyle, but I can tell you the one thing I'm not doing is worrying about people seeing my penis who don't already like me, and thus needing to have an aesthetic thing by plumping it up the way you do lips. I just can't imagine what the fucking point of that would be. I actually can't imagine what the point of that would be, period. But I definitely can't imagine what the point of that would be at 45. Like the other day I got attacked by some rando reactionary who's like someone who calls someone a chud, and I was going by the second definition of chud, shouldn't look like this, and they just showed a picture of my face. And I was like, I'm 45 years old. Do you expect me to look like Hassan fucking Piker? I'm a gorilla made out of potatoes, which Jason can back up. He spent a lot of time with me. I do fine with women. My wife is very attractive. So fuck off. Like
life is okay. You're not celebrating your birthday by yourself.
No, I'm not. And nor do I also think I should make anything about my lifestyle fucking public like that either. It's wild. It's just wild.
Penis filler is wild. Have you seen this woman before, Derek Varn?
Let me see her. I can't.
This woman is she's a comedy writer.
Okay.
And she tells jokes.
Okay.
But she tells them to her dog.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think I have seen this actually. She goes on these long diatribes
yes.
as if I have. She's actually funny.
She's I think this woman is fucking hilarious. So this is a joke.
A dinosaur walks into a bar and is like, give me one dirty martini, bone dry. And the bartender's like, I'm sorry, what are you doing here? And the dinosaur's like, I'm here getting a drink off work. Is that a problem? And the bartender's like, yeah, actually it is a problem because you're a dinosaur and you've been dead for hundreds of millions of years. You're literally the first predator that we canceled. And what do you mean you just got off work? What job do you have? And the dinosaur's like, well, I represent the 3rd Congressional District of Iowa. And the bartender's like, you work for Congress? And the dinosaur's like, yeah, I'm a politician. And the bartender's like, what platforms did you even run on? And the dinosaur's like, oh, well, I actually want to bring back praying in schools. And the bartender's like, oh, you're religious. And the dinosaur's like, oh, no, I just want to eat the kids. And the bartender's like, oh my God, is there anything else you ran on? And the dinosaur's like, yeah, well, I want to bring back drilling in the United States. And the bartender's like, aren't fossil fuels like your family? And the dinosaur's like, no, where I'd be drilling is where my in-laws are. And the bartender's like, well, all of that sounds awful. And as the dinosaur is about to take his drink right to his dinosaur lips, he disappears. And the bartender's like, oh my God, did you see that? And he turns to his bar back, and his bar back's like, yeah, I guess he got velociraptured.
I love how long she builds a joke
she
for.
Builds it. It's like corny as shit, dude.
I watch this channel or this account when it comes, when the algorithm blesses me with it. I always enjoy its ferventness.
She is one of those things that I watch to, like, you do so much work in this field and you need a palate cleanser.
Mm-hmm.
She's that for me. And this is a palate cleanser for me as well. Never forget 2020.
Let's go for car things.
Why are you so quiet, Derek? Derek Varn?
I just saw interpretive dance in front of cops, I guess.
Oh, you never saw this for the first time?
No, I did not.
This was during the George Floyd protests, and this was the crumping. They were crumping for justice.
Oh, okay.
It was a real thing that happened.
There are many real things that happen. I mean, it's funny how much time I spend like analyzing left culture, and then when I'm actually like confronted with it from protest and stuff on Instagram, I sound like a fucking Zoomer because I'm just like, why is everything so fucking cringe? Like, just want to cringe myself. I want to cringe so hard I become a black hole, like, and just suck all the light out of the universe. And Yeah, it is wild. 2020 does feel like forever.
It feels like a lifetime ago. It's 6 years, right? It's 6 years ago. And what's crazy to me is, in kind of writing the intro for today, one of the things that goes through my mind is ideas that people have around, especially the 60s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the 60s becomes the template for what most people think change looked like. So it's rhetorical radicalism, book learning, and protests in the abstract.
Only one of those things do I think is useful. So
But do you feel where I'm coming from?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, somebody asked me where the anti-war movement was, and I was like, well, the Zoomers don't believe it anymore because they saw what happened with Palestine. And I was like, honestly, to be completely fair to you, the protest movement has never worked. I don't know why you guys are so addicted to it. That's not really how you do things anymore. And definitely once you get rid of the draft. Once you get rid of the draft and there's no like connection between the protests and the soldiers and possible friendly fire and all that, it has no effect. And I find this really interesting about, like, we've talked about, Daniel and I've talked about this because when we were touring the book, right, I was talking to some very, very smart young members. I think they were in MUG in the DSA, and they were like 23, 24. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we were mentioning the 1619 project, and they did not know what it was. And they're like, oh, that's pre-COVID. It doesn't matter. Damn. And I was dealing with this the other day because in one sense, 2020 seems like a million years ago. In another sense, because I'm 45, about to be 46, right? It also feels very close, not because that culture feels very close. Actually, it doesn't, but because my 40s have gone by way faster than my 20s or my 30s.
That it does, brother.
And so, like, I wake up and I'm like, things that I just thought were like 5 years ago are more like 20 years ago. And I'm realizing that, like, I am further away from the shit I'm talking about in the aughts and 90s than the 70s show was from the actual 70s. And that hit me hard. Mm-hmm. I know it's a birthday thing, but it really did hit me hard. And I was like, what is interesting, though, is historical memory is different because we're all focused on the 60s. We're still stuck in the 60s, and protests are still stuck in the 60s, right? But like these Zoomer kids don't remember anything. And what I didn't go into about the DSA, because Cynthia was going to get upset, is like the DSA produces one thing that I can tell: ex-DSAers. Not just because they have such large fluctuations in membership, but because I know in my own chapter, I have more institutional memory of the DSA in my chapter than 90% of it, and I've only been in it for a year, just because I've followed them. Everyone else is in their earlier mid-20s. Everybody, including the leadership. Mm-hmm. Like, so when I mention things that I did with the DSA in 2019 or 2021, no one knows. And they think I've been in the DSA forever because I have institutional memory. And it's wild because we did have a pseudo memory, but we did have knowledge of 60s, 70s, and early 80s protests.
We were given that stuff, maybe shoved that stuff down.
We were shoved that stuff down our throat.
So we had which is interesting when you think about.
But millennials are in the same place that boomers were when we were that age, and we aren't doing that. Mm-mm. So, why do you think that is, Jason? This is real Jason time.
We don't have terrestrial media the way we did back then. Mm-hmm. So, if you think about the popular movies of our era, Back to the Future, Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump got so popular, there's still a chain of restaurants called Bubba Gump Shrimp. Like that's how popular Forrest Gump was, and that's a boomer fantasy.
Yep, a reactionary boomer fantasy at that, but yes.
Back to the Future. I think I said that. Peggy Sue Got Married. Shows like Full House. Remember Uncle Jesse does a song with the Beach Boys. So many hits are covers of songs from the early days of rock and roll. One of Van Halen's first big singles was it You Really Got Me? By the Kinks. Was it Kylie Minogue's first song was Locomotion from the 80s, which is from the 50s, right? For fun, after the movie night, I had told people, I was like, hey, I found the first 3 hours of MTV. And we watched the first 3 hours of MTV. Or I think we watched like the first hour or so. And what's interesting about watching the first 3 hours of MTV is the videos are not the videos you think they're going to be. It's not a bunch of synth heavy stuff. It's like rock from bands that you would call dinosaur rock bands. REO Speedwagon. There's like tons of videos from Styx. Bands you've never heard of because they never had record deals. But it's still guitar oriented music. But that's not what, if you think of MTV in the 80s, you think of skinny ties, weird hairdos, and synthesizers. Maybe you think of Michael Jackson. So that was just the culture that we grew up in. It was everywhere. And even in the cinema, that was huge, right? Later in the 90s, we get the Malcolm X movie. Then you had the Panthers movie. Like everything was a glorification of the generation before us. Woodstock gets a revival in 1994. Remember that? Woodstock 94.
You know what's interesting about that? I feel like that was going on up until about 2020. Think about the Black Panthers movie, the one that came out.
95 was the first one, yeah.
Right. There's the one in 95, but then there's the one that came out literally right before COVID.
Oh, you mean Judas and the Black Messiah?
Yeah, Judas and the Black Messiah. And then there was another one about the Chicago riots at the same time,
the
right?
Netflix movie, yeah.
Right. But that is all gone. It's all gone. I find it is weird to deal with people who don't, like, when I talk about Occupy, or people talk about like 2015, the birth of the modern DSA, as if it like is a million years ago. And in our time it is, but also like in political time, 10 years is nothing, actually. And that I'm really worried about how you deal with the fact that you don't have everything's so fragmented and you don't have a culture. Like, I get really black-pilled. I guess that.
What did you say? Oh no, did you, Derek?
I'm here. I was just.
You said you get really black-pilled and you stopped talking.
I get really black-pilled. I was just noticing that like someone in your chats apparently become super religious. But anyway, that's interesting. But it is interesting, where this is going to go, because let's be quite frank. This is a make or break moment for a lot of the socialist stuff, but there's a lot of not dealing with, and I don't mean the problems I pointed out in my book, but just like there's a lot less money to be had, just period. The infrastructure is way more torn apart. Like, the legal infrastructure makes no sense. And, if we were to turn on the socialized healthcare today, we wouldn't have enough medical workers to run it. Seriously. We barely have what we have now. Like, we're dropping doctors and nurses and shit like crazy. And so that's going to take time to fix, right? That's going to take years and years and years to fix. If the socialist won, it would still take a decade for them to fix all this. But nobody has that kind of memory and patience.
That's my fear, is that people don't, because everything you want, you get instantly.
Right.
And it feels revolutionary. You can change your body instantly. Within a couple of months, you can be a whole different person. Why can't I change the political ideology of the fucking world the same way? Me and 100,000 of my friends are out in the street and we're saying no to something. Doesn't it change? I mean, there were massive changes in the 2010s ideologically. For every critique you and I can put together for the 1619 Project, we can't lie and say that there wasn't a change in the conversation around slavery.
Oh yeah. And then there's now we're having this whole woke 2.0 1.0 debate, and I feel like the people who are arguing about this don't even know what they're talking about on either side. Like, what happened to let us to there? What changed? Because the other thing I tell people, I'm not particularly pro or anti-American. I find this, I just don't think in those terms. But I have to remind people what race relations were like in the 80s and even the early 90s.
Oof.
And I'm like, it's not the 60s. It's not the 70s. It's within 30-year-olds' memory. And how quickly that changed in the late 2000s and the aught teens. And yet, there's also so much that hasn't changed. Like, to talk about this in class terms, but like, lower class Black wealth has declined in the past 20 years. Like, despite all the cultural changes that are massive.
They're massive, yeah.
Right. So it's just like, how do you square all that? And if you don't have any memory, how do you even know? Even right after BLM, when this feels like, this does feel like a million years ago, in the 2021, 2022 period, which isn't that long ago, you and I were already on this show by this time, right?
Yeah.
But I remember people watching a relatively mediocre Lovecraft show written by a white guy about Black racism. You remember Lovecraft Country?
Yes, I do.
For a while.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And like, it has some decent episodes, but most of it's shit. But I remember people being shocked to learn that they would tell me, I learned about sundown towns from this. Or the number of people who learned about Black Wall Street from the Watchmen series on HBO. Yeah,
that was a huge. Those were the huge news stories of the day, where was this cultural production that we were getting out of Hollywood. Let's just say, I'm using Hollywood with finger quotations, but from streaming services and movies. Like, someone had mentioned, there was even a John Boyega film about the Detroit riots. Like, there was so many films about the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt like those things kind of function a couple ways to me. They function one way to say that was then, and look how great it is now. And it also functions as a way to say, well, this is what radicalism looks like. Everything looks like the 60s. If you're not doing this, then you're not doing anything. And there's so many aspects of the 60s that people don't see in these things. Like, a lot of that stuff was quelled by, hey, we built a community center, so if you're bad at your landlord, don't form a tenants union, write a play about it.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've left that part of the 60s, because I think people really believe in the idea of, through media you make change.
It's just a different media, though. They don't think it's through like terrestrial media. It's through Hassan Piker is going to lead everyone to the Mamdani revolution. And whether you like a Mamdani, whether you like Mamdani or are skeptical, or whether you dislike him, that's a ridiculous notion. Like, but I mean, I find this so weird about the way that Hollywood and all this has reacted to all that, and how kowtowed it is now. I mean, the other thing is I remember arguing with a certain person whose name I don't mention anymore, about censorship, and me pointing out that this was really old, and then he, was really worried about the Twitter files or whatever. And I was like, well, that's fair. And he had one point that I agreed with, and then the rest of them I thought were nonsense. But it was that progressives were going to build the tech infrastructure that was going to be used against them.
Mm-hmm.
And they did. Trying, and they have totally forgotten that they were the people trying to do this in 2021 or 2019, 2020, 2021.
People forgot that Kamala Harris was campaigning on getting Trump off Twitter.
Right.
People forget that.
And yes, now we're dealing with conservative snowflakes, but the thing is, they also used all the stuff to do that, and they just took some relatively, like Larry Ellison, King reactionary, was also like censoring for the Biden campaign. So was Zuckerberg. So was, the entire Democratic strategy going back to the 1980s was sucking up to West Coast tech. That's always what it's been. And that's why Elon Musk became the richest man off of fictitious capital that's ever existed. That's what, and all these things have happened before at lower scales too. Like the whole SpaceX thing, it looks just like Palm Pilot and what it's trying to do. And so there's been no reckoning with that, but it's also because people don't have memory. Like people are like, oh, these geriatric Democrats suck. But I'm like, okay, yeah, that's true. And we need our freedoms back. I'm like, well, yeah, but you guys didn't believe in free speech just a few months ago. Like
it's
so
if you think about and Bevins had wrote a little thing about this, about the vibe shift. I remember everybody was talking about a vibe shift earlier this year, and Elon Musk facilitated the vibe shift when he bought Twitter.
Yeah.
Twitter was just the fucking leftist hangout. Most of the critique that people have of quote unquote woke, they're not talking about fucking Tumblr.
It's about Twitter shit.
It's about Twitter shit. I still say woke is a creation of the right, but we can't.
Well, just like politically incorrect was a creation of right. Was correct. Yes, it has.
Look at it but people bought into it, right? They bought into this idea. And when Elon Musk buys Twitter, what did everybody say when he first bought it? Oh, this app sucks.
But then they all came back because they went to the liberal one, which Blue Sky, which also sucks because it's super censorious. And it's not even censorious because Blue Sky censors people. They don't. It's censorious because people can auto block entire categories of people starting out. So you just don't interact with that many people. And the problem is a space without any friction is boring.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also interesting to me because Twitter still has never been profitable, really. The way Elon made it profitable wasn't by making it more popular. It is less popular. It is still hemorrhaging users.
Mm-hmm.
It's by making it not work because it runs off of nothing.
So I couldn't access the TIR Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I was logging into it, but anyway, they just gave me a new account. So then I see the unadulterated fucking Twitter, and it's just right-wing shit after right-wing, just horrible, evil shit, right-wing shit, right-wing shit, right-wing. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why is this what this site is? And that's your vibe shift right there.
But if you're a far leftist, you can be on Twitter and not interact with those people. Even though it's right there.
True.
That's actually what's weird about it. Like,
you also don't understand that, Trump getting back on Twitter was huge in that the news was covering him again. There's a moment in like 2022, 2023 where nobody's talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah, you know whose fault that is, though? The Bidens running a fucking botched campaign against them.
Yes.
Like I remember Pascal saying it, and I agreed. Like, if you go for the king, you better land it. But they stalled. They pussyfooted around. It's like, why did you do it then? You just built him back up. Like
he was done. People were done. COVID really knocked people out. January 6th put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. And then there was almost like a victory lap ran. And then, everything changes when these people are controlling the algorithm. And then Trump really changes course on crypto. And that's huge.
Yeah.
Him changing course on crypto, getting in bed with the tech companies.
And him getting changed of course on AI and being perfectly fine with the things that he used to complain about against the tech regulations and all this. Yeah,
there is your vibe shift. Like, that's why I hate when everything is vibes. It's like, there's concrete and coherent reasons why these things have changed if you bother looking around.
Well, what is interesting right now, though, Jason, is media consumption in general is going down, including like social media consumption. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no idea what's replacing it. There's not like people are going out more. You and I both know that. But God, if you go out in California today, I did this last summer.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's over fucking 60. Like, it's not just like the No Kings protests. It's like everything is over for 60. And I did have this whole like realization that like it is true now that we live in that world that people were warning us about in the 1990s, where we have a ton of old people that need all these services legitimately, and we promise them to them, but we're literally parasiting off of our own future to deliver on it. And socialists don't have an answer to that either. I mean, I don't see anything dealing with that in any socialist program at all. Like, who's going to fucking work? I guess they also think AI is going to do it, although they also all hate AI. So I don't know.
Do they really think AI is going to do it? I mean, we're seeing the error in AI's ways with surveillance and flock cameras. I think right now what's protecting the state and their belief in AI is that you can kind of put people under the jail, even if they're innocent. And it's up to them. Is the media going to cover it? Local news might cover it, but is a national station going to pick it up? I saw 2 local media stories, and one got national over flock cameras. One woman actually served, I think, 2 weeks in jail.
Yeah, for something she could not have done. Yeah.
It was a hit and run. It was a fatal hit and run. She had the same type of car, but not the same color. Same make and model, but not the same color. And the license plates were, of course, different. And they were like, the flock camera pinged you. You're the person. There's no way in the world you can't be the person. So first of all, law enforcement believes so highly in the technology, they're not bothering to look.
Well, because law enforcement doesn't bother to look most of the time, to be quite frank.
I mean, fair. But you fit the description. It was an 8-foot Chinese man. You're black. That's close.
Right.
Right. Then there was another story of a woman where the cops come to her house and they're like, you stole an Amazon package and we have you on camera. We have cameras everywhere and we catch your comings and goings. And she's like, what are you talking about? They're like, you stole the package. Where is it? She's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And they found out that she wasn't the woman that stole the package in question. That's just 2 stories that haven't picked up too much national attention. But there's a certain comfort.
No, they come up on. The thing is, these stories do come up on Instagram now, but who knows? I mean, because who fucking watches TV news too, Jason? I mean, I don't know who does.
Idiots like me, because I want to see what's happening in places I've played shows in. I see like, oh, Johnson City, Tennessee. I used to play there all the time. That's why.
I mean, but the other thing that's happened is I know that the fake news stuff was used to censor people, and I don't want to pretend like it wasn't. However, now it's not just right wing anymore. Left, right, and center are full of unsubstantiated conspiracy theories.
Did you see?
I heard about the mangled U.S. map that was given to students while the names wrong.
You saw Democracy Now! Had to say, oh, we did a story that was all AI. We didn't know. We fell for it as well.
Yep.
Like this is the dark times that we're in.
Here's the thing, AI, I'm not an AI defensist, but I actually can do things, but you have to fucking know how to use it, and no one does because they're told it's magic. Like,
yes.
Yes. Like, the only reason I know how to use it at all is because my wife works in bioinformatics for medical AI, and she also knows that a lot of these privacy protections could easily be done in AI, and they're just not. Right? Because what they're using the AI to do also is to get around laws. Like all these AI job applications, they're now beginning to lose lawsuits because they were used to just get around age and sex and race discrimination laws. They were. That's what they do. Handsaw.
Yeah, because they're talking about on Halloween they're going to take down all the flock cameras.
Oh. It's going to be replaced by Axion cameras, which you're going to have a lot harder time taking down because they're not independent standing. They're built into other infrastructure and more hidden. And people are nervous about integrating AI into administrating healthcare, though. Yeah, they are. But the thing is, it's already happened. It's not. It's happened years ago. It's like when people tell me I don't use AI, but I use recordings. StreamYard has AI integrated into it.
Yes, it does.
It's like, yeah, you are. You're just not using a chatbot.
I mean, have you been following AI in music?
Oh yeah, I have. It's been wild.
It's the rap stuff to me is kind of wild. There's a fella, I talk about this a lot on the show. Phoenix Flexen is his name. He's got a song called Rubbers. I'm not a fan of the song. And a lot of the critique of the song was not the song itself. It was that people said it was AI. This is AI, this is AI, this is AI. And so they were going to debunk the song. And there's a video of the dude performing.
Mm-hmm.
He has been having issues in certain markets selling tickets, but there's a video of him in Southern California performing. It looks like there's quite a few people there, and they're all singing the song. He doesn't even have to do anything. They know the words. And I just saw a kid do the song in Spanish. There's a Spanish version. I think this speaks to kind of, people are okay with mediocre bullshit. And once you're okay with mediocre bullshit, the people that make your culture are probably going to make you more mediocre bullshit more efficiently. Because for them, rap is a fashion product at this point.
Right. I mean, like, we were already writing music and rap and in country music and in a lot of rock music too, by algorithm anyway. It was just a manual algorithm.
What sells? What is that? That's how that was the Novara mea culpa. We were following the algorithm, and maybe we shouldn't have done those Jason Araday stories. But it's like, that's what you gave people what you thought people wanted to see. So it's either going to be AI bullshit or stuff like this.
Well, what I find very interesting about the Arday thing is, like, people have confirmed that a lot of his lies weren't lies, but then there are lies that were lies, and they just want to make those go away. But the thing is, it actually, I will say with Arday, it's as much the fault of the institutions who just did not do shit about it. And it's not just black people they don't do shit about it for. It's everybody. Like, the institutional, like, what institutions are doing now on dissertations is they're taking too many people. They cannot oversee them properly. If they fail a lot of them, they're deeply embarrassed because they've wasted a bunch of institutional money. So you have a bunch of very subpar, and particularly in education, which is Arday's field. It's really bad. So the defense that I think is viable is that this is common in his field, which is true. And people are only coming after him because he was black, which is also true.
It's also true.
However, it really should bug people that the institutions have become that corrupt and sclerotic. And what's weird is it doesn't. It's like when I used to talk about the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. I said, look, there's no way you're going to get that kid convicted. Because one, there was violence. Two, if you look at the background of the people, it's irrelevant. He couldn't have known it, but they're going to pull it up. But why isn't anyone talking about the fact that you had cops corralling an unruly protest into child soldiers? Like, that gets dropped. We make it about Rittenhouse, or we make it about the right-wing media. And the institutions that set all this stuff up get a fucking pass. And like, I feel like Jason Arday is dead because all the institutions, right and left, saw him as something they could use, not as a fucking person.
That's dark.
And I don't just mean it about the right. And that, I think, makes everybody uncomfortable, because I'm also saying this is true for the Cambridge institution. This is true. I also find it interesting how much Americans are invested in this, since this is a British race problem. But this gets to your erasure of race having any different culture. Now, even between nations. Arday was British. I didn't think he was British because of our own stuff about it. Like, I was confused, because I'm like,
it felt to me that he was the perfect. Look, I don't know the cat. Kind of feels a little connish, right? He feels a little con manny, and he ended his life a little con manny, right? Look, like, if there's a real definition of narcissism, my God, fuck accountability, schmility. Do you know how many people have lied? Big time lies. Remember the Million Little Pieces Oprah Winfrey fucking lie? She did a whole show on that guy.
Jason Blair, or Jason,
still a writer.
He's still a writer. He left writing for like 2 years and then came back, and then even turned the fact that he was canceled into part of his and canceled not by the left, just canceled by academia, into a writing career again.
But that's. Let's go down the list. Fuck academia for a second. Let's just talk about some of the biggest fucking scandal lies in history. Anna Delvey recently. Elizabeth Holmes didn't kill herself.
No.
Milli Vanilli. Well, one guy did kill himself. He did have a drug
let's say one guy did kill himself.
Sadly, he had a horrible drug problem. I don't know if you know this. The surviving member still performs the songs. He sings the songs. He's not lip syncing the songs, but he sings the songs.
Yeah, no. I actually weirdly did know this because I remembered a behind the music about these guys from like the late 90s.
Right? Like, you can, I mean, I was talking about this with Ben, and we were going down this list of like horrible, the people that got caught in crazy. Rachel Dolezal just recently had a New Yorker piece on her. Now, it was a bit of a hit, but she's still a topic of discussion. Changed her name and all this other goofy shit. But you can lie and live another day. It happens a lot. We are totally okay. There used to be a show, a fucking game show, where you'd have to like find the liar. And one of the people on the show was this woman, like, I think her name is Marnie something. And she is the original singer in like West Side Story. She did all the singing for Natalie Wood and Audrey Hepburn. That wasn't them singing in the movies. It was this woman.
Mm-hmm.
She sang for a bunch more people. And it was kind of like, isn't that novel that these people we thought sang in these movies didn't really sing in these movies? She wasn't credited in the movie. She definitely got paid for it. In the 90s, after Milli Vanilli gets busted, then you have, you know, a slew of #1 dance hits where the video you see is not the woman that sang the song. He could have been okay. he would have weathered the storm. We would have forgotten him by next week.
Well, you know, the quickest way to get a lot of benefit and become a martyr is to die.
Yes. I mean, you saw what I sent in our group chat, right? You know, you know, you win. You took your ball and you went home. You will forever be the martyr. You're forever the victim now. You're a great man. But you could have done all that shit. You could have lived if you wanted to.
I actually do kind of think, you know, the world might be a slightly better place if dude was not dead, but he'd be a lot less famous.
Yes.
Like,
and maybe that was the harder pill for him to swallow. I don't know.
I mean, it's tough, man. I mean, like, this stuff, the R Day stuff got me very depressed because what I think is going to happen in all seriousness is we're going to let the institutions that set all this up get off scot-free, both on the right-wing media and academia, because now what you're going to have is this revision and saying like, oh, he didn't lie about anything, which we don't have actually no, he does have evidence of, like, his dissertation does have evidence of minor plagiarism in it. And it should have been his committee's job to point that out and have it fixed before it was published. And they didn't. And there's an entire media apparatus developing on the right to push this, but the left likes this too, because like now, I mean, like now we can go back and have the woke 1 versus woke 2 wars, never dealing with the class erasure, never dealing with honestly, even some of the anti-blackness in this.
Yes.
Like there's so much that's being hidden and erased by these stupid fucking Twitter algorithms. And one of the best things that could happen to our culture is for most of this social media to collapse in a financial downturn that we're probably going to have as the AI bubble is starting to deleverage.
Look, you leave me out of this.
Like, no, well, I mean, okay, the videos can stay, but like Twitter has and the reason why Twitter has damaged our culture, and this actually is something to think about. Twitter is not a popular venue it is one of the least popular social media forms. However, everybody in politics is on it. Like,
yeah.
And from what I can tell with you know, media statements and whatnot, what politicians do now is ask for money and tweet. Like, fuck legislating. I mean, like, for all of my skepticism about Mamdani, at least he's gotten some shit done, which is like more than I can say for most political figures, period. Other than sign NDAs to pass stuff that they knew. By the way, why aren't people talking about how the fuck it somehow became legal for public servants to sign NDAs about stuff that affects their constituency? Like, that's new. That is very new. And yet, no one's even talking. People are acting like, oh, it's just an NDA. And I'm like, why?
But this is kind of part of what I was trying to say in the introduction, that I feel like because the public space is a private space, I feel like we're comfortable with a certain amount of privatization in every aspect of our lives. Neoliberalization, if you want to sound cool. But the NDA is like, oh, this is what you do, right? People shrug their shoulders like, oh, it's just what you do. Like, it's not what you do. It's a fucking problem. It's like a shoulder shrug.
I am interesting, even though, like, I think some of the data center stuff is very, very misunderstood. I say this, though, as my lights flicker from a data center taxing our grid.
Oh, real. You're right next to the data center.
I'm not, but I'm close enough. And you say a data center? We have like 30 approved in the last year. The big one's the only one people are talking about because it's the biggest one on the fucking planet.
In the desert.
in the dead desert near our last little bit of water source in a state that is becoming Arizona, where our temperatures have when I moved to Utah, it was a cold state. The houses are built for cold. It's now 100. It's been 100 degrees most of the summer. So so there, yeah, and people are like, oh, we'll build nuclear power. I'm like, they had to shut down nuclear power plants in Europe because of the Super El Nino taking away their water. We don't have water in the first place. So how is that going to work? They're not going to build these nuclear reactors. What they're going to build is natural gas and coal plants, because partially to appease the administration right now, but also partially because in a real sense, renewable power is actually not particularly profitable for capital. I mean, seriously, it's just not. It's not because it's even all that expensive to do anymore. It's just it breaks supply chains and shit. And the other thing is, though, that the Green New Deal people don't deal with, it's also a highly fragmented industry that's very hard to unionize, blah, 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 blah. So you're in a double bind there. And, my issue with a lot of the DSA stuff, and my channel's increasingly just becoming me not talking about the DSA, but talking about the structural issues, is I agree with what you want. You have no way to get there the way you're talking about it. It can't be done by mayors. It can't be done just by progressive blue cities. And you're not thinking about these other ways to deal with it. I mean, the DSA is more concentrated in the major blue city hubs than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Now people see it more as a threat because they see Mamdani as a threat, because you have your first DSA Obama. And I mean that in the positive sense of Obama. Although he's nuzzling up to Obama, so I could also maybe in the future mean it in the negative sense of Obama. We don't know yet. We don't know yet.
We're all knocking on wood.
Right, exactly. We're just hoping this all works out well. But I don't know what you do, because I'm like, okay, let's say you guys take the DNC over. Fine. It's run by a bankrupt, sclerotic bunch of progressives, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what do you do when that means that the Republican Party, I mean, the Democratic Party is even more geographically limited than it already was? Because they're not, it's not because these policies are unpopular, even amongst conservatives to some degree, as I've seen articles point out, but they're not pitching it to them in a way that would be understandable for those issues. They're not even trying. All right. And it seems like there's no memory of having to pitch the same policies to different groups that aren't in your own in-group. No one seems to be able to do that. So.
But why do you think that is?
I think it's the same reason that you talked about earlier, that there's no common culture. That things are too complex and too fragmented. And the way we deal with complexity is to pretend it isn't there. And I'm sorry, I'm going to sound the most doomer I've ever sound. That is what a dying society does.
I think that's the obvious thing that none of us want to, because I think once you start saying that, even if you believe it, you and I have been on this very channel.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say that on your channel as well, because I've been a guest on your show as well.
Yeah, you have.
The same thing. We are in collapse.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't look like
a long collapse thing.
The long collapse. This is what collapse looks like. This is maybe what it feels like. And it's uncomfortable. And my fear is if you say that enough, then everyone will stop trying to stop fighting.
Right. Because for me, I need people to fight, because what comes after the collapse is really fucking important. Just like what comes after winning an election is really fucking important. So can we not just go and talk about how Barnes serves in pictures? I mean, you can, but
they keep saying that you're Shamar Moore.
It's because MT posted a bunch of photos from me in New York when I spoke to and at Woodbine with Daniel Tutt and the This Wreckage crew.
They said you got an S tier skin routine.
Which, the other thing is really weird because I got attacked for being a chud, and the guy was like, "I'm 45," and he's like, "I'm like, I'm 45. If I try to look like Hassan Piker at my age, that's a pathetic and sad man. Let's just be quite frank."
Varn, you know how I be trying to work out and eat right. I looked at myself the other day. I was like, I ain't never getting that young man 6-pack.
No, you're not. You're in great shape for a 49-year-old. Don't get but like you ain't getting a 6-pack. You're 49.
No, that's a wrap. This is a wrap.
The only way you're going to do it is to starve yourself. So if you want to,
only way. That's the only way, right?
Like you can get 6-packs if you get anorexia and still try to work out
and do some vomiting in between shows.
Yeah. You can't enjoy that Pioneer chicken on Saturday too much.
That's the thing. I'm looking forward to going to Pioneer Chicken. As long as I can see my dick, I feel like I'm okay. It's when that motherfucker starts to get invisible. I can't find it. I'm fumbling around like I lost my keys looking for my dick. Well, that's when I might have to put the fork down. Someone said I got a 6-pack from doing cocaine.
I mean, that might do it.
That might do it.
I mean, it is interesting because the one thing that's happened that people won't talk about is like the fat acceptance movement has gone away because everyone's on fucking Ozempic, and now we're back to 70s and 90s style super anorexia.
Well, I was trying to write something. That's one of the things on my list of things to write about as I was writing about Lizzo and got derailed by something else. Was the fat acceptance movement, if you really think about it, was fat, pretty people.
Yeah.
And if you look at
who may have been fairly healthy too, to be quite frank, but yeah.
I mean, quite a few of them died. I mean, the influencers I'm talking about, the influencers. Those are the ones they got really big, 600 pounds.
Oh, yeah, no, those people were doomed. Like I say this as a person, someone said, "Oh, you have internalized fat shaming."
Oh,
and I'm like, look, I used to be 300 and something, and I say something not because I'm hiding it, because we don't know.
Because the scale didn't go that high. And I didn't go to a medical scale. And I got down to 190, and now I'm like normal at about 240. And what it took to do that was extreme. Although it also did not happen until I left the United States. So I've always seen obesity as a predominantly social problem. But so shaming people individually, I just don't think it's going to work, right? Mm-hmm. And that part of the fat acceptance movement I was always okay with. Yeah. But when they started saying you could be healthy at any size, I was like, that is not true. It's not true.
My body, I have hip damage from being overweight at that scale that many years ago. Like bad hip damage. It affects me. And I get the critique of BMI. I know that that's statistically fucked up. And I also don't use peptides or anything like that. But and I also lost a little bit of my weight from surgery, not weight loss surgery, but from I lost part of an organ surgery.
That'll do it every time.
But I mean, I say that because I'm really worried about the culture around this stuff right now. When I see people fading into nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And when I see people you can use these GLP-1 things responsibly. You really can. I'm not saying you can't. But if you don't use it responsibly, if you don't do the exercise, if you don't eat right with it, you're losing bone density at a rapid rate.
Discipline is a motherfucker. Even when we talk about discipline in just being a leftist, right? Like discipline is part of the deal. And if you want to just be like, again, I just want to be healthy enough to be able to lift my 5-gallon drums of water, walk it the 25 yards to my back terrace, and you know what I mean? Be able to change it out because I live alone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to get ripped. Like you said, I'm not trying to get Hassan. But if we go back to that movement and we look at a lot of the people in there, it was really about pretty fat people. And it wasn't really about deformity. Like there's a lot that goes in with body positivity. There wasn't a lot of like limbless people in there. There wasn't burn victims that were big influencers in that movement. There weren't people with facial deformities that were in that movement. It was people that had, for the most part, symmetrical faces.
And also, really, they were also shapely. They weren't amoeboid fat, to use a terrible phrase, but one that gets my point across. I mean, I just, one of the things I got frustrated with the left and the aught teens, and remember, I was out of the country for like most of that, but when I came back, was how much of it went from this is a capitalist social problem to it's not a social problem at all. This is good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that didn't happen with race and gender, but it did with like every fucking thing else. Like when I used to say, hey, we're going to have a suicide problem amongst teenagers, which now everyone acknowledges, I would get pushback. People say, oh, this is normal. This is totally normal. Or another one. Hey, men aren't going to college anymore, and that should concern us. I would say, oh, no, this is a trend. It was a trend in the early 20th century. It's like it was a trend for 10 years between World War I and World War II, where you had a bunch of women enter the university. So, no, it's actually, you're picking an outlier time period to make a historical norm by. This was a very academic argument. I was just amazed that people were making it. And I'm just like, and so you're just doing this to say this isn't a problem. This is why I've resisted a lot of leftist language shifting. I don't say unhoused. I say homeless because I think unhoused is about you feeling better. I don't think it's a shit for homeless people. As a person who has been homeless, I didn't feel fucking unhoused.
I haven't seen it. Look, I don't watch every left media show. Mm-hmm. And I understand people are just trying to make a living. I get it. I haven't seen any shows on these new laws that are like living in your car. Can't do it anymore.
It's illegal. Yeah.
It's not everywhere, but enough places where that's a problem.
But with no social housing. It's basically, as I said earlier, we're moving from using the drug war. Although Texas is bringing the drug war back, so there's that.
Good times.
But we're moving from using the drug war for population control to we're just gonna arrest you for not having money, just straight up.
Straight up.
Like we're not even using the drug social infrastructure thing as a justification anymore. We're just going to arrest you.
Even if you have a job.
Right. Which a third of homeless people in California do.
Insane. It's insane to think that people working jobs, not the whole like, oh, can't afford it. Like, no, you're working a job. You're trying to figure it out. You're living in your car. That's why I live in Mexico. Like, that's why. That's why I'm here. I was staying on a couch, and I couldn't stay on that couch forever. I couldn't find anywhere to go. I was looking for places. I saw somewhere with cheap rent, and I just motored to where the cheap rent was. Now I kind of dig it.
You're very much on hanging out with you. Reminded me what I loved about Mexico, and actually, you're in the safer, more ocean friendly part of Mexico than I was. I was literally in the cartel desert. So
Varn had such a good time. I don't think he realizes this, There's a place I go to the Tianguis. They hear me talk about this on the show all the time. So if you're new from Varn's stream, there's a big flea market here where I live in Rosarito that encompasses an entire community. It's massive. And Derek can tell you because I made him walk up to the very top of it. And I said, hey, do you want to eat at this place? These people turned their house into a restaurant. And Derek goes, fuck yeah, yes, I want to go eat at that place. I was like, it's a little bit of a walk. Okay, it's fine. We walk. You know, he finds some things. Have you worn the shirt yet on there?
One of them. The other one didn't quite fit me, so the person I was traveling with has it. But the other one, yeah, I've worn the rose, the one with the roses. Yeah, I've worn that on there. And I also got some I have a lot of people who don't know. I'm actually wearing a Mexican shirt right now, for a different time. If I dress the way I dress, I look like a Miami Vice villain because I'm wearing like a Gabbera shirt or a linen shirt, and I'm wearing like either harem pants or linen pants, this is just kind of how I naturally dress, which is probably why it's probably part of the perception that I'm not whatever ethnicity I am.
Because you look like a drug kingpin from
because like a 1987 drug kingpin in Miami who may or may not be a really pale skinned Cuban man.
And I take Derek to like drug kingpin shirt central. I'm like, oh, this lady sells nothing but drug kingpin shirts. You know,
yes. And I was so happy. It was like that, and then like knockoff band T-shirts for like 1/20th of what they cost in America, which I did not get. But when I come back and visit you again, because my wife wants to go with me next time, we'll get some of those shirts.
Oh, to the store. Okay, yeah. Okay. I haven't, for some reason, I don't know why I haven't shown pictures of that place online so people can make their orders. I take Derek to this restaurant, and I enjoy the food there. I definitely enjoy the vibe. These people speak not a fucking lick of English, nor will they ever try, and they just bitch at me in Spanish about me not being able to get a girlfriend.
Who will teach you Spanish?
People. Huh? The little girl teaches me Spanish. And I went there the following week, and what was the first thing they said? Where's your friend? Oh, your friend's not with you. They missed you, Derek.
Yeah. This is interesting, though, because in America, I will say this about New York. I have a lot of complaints about New York, but I will say this about New York. New York does still have a sense of community like that. And it has real population density and like all this. Mm-hmm. And real mom and pop shops and that sort of thing. That is gone in the rest of the country. And I don't think that's been dealt with enough by the people who think you can import the New York model everywhere else. Because like knocking on doors in LA is going to take 50 times what it takes in the New York metropolitan area. The population, yes, the same size population, but the population density is far lower. And also the infrastructure fucking sucks. So like, for those of you who don't know, Varn hates LA. Varn loves LA because I love a lot of people in LA, but I hate LA. Like, it's like no infrastructure to speak of. It takes a fucking year to drive 20 miles. Like, I hate it. And I was like, man, if I lived in LA, I would be hightailing it to TJ as fast as I could. Like, it's cheaper. I get the same benefits of being near the water. The food's better. Erdogan doesn't exist here. You know, like
you got a question, Varn. This gentleman JB508 says, why do liberals and even some on the left pretend that the average Trump voter is poor and low income? From what I've seen, that isn't true at all.
It's a weird class thing. A lot of people who want to speak for the working class also have contempt for them. Like a lot of the people who are like, I hate the PMC. You go look at them. They're PMC.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not a term I like, as people know, but I'm going to use it here because that's a term of the House. And they are. And so they imagine that Trump voters are mostly poor. Trump voters do have a downwardly mobile base, actually, ironically, similar to the DSA and socialists, to be quite frank, but from a different area of the economy. So instead of downwardly mobile white collar people, you have downwardly mobile blue collar petit bourgeois people. But they are people who make like $150,000 to $200,000 a year. And what the paradox that people don't want to talk about is that even a lot of socialists are people who either make less than $100,000 a year or over $250,000 a year. And I've seen that stat backed up. It's also backed up in stats in the DSA that they're not looking at very closely. And the other thing that DSA, when it reports income, it doesn't report generational wealth. So you don't know who's from money or not. And I find that, like, I find this true across the board. But so there's just an imagination that the people that they're fighting against are somehow fundamentally more different than them than they are. They're actually in a similar economic position in a different context, and who they're blaming is different.
Slightly.
Yeah. I mean, not always. I mean, one of the funny things is, like, both sides in different ways will complain about useless eaters.
Oof.
Or poor white trash. Like, so it's very difficult to parse for people. But nobody, the working class in the United States, even in these highly polarized mainstream elections, still the majority of people who make under $150,000 and depend on the wave fund still are hesitant to vote, and they don't vote in non-presidential year elections.
I think an important thing to the question that person had is, I don't think everyone that's a Trump supporter is a Trump voter. Those two things aren't necessarily the same thing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the other thing is, like a lot of the people put Trump in power on his winning of the popular vote, just barely, are people who are really disaffected by the Democrats. And it is interesting. Even progressives get mad now when someone does that. Well, this was because they didn't want a black person in power. I even see progressives now yelling at that, but that was a standard progressive line even 2 years ago. And I think everyone's kind of moved on from that, but what they're replacing it with is not clear. And I don't know. I mean, I don't feel as hopeful about the DSA as a lot of other people, but not for the reasons why people think. It's not because I think they have bad politics. It's not because I think they're all PMC, although a lot of them are. It's that I think what they're promising is very similar to what Corbyn was promising when he was in labor. And that is something dependent on a fundamentally different economy than we have. And we could deal with that, but you're not going to be able to deal with that just by voting. And I'm not saying that's not all the DSA members' theory of change, but that is what they end up spending a lot of time doing. And, I've told this story over and over again, but I was shocked at the moment we run an electoral campaign. In Salt Lake, which unfortunately the candidate who I did like and even did help, even though I didn't canvass for him because I don't canvass for anybody, but I gave him some money. One of the few times I've made a political donation in my life, actually. He got crushed. The two things that happened, I started hearing a rumor that one of the other people in the race was a DSA member and should have been punished because he wasn't endorsed, but I can't find any record that this guy was a DSA member. And now I can't see the roll, so it's still possible. But I never met him at a meeting, and there's no record publicly that he was a DSA member either. So it seems like a just so explanation story about why they did poorly in a purple area with non-closed with a non-close primary, because I will say every primary the DSA has won has been closed only to Democrats. So that's interesting. And the other thing that they did immediately is they put their labor group on hiatus, not because people were against it, it's because they couldn't get anyone interested in it the moment that they had an electoral campaign. The only thing that they seem to be interested in is elections and fighting ICE. And political education committee, which is what I do. And we're not the hugest chapter, and maybe that's why. Like, we don't have anything like the New York committees. But most people in the DSA don't even know how the DSA works. And it works different in different areas. Like, the rules for New York are unlike every other chapter in the country. The rules for quorum in the DSA are extremely low. They only require 5% participation for a vote to be valid. That's, pathetically low. I say all this to say that I'm actually a little worried that, like, Occupy was the end of, like, anarcho-liberal populism. That if this doesn't work, this will be the end of this style of democratic socialism. I'm not saying democratic socialism will be dead, but if, like, you see, if I've told people maybe on this channel, I know I've said on my channel, the re-election rate of DSA candidates is 60%. The national re-election rate is 90%. DSA also structurally very useful for getting people in office, but since they don't have money to give candidates and they have to rely on Our Revolution and other things to do that, they're not useful for keeping candidates in office. Sometimes candidates even see them as a liability because how fickle the endorsement process is. And also, you don't need as many door knockers when you're an incumbent. So the DSA has a lot less incumbents than standard Democrats, I believe. And what I'm afraid of is they've gotten a lot of hype on these blue city wins. But outside of New York, we're not going to see if they stay in power or do anything. The DSA is a political machine in New York. The DSA is 1/5 in New York. The New York chapter is 6 times larger than the LA chapter, something that Ben and I have disagreed about why.
They're headquartered in New York, if I'm not mistaken.
They more or less are, and that's where most of the money goes, which is probably why New York's not actually going to split. Varn, do you think that climate catastrophes occurring at a faster pace, politics as we know it, will essentially have no historical correlative due to the current constant disruption? I want to tell people what I told Kuba when we were having a debate about climate change, and we both agreed on 2 horrifying things. One, there will probably be millions of dead Bombardies at the borders of every single post-European settler-colonial state by the end of the century. And 2, that most of these states won't survive it. And I include most likely us. Mm-hmm. If you see how fragile we are now, like it doesn't take very much to imagine a conservative going in and like threatening something that would lead to a civil war, then backing out, and then California like, okay, we take our ball and go home. We're not paying in the federal government anymore. And then the logistics supply chains break. You have a civil war, but it's probably very quick. And then the country falls apart. I don't say that because I think it's the most likely scenario, but the thing is I can easily imagine it now, and I couldn't easily imagine it 10 years ago. And part of that's because of climate change pressures. We're going to have less food. Your food inflation, expect it to be with you for the rest of your life. And if
that's the frightening reality of,
because some of this isn't just about tariffs and other stuff. It's about food chains breaking from changes in climate.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the kind of stuff that I'm more black-pilled on. And I also don't think anyone has a good way to like simplify the U.S. government. Every institute, it's not just education. Every institution in our society is completely overrun with administration and administrative costs. And socialists, unfortunately, don't tend to think about that. But one of the things I actually argue for socialism would be is like, we can get rid of these administrative costs and we can support these people other ways. But that's not how socialists think, because a lot of socialists I know, they believe in like good government. And I'm just like, well, what if that's not possible right now? What if it's possible in 100 years? What if it's possible in small states that have broken off from the, like when, I'll give you an example of this. Another example where I think the DSA is like right, but not thinking things through. The Senate is super undemocratic, but the Senate cannot be gerrymandered. So the Senate actually does stand up to Trump a little bit, not much, but it does. The House never does, because the House is gerrymandered to shit and back. There's nothing in the DSA program saying that we should be nationalizing the elections, because if you say that right now, it looks like you're on Trump's side. Or changing the fundamental orientation of the states, drawing new state lines, making states make more sense and not just be historical accidents. There's nothing about that in there, but you'd have to do that for their plan about the Senate not to actually be a disaster. Right? And that's because even a lot of the more rational people in the DSA will see a problem, they'll hear about it piecemeal, and they don't connect it to a system and see the problems of the larger system. And I think the reason why is the reason why Jason said earlier. They don't want to look at it and go, we might have, without a whole lot of vision that no one currently has, because we're all role-playing the past in some way. I do mean everybody, including some ways me, right? We're going to be stuck managing decline. And that has destroyed every single socialist or populist movement in Europe and in Latin America for 100 years.
That is my old man fear, right? I said that in my introduction to the show today. My old man fear is that part of this management of decline is eliminating dissent. Yep. And we're seeing the trial run on immigrants.
Yep. And I want to tell you, it's not just coming from the GOP. That the whole having spy apparatuses in your car, that came from the Democrats. The GOP is maintaining it, but that came from the Democrats. They passed a law that requires technology that didn't even exist at the time they passed it.
There's no Democrats fighting back on flock cameras and shit. You know what I mean?
No, and actually that's where the allegiances get weird. You got leftists who hate flock cameras, but also far rightists who hate flock cameras. Same with AI data centers. The thing is, I can't imagine anyone pivoting on that right now. Like, again, it's weirdly, it's not like responsible and humane use of AI is not in the program of the DSA.
They want to nationalize it, or they're still not talking about it?
It's just not being talked. I think they don't want to say they want to nationalize it because so many people want to destroy it. Right. So
the whole thing to me is kind of fascinating to think about. Like, I saw someone that used the movie Rollerball, and they were like, this moment where there's no books has already been talked about in this movie from 1973. And, that's like one scene in Rollerball. And
the AI scene in Rollerball.
Yeah, like the AI scene and the no books thing. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, did you watch this whole movie? Because that's like this much of it. Like, corporations run the world in the movie. That's what's even more interesting. Or read
and more accurate.
Yeah, like just read the short story. It's pretty good. And I think I feel like I've shown Rollerball on this channel. It's a movie that really hit home with me.
I love the 70s version of
the 70s Rollerball.
We don't talk about the aughts version of Rollerball.
That didn't happen. These aren't the droids. That didn't happen. But no one talks about book banning. It's almost like a thing you go, that's just the South, and you shrug your shoulders and you go.
No, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
One of the things that people don't talk about, the literacy crisis, is from both progressives and conservatives. Teachers get so attacked on novels that they won't teach them, in addition to being told by administrators that they need to teach short passages that only are read on tests. But even in places that don't care about tests, my state doesn't really care about tests. We actually don't do a lot of the testing, a lot of the states do. And you know what? It still doesn't matter. We still can't get books through. Like, and we can't, we have everyone's demographic wants to enforce their demographic norms on everybody else culturally, as if that's going to bring about their political project organically. And that's crazy to me. And I do think, I think we're in a very bad time and in a very bad way. I think it's obvious to everybody. Yes. I also think that, like, what people aren't talking, once Trump goes, there's no center to anything. It's a free-for-all on both sides.
It goes back to the Biden moment.
Right.
And one thing that you have to admit that Trump becomes is a galvanizing figure, regardless of where you sit politically. And I feel like part of the Biden administration, as horrible as it was not the galvanizing figure that people could get behind a different candidate or want to start a movement.
It wasn't a passionate hatred. It was an unpassionate meh hatred.
Because you had to vote the fascists out of office. But then you get these things that happen. October 7th happens, and I can't remember the date, but the war in the Ukraine happens in the Biden administration. Those things really break that administration, just break the people. Gaza is a game changer. And not only does that happen, Elon takes over Twitter during the Biden administration. Like, we can talk all we want about vibe shifts, but again, there's historical moments that we can point to and say these things happened and these changes started to shift in the way news was being reported and what we found important. And for the first time in my 40 some years of life at that time, people were taking the atrocities that were happening to Palestinians, people that still probably can't find it on a map. Right. They were taking it very seriously. You can't see that level of atrocity, again, live streamed and not be upset by it. And the administration went, nothing to see here. These are all terrorists anyway, right?
Yeah. It's going to get a lot worse. I think you are going to see that level of atrocity a lot more. I'm just going to be frank with you. Because the other thing that's happening is people are getting normalized to it.
That's my fear, right? That I was saying this with Will Potter. I said this with the guest last night, and I kind of said it in the introduction, and I'll say it to you. Does it feel like, because we are a bit passive in watching things and we have the ability to Substack our rage or tweet our rage or whatever, post our rage, yell our rage at a protest if we deem so fit, that we can almost passively watch these things transpire? And I started reading Homage to Catalonia, and to think that people from all over the world were like, I'm not a soldier, but we can't have fascism in Spain. Like, we have to stop this by any means. I don't see that anymore in people. And it scares me because I have people come on the show that talk about some of these different atrocities in different parts of the world. I had two very brave, incredible journalists from Kenya come on the show and talk about what's going on there. And it's almost like, oh, genocide is so 2 years ago.
Yeah, we care about Gaza, but we're not going to look at the rest of it. And look, I've also said, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I know this is a very unpopular opinion. I'm not even sure that the United States having an opinion on this stronger would actually stop Israel, because we're not their only support nation. We just aren't. We're their primary one, but we're not their only one. Here's the thing is, guys, you aren't regressing, you're falling apart. You feel like you're regressing, but you're not going into the past. You're going into a future that you didn't plan for. You're not being denied a future. Your future's just shitty. And we really need to start thinking that way. There is no such thing as moral progress. That is a children's myth.
Mm.
You need to grow up. You can say there's no left. Everyone says there's no left. Everyone says there's no left. There's fucking left. It's just shitty. It's not like, for years I would heard there's no left in America. There's a left in Europe. Have you heard about what's going on in Europe right now? They're copying Trump's policies.
It's everywhere.
Right. This is not a unique problem. And also, a lot of the stuff Trump has done comes from European policies, from European right-wingers before Trump came to power. We started seeing this in Europe as early as 2008.
We have another Fujimori in office.
Yeah.
These are things that people don't like, oh, I guess that's just Peru. They're just backwards over there. We were cheering Pedro Castillo. Can't find any articles about him since. And there's time to reflect. You could write something, I think, quite timely. All the hype around him. What was the cat? The guy got elected in Colombia, and now they have a right-wing president in there.
Oh yeah, I was just also talking about I just did an episode that I'm going to release in probably a month or two because I record way more earlier out than you do. But about the fall of left Peronism and the end of the pink wave and what happened with Boric in Chile, and like how no one's done an autopsy on the pink tide in Latin America and how internally contradictory it was. And maybe that's happening in Spanish speaking outlets, but no one's done it in English.
There's a Marcos in power. Someone joked Bong Bong. Yes, that is his nickname. It's not his real name, but Bong Bong is his nickname. There's a Marcos in power in the Philippines, and there's a Fujimori in power in Peru.
Yeah.
You would think these places that were just, oh, pink wave is back. We're back. No, not at all. And they're running on tough on crime policies. You would think you were listening to Donald Trump talk.
And look, if Mélenchon doesn't run France, that little center thing in Macron, because the other thing that's happening is these centrist parties in Canada and Europe are holding on, but then implementing right-wing policies anyway. Mm-hmm. I don't know how Labour is going to stay in power. I don't think the Tories are coming back. I think you're looking at reform coming, or it being this perpetual threat like the National Front still is in France. I think that, Trump, I don't know, assuming that we have a normal election, and it does look like he's losing on that front. He doesn't have the domestic capacity. MAGA has exhausted itself, which is interesting, though. It's exhausted itself from its own contradictions. It is not that the left has exhausted it. That's happening. The Democrats are in free fall, but they're actually in the same position the Republicans were after George Bush, where they kicked all the olds out. That's why the GOP also seemed more vital in the teens than the Democrats, is because the war against the rhinos was also against their own gerontocracy. And the left at that time was like, oh, the right's super unified. No, they weren't. They weren't at all. But the left doesn't know that. That was a problem of that terrestrial media monoculture, is when it lied to you, everyone believed it.
Yeah, that's the downside. But that was the importance. But that was the importance of like Pacifica Radio,
right.
Democracy Now, and Ramparts, and the idea of good journalism. This is a problem that I have with journalism. as a person that does a podcast, and you can, point at the contradictions all you want, is Toussaint couldn't make the show tonight. She's not feeling well. So people, please send positive vibes MT's way. But she was getting on me, as she does, about some of my stubborn practices. And one of my stubborn practices is I don't like to chase stories. I want time to kind of reflect on something and think about it and think through it and then have a discussion on it. And sometimes we're still thinking through it even when we're having the discussion. And she goes, maybe we do 2 shows. Maybe you do something timely. And then we come back maybe like a month later and you can have more of a reflection on it. And of course I'm being stubborn. I'm like, And it had to do with the R Day show that we did, which was super last minute. She couldn't make the show that she had planned. She's not feeling well. And I was like, I guess we could talk. I thought it was old news by the time we talked about it.
Even though it was like 3 days old.
Old news in this news cycle is like 30 minutes old. It's like, oh, you're still talking about that.
Yeah,
but,
which is crazy. But that's part of this memory hole, right? That we're talking about.
Yeah, like if you have to pump shit out so quick, and people don't care about well thought out stories.
God, no. We reward pundits for being stupid. We actively reward pundits for being stupid.
If you think about a show like 60 Minutes, and 60 Minutes is a central character in the follow-up shows to kayfabe, because that is the first news magazine that comes out where you can have repeats, because news is something that you can't do repeats on. It's old. But they were like, what if we do stories that are more timely? We'll do celebrity gossip, true crime stuff. So these cases have already happened, maybe even years prior. And we can have reruns of this. And we can finally make this thing profitable. It took a while, but they made it profitable. But when you look at the research that goes into those stories, whether you like 60 Minutes or not, there's a lot that goes into talking about toxic waste in water, or, a corrupt police force. And you can't get the Cliff Notes version of that. Sometimes you have to, like, this guy just wrote a book about poverty, and he lived for 8 months in one of the poorest cities in America, in Alabama, and wrote about it. He entrenched himself in the city and interviewed hundreds of people and wrote about it. Maybe he'll make the rounds on these left shows. I don't know. But there's a lot that goes into that kind of journalism. There's just no money in it anymore. There's no money in foreign correspondence anymore. So a lot of people are just stenographers for power. And when you want to get it fast and in a hurry, like even we're talking about Jason R Day, there's so much to sit with if you want to have a coherent picture of the whole story. But you got to find an angle quick. Is the angle going to be racism? Is the angle going to be the academy? Is the angle going to be DEI? Is what's your angle? Do the show on it, and you move on to the next thing. And I think our day is bigger than just one simple angle. But who wants to take the time and lose out on all those views to write a coherent production script for that show? That's my issue with, the way we get media nowadays. I don't know if you feel similarly.
Yeah, sure. The right, as someone says, the right is buying up media. I actually am listening to him talking about the left has no money, though, and I find this very funny. While the DNC is currently 2.2 million in the hole, our revolution has 1.7 million on hand right now. So that's just the small Bernie pack. If we look at let's say Move On's assets, that's an old one, right? But it's still around. It has 7 million. That doesn't sound like no money to me. Now it's not on the scale of the Heritage Foundation, which actually does not have that much assets and total valuation. But then it has about, it has a lot of assets and total valuation, and we don't get the assets for these other things, but it has about 75 million in an operating budget. One of the things that happened with the Democrats is they did have a war chest. That war chest changed sides. Most of their stuff was coming from public financed financial capital, which is now losing to private equity, although private equity is about to collapse. So we'll see how that goes. And you have all this. So yeah, the right has more money than the left. But the idea that the liberals are the left, that's why I include our revolution, don't have money is false. A lot of people like narratives that, there is no left. That's very comforting when you're an alienated person who's not also doing anything about there being no left except whining.
You leave me out of this.
All right. And I'm serious about this.
Yeah.
The places where there supposedly is a left are having the same problems we are. So that's not as explanatory as you think. It might be true, although it isn't, because what you're doing is arguing from an true Scotsman fallacy, and left is a directionally relative term anyway. That's literally why we use it, because it moves around. All these things move around. They're all relative and always have been, going back to the French Revolution. People don't like this. They don't like that I'm implicating that it's not just you're outgunned, but you are part of why you are getting outgunned. Because yes, you do have money, but you're not using it in ways that give you a strategic advantage. Part of that's going to always be harder for the left. I want to be fair about that because of who the left's natural goals and allies are. But like, what are you going to do? Okay, you're going to pour from union war chest. Unions that make up 9% of the population. You're going to go to industrial labor and kick out all the service workers and the blue collar, also 9% of the population. A political movement takes at least 23% of the population generally to be viable. By the way, no one has that right now. There's not a single political movement in America that could easily command 20% of the population cleanly. Not MAGA, not Democrats, not progressives, not socialists, nobody. There's not that much social cohesion. And this is why I kind of get tired of the excuses. Like, if the right has more money, the right had a fuck lot more money than the Bolsheviks too. They're passing laws against you. Socialism was illegal in almost every country on the planet in the 19th century. Like, why are you so different? That's the question you need to ask, not, oh, my enemies can outspin me, or my enemies have more military force than me. That is almost always true. That is always true. Right? How can you actually deal with the situation at hand? I'll tell you a blackpilling thing, Jason, that I really want people to think about. For all our theories of revolution, almost every major revolution that's happened, both bourgeois and socialist, has come from two things. Either getting rid of what is perceived as a foreign power, or a total collapse of your government from a war before the revolution happens. I'm serious about that. Russia, collapse from a war. PRC, collapse from a war and an invasion from a foreign power. The American Revolution, perceived foreign power, exhausted from a war that the British made the fight against the French. Also, slavery stuff. There's all that. That's all real. But the two factors, there was slavery before that. So the two factors, these two things. I don't think people want to deal with this because it implies that this will be a much uglier thing, even if you win by popular elections, even if you had the money. Also, money in and of itself is only as valuable as what's backing that money up. Elon Musk's money, for example, is largely a paper tiger. If he actually tried to valorize all his assets by selling them all right now, he'd still be super rich, but he would probably not even be in the top 10 richest in the world. A lot of his assets are valued off of market value of debt leverage stock assets. And if he actually sold them, which it wouldn't make sense to do, what would happen? So when we talk about raw money, you also need to think about what's backing that money up. How does it work? Money is only power when power backs it up. I think there's just a lot of excuse making about like, oh, the left doesn't do what I want to, so it doesn't exist. My friend, that's a totally ideological position. You say the same thing about real Christianity too. It's been as meaningless for real Christians as it has been for real socialists. Real Christians win. What did they believe? I think, I'm never gonna be. You guys don't have to worry about me selling out because I am too black-pilled for anyone to want me to sell out. Because people like lies. They do. We like being lied to.
Elizabeth Holmes.
We like being lied to because we like hope. And easy hope is usually a lie. There is real hope out there. To tie it back to what Jason said we should do at the beginning. Yeah. There is real hope out there. But it's not easy. Yeah, you're going to, like I said, you're going to always be outspent. That's not the only reason why you lost.
I mean, you know who outspent their opponent and lost? And I was shocked at how much they outspent their opponent. Kshama Sawant.
No.
I didn't know that. This is to your point. This is amplifying your point of the left doesn't have any money. Here you have a candidate running for Congress. Or was it Senate or Congress? I can't remember. Was it Congress she ran for this time? Kshama Sawant? Derek Varn? Are you right?
She ran for Congress in a different part, I think in DC.
In DC? It wasn't in Seattle?
Maybe I don't know. Let me see where it wasn't. I think she'd moved.
Wherever she ran, she actually had a bit of a war chest and had outspent her opponent and didn't even come in third. Chapter Black says it was Seattle.
Yes, it was Seattle. Okay. Yeah.
I was shocked by that because the narrative that you constantly get is we don't have any money and we win because it's people powered. And here you have a woman that actually, had some wins. It's city council is different than a congressional seat.
Although she did liquidate an entire socialist sect to keep that city council seat. But go ahead.
There you go again with the details.
What was interesting about that, though,
but can you run a campaign that is so... Now you got me saying this pilled shit. Online pilled. I'm not AOC. I'm the real deal. This is what real socialism looks like. Can you run a candidate like that and win is a better question. And I don't know. I don't know if that works. I don't know if being the one and only true leftist is really a good campaign if you're trying to win political power. Is it about winning or is it about being right to your friends? Those are different things.
Here's the thing I want to tell people a little bit, and this is going to really hurt. I'm just going to say this. Socialists who've won power electorally have not stayed in power. Like almost anywhere. Socialists who have run power by other means tend to stay in power longer, but then if they like screw up at all, they collapse their entire society. I find this all very interesting. Because I'm not willing to give up socialism for all this. I just think we need to talk way more realistically about the historical track record of this stuff. When Ben was talking about, no one ever says what the alternative to police are, right? When he was talking about police abolition, I actually do know. You know what you have to read? You have to read books written before 1940. Do you know what the alternative to police was seen as? Universal conscription to a peacekeeping militia internally, and universal conscription to the army. The reason why people don't say that is you want to freak out Zoomers? Tell them, we'll get rid of the police, but you now have to do that.
Yeah. You got to do the thing that they were doing that you think is gross.
Right. Well, and the thing is, like most of the crime would probably go away in a better run socialist society, but not all of it.
No.
And we know that from actual social.
You're not going to eliminate like jealousy, right?
Right. Like eliminate murders of passion aren't going away because
no, someone's wife is going to get digged down and someone's going to die over it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And I believe that when socialists go on these Fox News shows, what they're trying to do is make you say that you have a utopian dream.
Yeah.
And sound like a child. And if you're realistic to them, it just fucks their whole shit up because they're not ready for that. They're like, oh man, my job is just to make you sound like an idealistic idiot.
I do find it interesting who's really doing the best job, though, at attacking these socialist candidates. It's not the old gerontocracy, and it's not the conservatives. It actually is the center-left Democratic establishment that has set these people up over and over again. Like that does. I do think people should pay attention to that. And I find that very interesting because what it tells you is that you can recognize the enemy that's in your midst, but the DSA has been aiming at centrist Democrats forever, but they don't know how to talk to them and they don't know how to avoid their traps, which is wild considering they've been doing that as their, as the DSA's primary enemy, after Trump. And it is ironic that the DSA always grows during a conservative administration. This is even pre-2015, and shrinks during a Democratic one. We have 30 years of cycles to prove this. And what's changed is the amount of people involved in the growing and shrinking, right? Like in the 80s, it was, between 3,000 and 5,000. Now, I mean, in 2020 to 2022, the DSA lost 30,000 overhead members. Now, here's the thing. I said overhead members because they were actually recruiting the entire time. So they actually probably lost 60,000 members and brought 30,000 more in to make up for them. As I've said in the past, the DSA is really good at creating ex-DSAers. The DSA is about between 112 and 120 or 130,000 right now, which also, by the way, is huge for a socialist group. But I want to remind you that the ACLU has 2 million people registered in it as card-carrying members. The NAACP people has 1.5 million people in it as card-carrying members. The DSA has 130, mostly in one city. 30,000 of them are in New York.
It's extremely tiny, but if you hear people talk about it, it's the largest, most threatening organization in the world. And due to NSPM7, it's a terrorist threat to America. This is what frightens me. You have a small organization that's gaining, like you said, regional political power. And the federal government is like, you're the biggest threat that we have to democracy right now. And the Democratic Party is like, you're the biggest threat we have to our party right now because we're going to have to adopt some of your policies. And we don't want to, because you're going to get mad at us if we water it down like we did in 2020. So we have to get rid of you as well. You're no good to anyone. And all the while, the American people are going, you know, I kind of don't like living in my car.
Yeah.
Maybe these socialists are onto something.
So someone's coming in. Yeah, this is not new. Mostly
I think they're talking about they're talking to each other. I don't think they're talking to us.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on in that.
Yeah, they're fighting. Somebody's fighting.
Okay.
It's
I'm like, I have no idea what they're arguing about right now.
Yeah.
This is why I don't do live streams also, because I find you guys incredibly distracting. Because sometimes you're addressing me and sometimes you're addressing each other, and I have no idea which ones at any given time because you're not very clear. But it is funny that people would be like, I don't think this person is fighting. I think they're actually in my chat by themselves yelling at me.
No, they're Strom. They're fighting with Strom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see? I wouldn't lie to you.
Okay. Good. DSA is irrelevant in my area, but the SCIU overshadows and liquidates every left movement and candidate.
I think this person's in the Bay Area, actually.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's not great. California is going to be hard for partly because the instincts of California progressives is mostly, frankly, virtue signaling. But I don't just think it's a moral problem. I think it's a what can you do when you're in that diffuse and that neoliberal of an environment.
Nithya Raman, the DSA apparently was voting on if they're going to endorse Nithya Raman for mayor. And, you know, some people involved with this channel, I shouldn't say involved with the channel, people that watch the channel, friends of the channel, made a comment last night, movie night, and said that Nithya Raman, for her, the DSA is like a jacket. It's just an accessory that she can politically put on. But
this is also, interesting. You say that. The only cadre candidate that's one that I know of that's a true cadre
Ulysses
is Mandani and Ulysses. Like, most of them are people who join the DSA right before an endorsement and then leave right after. Like AOC. and actually getting here's the thing, like when someone asked if AOC was in the DSA, she said she was in the New York DSA. And I'm like, you can't just be in the New York DSA. When they tried to pull that, they were censored for that. That was actually a big deal. Because that's obviously moving towards the split. But also there's no record of her currently, and I think she was actually saying she was endorsed by the New York DSA, which is currently true, although that endorsed has been offered and retracted. So it's interesting. What is your opinion on what measures leftists groups need to take to prevent being liquidated into center-left movements? It's a real hard thing, because I'm also going to tell you what most of the socialist sects do are also pretty useless, right? Like, it's like Kasama Sawant are running on a third-party ballot. But it also makes what the DSA wants to do really hard, because The only reason the DSA can do what it's doing to the Democratic Party is that ballot lines enforced by party leadership is illegal in almost every state in the U.S. You have an open primary system. An open primary system means that you cannot hold anyone to a program or platform ballot line. That's how the DSA can enter the Democrats. But ironically, it also means that they can't use their own electeds punishment to rein in their own electeds, because all they can possibly do is pull an endorsement. And if they were actually a party, they couldn't do that. Now, then it becomes a real problem, because the DSA doesn't provide money for its candidates. Who does? Our Revolution PAC, for the most part. Also, some other things, Justice Democrats, some other groups. That's why I mentioned that earlier. That's why people don't forget that El Sayed's not a DSA endorsed, or Plattner wasn't a DSA endorsed. Blah, 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 blah. Although the reason why Plattner wasn't a DSA endorsed was probably because he didn't want it, not because they wouldn't have endorsed him. But that's neither here nor there. The issue that you see with this is even the DSAers having trouble keeping up with the labyrinth thing. Like the AOC's been had her endorsement pulled from the national, but supported by a local, blah, 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 blah. It's unclear if she's still a member. It's also when you see these other sects run, the PSL runs candidates constantly. I don't even know how they have the money to do it. Cause shit's expensive. I think they've run a few state level things in the past. They've run nothing nationally. And if you try to run as a third party, we all know the structural limitations for that. But if you try to enforce a ballot line within the party, the moment you become the party, you can't do that anymore. So ironically, the very thing the DSA wants to do, which is use the Democrats to become a party, would also destroy its strategy the moment it did so. No one talks about that. Very few people have even figured it out. There's one writer, because this isn't all my idea. It was one writer I read who wrote Michael Kincannon, and he was writing for Jay Mason's blog, who pointed this out. And it actually was that's also why real political parties, parliamentary style political parties, are effectively illegal in the US. And it would take, just like changing the laws in 50 states to get a third party on the ballot, you'd also have to change the laws in 50 states to deal with this in a primary. And it would look remarkably undemocratic to outsiders, because you'd be ending the primary system. This is not something people want to look at. And remember what I said earlier. I think a lot of people don't want to look at these structural things because I want to believe isn't just for the religious. And I want to believe.
Who doesn't?
I joined the DSA. I have not, despite my criticism of Donnie, I have not given up on him at all. I think he's one of the most savvy socialist politicians we've seen in 60, 70 years
that you and I have seen.
We have ever seen, right?
You can't. The guy has this Obama charm without the drones. Strom keeps saying Mondami is Woodrow Wilson. I mean, look, man, I don't know what dude fucking threw you in a trash can or whatever the fuck, man, but that's some ridiculous ass fuck shit to say. How can you compare those two people? I don't even see the comparison. This is just words. That's what happens when you hang out with Chris Catrone. Say goofy shit like that. It doesn't make any sense.
He's I mean, you might say Obama is
I'm saying it as a tongue-in-cheek joke, you know.
Yeah. No, but you might say that Mamdani is a snake, but so is Obama.
So, horrible, right? You can't front on a certain amount of charisma that Barack Obama had, and you can't front on a certain amount of statesmanship that administration had. for whatever that means to you. Like think about the Cuba policy under Obama. Think about it now. And I'm not saying all praise due to Obama. You know, if you know anything about this channel, it is not the pro-Obama channel at all.
He solidified a bunch of things that we hate, but you know, there are. I do think on foreign policy, there's two interesting things. Obama was kind of a terrible domestic president, and he was very bad on foreign policy on a lot of things, but on Cuba and on Iran, he was actually better than anything we've seen before or since. And some of that's because since Obama, even when Trump isn't in power, and even when he was like barely a figure in American life, like he did kind of disappear in 21, as we were talking about earlier, from 2021 to 2022. We're still going to look back at this time period and say, basically, we've had 12 years of politics being dominated by Trump. Like that somehow by losing, we actually extended his grip on American life,
which is insane to say, because I wrote this thing. It was called "Trump is having his Chinese democracy moment." If you remember that album from Guns N' Roses, and I was talking to Mike Watson about doing a book of essays, and he was like, "Well, you know what? I don't want to use a lot of sublation stuff." I was like, "No, I don't really want to use the sublation stuff either," but I went and looked back at some of it, and you know, he was kind of fuck with me. He's like, "Oh, this didn't age well," or whatever. I'm like, you know, I'd love to, and I know you do shows where you go and look at some of the things you've said and how has it aged in the year, which I think is really good. That's I think that's brilliant. But I wanted to like take that essay and look at it again and say, well, these are the reasons why I said this in the first place. I wasn't just saying words that felt good to me, but also these are the reasons why this man was able to come back into the political imagination and come in and kind of dominate it in a way where younger people only understand the executive as a strong-armed Trump-like executive that makes all the decisions. So that also affects the way they understand history, which is problematic. Did I show you the kid that I showed you that video of the kid that fucking did the FDR video? Did I share that in our group chat, right? Oh. If you watch that, you can see that AI wrote the script, but he's also approaching his prompt to AI from this perspective of the president is Trump. FDR is Trump. He doesn't have to negotiate. Congress didn't exist back then. It's just one person making all the decisions, pulling all the levers.
Yeah, it's wild. And what's weird is people think that that's true under Trump right now, but that's only because Congress isn't doing anything. Like, and it is amazing how many of like more of Trump's like executive orders have been trashed than we know of. Even like almost
there were
none
so many, dude.
Yeah,
dude, there were so many. They had to walk back some of the DEI shit in schools.
Oh yeah,
you'd never hear about that because all you hear about is from the university level.
Oh no, but I definitely know he did. We had to change the name of my committee just because, even though we weren't really doing DI shit, but we were called the Inclusion and Diversified Success Committee, and we took diversity out of the name.
Wow!
Like we didn't change anything.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there were battles that he was losing early on. He's even got people within high positions that are trying to limit some of the power, but you can't rest on the fact that, you know, there's quote unquote adults in the room that are going to make sure that, you know, this shit doesn't happen.
No, that's all gone. I mean, that's the thing. Like this is one thing I was thinking about. I had Danny Besner on my show in 2024 or 2025. And he told me, I said, we were talking about Trump, and I said, I'm feeling really weird about this. I don't think it's going to be the same, but I want to hear your argument for why it is. And he said, like, look, Jared and Ivanka are going to be the balancing powers. and there's still enough of the people from the last round. And like what no one saw was his ships going full, I'm going to promote incompetence so they're solely dependent on me and will do anything I say as a strategy. Which, by the way, is a like a Robert Greene, laws of power strategy. If you don't care, if you actually do not care about administering anything or being an effective administrator, but you do care about having people completely loyal to you, that is what you do. You promote incompetents who are totally dependent on you to stay in power, and you scapegoat them when you need to, which Trump has always done.
That's the Trump fucking playbook.
Right.
This time around, though, I mean, when his daughter kind of distanced herself from him,
yep,
that for me was a telltale sign that
we were in for it.
It's like it was over. I didn't have the foresight of Cuba and Ben Burgess to say Trump 2.0 is going to be much worse because he's not going to have the old guard in office in position. There, no more Elliott Abrams.
Right.
That's done.
Even his early supporters have been axed. Like you think about how he's turned on all. It's not just Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like all of some of Trump's biggest soldiers. And what people don't realize about Trump is another thing he does is straight out of the laws of power. Is he cares about loyalty more than ideological loyalty. So like everyone in his circle, the dead Lindsey Graham, JD Vance, Marco Rubio. What were they all? They were all anti-Trumpers, and they're the most corrupt Trumpers today.
Because they got what they wanted out of it, and he gets what he wants out of it because they get to be scapegoats, right? If Cuba goes tits up and Florida goes tits up, which I don't see happening. And I mean, like people go fucking crazy and there's riots. No, we are not letting you kill millions of Cuban people for Marco Rubio's, victory lap around one part of a state, and the rest of the country doesn't give a shit about what this man is doing. Marco Rubio is going to be thrown under the bus for that.
Yep.
And Trump will punish Marco Rubio in ways that the Democratic Party will never do. So he can stay in power.
I will say this. One of the interesting things that about being a Trump lackey is you are doomed. Like
it's not if, it's when.
It's when. And like some people, like Steve Bannon just takes it like a cuck, but like you are doomed. And what I find so interesting about this is this is what and there's no loyalty at all. Like they're turning on the troops now because of the stuff about Abrams. Trump will probably keep Hegseth in power even if Hegseth destroys the military, which I do find fascinating because that is something that I was wrong about. I thought the military was going to stand up. There is evidence that the military has standed up because there's been several leaks about Trump threatening to nuke people, and the military is like, no. With the strong implication is like, we could coup you if you do that. Which is one of the things that I think also prevented the Civil War, because I do think the military was like, no, we're not going to back up your ICE people by having the Texas National Guard fire on the Oregon or Minnesota National Guard, thus actually starting a civil war, which really was closer to happening than I think people realized. Like, I do think Civil War talk in the early 2020s was silly, but now I see the legal pathway where it could easily have happened in the beginning of this year. If Trump had tried to back up ICE against the Minnesota stuff with the National Guard, you don't know what would have happened. Right.
The way Minnesotans rose up is quite admirable. I mean, what we're seeing in California to a certain extent is quite admirable. But I think the downside of that is this administration did something that I don't think it was prepared to do 6 years ago, because one of the things that happened 6 years ago is it really suffered from the George Floyd protests. And I think a handful of people that were in that last administration are like, this is a turning point for us, was these protests, for us to lose all the faith that we had, the people had in this administration. It's gone then. So when they do Metro Surge with such arrogance, with Kristi Noem making videos about it, shooting American citizens, and then being like, bitch shouldn't have drove her car.
Right. And then like literally trying to troll the left by deliberately putting fascist messaging in their fucking.
Oh man, it was such a middle finger in the air. There's nothing you can do about it. And
yeah, they couldn't. It became clear that without the military, they couldn't even hold a city. For all the money they're throwing at ICE, they don't have the people. They're throwing at
ICE. ICE could not hold a city. They had to retreat. And so it was back to, don't tell motherfuckers where you're going to be. Just show up. We'll make more executive orders on who we're going to take and how we're going to take them. We'll end TPS for all these people. And, you know, do people want to talk about what's the Steubenville, Ohio? Where were all the Haitians? They're not in a big city. They're not in Cleveland or Cincinnati. Right. It's a small city in Ohio. It's really hard for that city to get national news attention. When I saw a phalanx of white people don't take our Haitian citizens away, it wasn't because they loved the shit out of them so much. Those people served a role within the community, working in positions that no one was willing to work in, especially when it comes to healthcare work for the elderly.
Right. So what is interesting now is actually what they're doing with ICE is they use them weirdly. The biggest shit that people are noticing now is when they're attacking people who are actually citizens, and that's still getting some play, not on mainstream news because I don't think anyone watches that anyway, but on social media it does. But in general, their campaigns are a lot quieter. You see where people focus on like the detention center conventions and stuff like that, which are really bad. I mean, that's all legitimate, and we do basically have internment camps right now. Even fucking neocons at the Bulwark are saying we have internment camps right now. Like
that's what they are. Like, I keep saying civil detention because I want people to understand, like really understand, that this is not a criminal matter. This is a civil matter. You know, like small claims court. And the cop, I'm mad at my neighbor and blah, blah, blah. And the cop goes, well, there's nothing I can do about that. This is a civil matter. You're going to have to go to small claims court. Immigration is a civil manner. The people that are being arrested going to work and picking up their kids for a reason, because they don't understand. They're waiting for court dates. When your TPS goes away, it's gone. There's a bunch of Kenyans that are about to lose their TPS protection as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's an arrogance to TPS. We worked, especially with Haitians, we worked for generations to destabilize your country so it could be our own little chocolate fiefdom.
Yeah.
And we gave you guys some protections after 92. So that means there's Haitians that have been in the United States under TPS protection for 20 plus years, some even 30 years.
Can I ask you something about Antifa a little bit and all this? Because we're talking about this right now. I came out and talked about Prairie Land recently and how crazy it is, but also we do have to deal with the fact that they brought a gun and then someone shot a cop, and people are surprised that went down the way it did. And like, that's a little crazy that you're surprised that they're going to destroy you when you do that. Particularly since it was one person in an uncoordinated movement. Now, it's completely unjust what's happening. I want to be very clear on that, but that shouldn't surprise us. But what I'm more interested in seeing is there's more and more advocates, lawyers, people like that who are getting rounded up by ICE and kept for weeks at a time, denied medical care. Even after one of them, there was a journalist they arrested that they shot
in the elbow, and they gave him Bengay and ibuprofen. For
right, and it was on camera, and they've been ordered by several courts, not one now, to release him, and they still have not. But that's not making a lot of news right now because they've gotten a lot subtler about this stuff. Because they realize that the shock and awe tactics they don't really have the capacity for. But sniping at the edges, being diffuse and sniping at the edges, they can definitely do. But what I'm really interested in is like all the Antifa shit from 2020, from 2018 to like 2020, right? I know that people are scared, and I know that like doing stick fights with the cops and ICE is a good way to die. But when people were talking about punching fascists, I always found it interesting because I always thought, well, if you think we're at the point where you need to punch fascists, you need to do a lot more than punch. And I bet when we're actually at that point, a lot of you are going to go away. And that has really got me.
I never like that.
Like
I never dug that. I never dug the punch of fascists because I'm like you. Okay, well, what are you going to do after that? You think they're just going to get punched and walk away? Do you think life is an after school special, man?
Also, they were completely wrong about which fascists were the people who were going to come after them. They were obsessed with Richard Spencer, who's now a fucking Democrat. I mean, he's a racist Democrat, but he's a Democrat.
They were obsessed with Richard Spencer because he was a political figure online.
Right. Not because he was the actual person they should have been afraid of. And I was saying this at the time, and dude, one of the only times where people have actively tried to cancel me and almost succeeded was me talking about like, you're attacking the wrong people. You don't know who your enemy is. It's not the people you think. Like, there are, yes, Virginia, there are fascists, but they're not the fascists that you're fighting. Those are not the ones you should actually be afraid of. And you know, I really don't think we've had a reckoning about that we spent our load on stunts. And now that, you know, stuff is a lot closer to shit here in the ground. I mean, ironically, I think Timothy Thider is a total shitbag, but I actually do think he's accurate about one thing. The only reason we really haven't had a fascistic, I'm going to use fascistic because I don't want to get into the debate about what is true fascism or not. A fascistic takeover of the United States is Trump is so corrupt. Like, he's too corrupt to maintain a coherent party line like that.
Thank you.
He wants that's, but I don't think that the next Teal creation is gonna be that. I think they will be a lot more disciplined, and that does worry me. And the fact that, you know, yeah, I mean, this is one of these things that I probably couldn't pass a gym class today, but I at least have combat experience.
That's where Prairie Land for me becomes very interesting. Number one, it's Texas.
Right.
Number two,
why are you doing a propaganda by the D campaign to win over people in Texas? That seems weird. Well, anyway, go ahead.
Right. It's a protest that starts under the Biden administration, first and foremost.
Right. Correct.
Over a detention center. That's what it's called. Prairie Land. It's the Prairie Land Detention Center. And they had been protesting for, what, 2-3 years, something like that?
Yeah, 2 or 3 years.
And they brought guns. First of all, it's Texas.
They brought guns to fight, to scare off counter protesters, but
they didn't use those guns in their protest. There was one person in the protest who was ex-military, who was firing on the ground as a warning shot because in court testimony, the officer that he fired at was going to shoot a protester that was running away. He saw that and he fired. To me, there's some difficulties with the whole thing. Bring a gun to a protest, you're asking for trouble. You're already on the wrong side. You're asking for trouble. But there's a reality that law enforcement, especially ICE, feels very comfortable shooting people, feels very comfortable pulling their guns on people for no reason, for standing too close to them. One of the things that happens in the movie Punishment Park, which I think is indicative of what we're seeing today, is, and keep in mind the setting is young people, no water, 50-mile trek in the desert, have to touch a flag to get amnesty. After 24 hours, cops are chasing them, and some of these cops aren't, it's like ICE officers. They're not, they can get beat up. They beat up one of the officers and they kill him and they take his weapon. And the remaining cops find the dead body and they just ramp everything up to 100. They're like, we got to kill the shit out of these people. They're dangerous. So they don't have any fucking weapons. And you're chasing them with shotguns and a car. You're fighting people that are severely dehydrated to the point where they're probably on the verge of death. This is desperation. This is a small dog in a corner situation we have here. And treating the small dog in the corner as if it's the most vicious thing in the world is kind of ISIS thing. You had that with that protest. Another thing, if you guys followed the trial, when the cops pulled some of the protesters over, they did not bring the guns outside of their car. The cops saw the guns in the car and said, this is a terrorist act here. That never got thrown out of court.
Nope. Which I warned about 25 years ago, and people thought I was being a libertarian. And then I actually also warned, be careful with screaming right-wing terrorism. We should use terrorist laws on them like they were in the aught teens, because they'll be used on you. And I was told, well, that's irrelevant. I'm like, you're assuming you're ever going to have power again.
Yeah.
Like,
fuck yeah, dude. Like that shit. What was scary about Prairie Land? It's not
that
just
they slammed everybody with material accessory to terrorism.
Everyone.
Like,
so we're talking about people that literally formed a book club. You know the shit you guys do? We're going to have our fun book club and read about shit that's interesting to us. That's what this was a book club of people, some of whom were former Trump voters.
Yep.
That went on to go to a protest. They had no intention of overthrowing the government. They had no intention of shooting.
I don't even think a lot of them even had. I mean, a lot of them didn't even have guns.
They didn't even have guns.
Right.
Some of the people that were convicted, do you understand? They just received messages from people.
Yeah.
Like,
and you know how they did it? And this should actually scare people because they're top rate operational security.
Mm-hmm.
But the way they were able to convince the jury of what happened was they used the operational security tactics to protect people during a protest as proof of premeditation. Seriously. Oh, you were shielding your location and you were coordinating that? You must have been planning an attack.
The court, the judge at one point goes, and I'm paraphrasing, he goes, we understand what Antifa is. It's an anarchist organization that is leaderless. So we understand that you people are acting as individual cells. So we don't need to figure out, because they didn't get him on a RICO charge.
No, because they would need leaders for that.
The state understands now we're not going to get, you know what, we'll get RICO on the rappers. That'll be for the DAs that want to get political positions. They'll charge rappers with RICO, and that's their show trial, so they can try to be the next Kamala Harris or whatever the fuck. But we need to prove that Antifa's in your heart. And if we prove that it's in your heart, we don't need to show that there's an organized effort to overthrow the government. You just have that feeling in you. These people got way bigger sentences than anyone on January 6th. And there was a bit of a fucking, we were all worried about January 6th. Like, uh-oh, are these guys going to try to create some new laws that are going to end up biting us in the ass? No, not at all.
Nope,
January 6ers are all out. except for the ones that reoffended.
Some of that was pardoned, but I don't see it. Here's the thing: there's no way Democrats gonna come when they get the pardon and free everyone but Song, the guy who shot. Because that's what I would do. I'd be like, I wouldn't free the guy who shot a cop, even given the circumstances, because I know what that would look like and I know what that would do. But everybody else, definitely. But they're not going to do that. And I've told people about this before. I'm like, the Democrats use these protests when it's convenient for them, and they crush them when it's convenient for them. That was true with BLM. You could see, as soon as the headlines went away, some of those Democratic states were not so nice to BLM protesters after all. Mm-hmm. Did anyone in Congress defend the Prairie Land folks? Not really.
I haven't heard anyone in Congress say anything.
No, I mean, I think other people have been talking about it. I will say on this one, libertarians actually, the 5 of them that are still libertarians did say something, but that was it. It's quite serious. Because right now, if you go to a protest, and people may be more rational than they seem. This may be why you're not seeing a protest movement around the Iran war. If you go to a protest and something like this happens, everyone in the protest now is guilty as being an accessory to terrorism.
Yep.
So
that's scary to me, and that's where we are with this shit, right? It's everybody's fucking guilty. Your signal is being that's how they found these people, through their signal chats. It's a dark fucking time. And Harpreet wrote something that's depressing as shit. He said, as soon as ICE protests were shown to not increase den turnout, everyone dropped it as well.
I actually do think that's somewhat true. And the surveillance state stuff is crazy to me, like how extensive it is. And that is a bipartisan effort. The BLM is also interesting. Someone mentioned BLM protests were killed. Yep, quite a few of them died under mysterious circumstances. We don't know who killed some of them. We don't know how some of them died. And the 2014 round of BLM.
Well, we don't talk about in your home state when they had the Cop City. They shot the kid.
Oh yeah,
and Cop City shot the shit out of that kid. Like law enforcement, we can talk about going rogue and doing this, that, and the third, but what we're seeing with ICE is fascinating to me in this regard. They like punking people like this. You can record them all you want. The ones that are scary to me, the ones that I think are the Proud Boys and the nationalists, the Nazis, are the ones that don't wear the face mask. Because those are the ones that look you right in the eye and be like, what are you going to do about it? Yeah. What are you going to do about it? You're not going to do anything about it. So I'm going to keep fucking pissing you off. And what are you going to do? Throw something at me? Throw something at me, I'm going to put you in jail. I'm going to ruin your entire day. I can put you away. Not forever, because it's civil. It's civil in that I can't, I'm not a cop. But
right.
we can just detain you.
We can detain you. We can keep you for a month. We can let you lose your job, bleed out. And yeah, you'll probably sue us and get something from the government later, but you're not getting anything from us individually because the Trump administration is going to protect us.
Yeah. It's the biggest bully move I've ever seen. When you watch those videos, it's like, what are you going to do about it? And they turn around, they look, I'm like, what are you going to do about it?
I mean, here's the thing. If the Democrats are serious, and I don't mean like the DSA, I just mean Democrats. If they're serious, if they care about things, even if they want a security state, they would still have to disband that grouping and replace it with probably with the ATF where it originally was in the first place. However, I will tell you some of the scariest people in all this aren't even ICE. They're Border Patrol.
Oof.
Oof. And that one's a different one.
Go watch. I did a show with a Border Patrol whistleblower. This woman, the whole time she was on the show, it was just horror story after horror story after horror story about her sexual assault, other women's sexual assault. You know what she said, Derek? She said, remember that image of AOC with the dick in her mouth when she was going to go visit the ICE detention? Do you remember that during the first Trump administration?
Mm-hmm.
The woman was like, they do that for all the women that work at CPB. It wasn't just for her. That's a thing they make for all of us. It's like, what? She goes, oh man, it's so much worse. There's no record of the people they kill at the border.
No, there's no record of that at all.
Of the assaults that happen at the border? There's no record of that.
All borders are necessarily lawless places. You should always be really nervous when you cross the border.
They're going to shoot first. Because there's no accountability. And you're talking about people that are trying to be ghosts. We have this thing in this country where we really, if you don't, humanity is only for certain people. Nobody gives a shit about what happens to people inside prisons. Not really. There's a news story just broke in California. Big ass lawsuit coming down because all these women for years said, we have been horribly sexually assaulted in the prison system by guards, either, sex for favor situation or just straight up raping us. Nobody cares about that. What did you do to get inside in the first place? Are people weeping when they pick up dead bodies on the border? I don't think people think about it too much.
No,
there was no need to build a wall. There's so much surveillance where there's no physical wall. So much technological surveillance.
Oh no! Like going back over the border, and every time I go back over the border to Mexico in particular, I will say, ironically, this is the first time I haven't been stopped by DHS. So make of that what you will. But for those of you who don't know, for years, and it wasn't even hostile. I don't know. Like, they didn't threaten me. It wasn't anything like that. But every time I come in and out of the country, I would get special interrogated by DHS. They were very polite. They didn't threaten me. It wasn't anything like that. I want to be very clear on that. I don't want to misrepresent anything. But every single time, this time I was prepared for it, Jason. I was literally like telling the person I was with, hey, I might get pulled to the side. It'll probably be fine. I'm a little nervous because of, who's in charge right now, but I'll probably be okay. I don't talk about all this stuff on my show directly. I always talk about it kind of indirectly. Although now that Natalie Winters has come after me, we'll see how that goes. And the prayer line shit, I knew about the prayer line shit. I did not know that it had come out that he was responding to the cop gearing up to shoot someone in the back. So that's interesting. But yeah, I think people, the thing is though, none of this is like, I do know this is an old talking point, and as bad as things are, this shit's been building for a long time. Some of this goes back to FDR. Some of this goes back to Eisenhower. A lot of it goes back to Nixon, Reagan, Clinton, and Bush. This infrastructure, as you said in the beginning, has been built for a long time, and it has been a death by 1,000 cuts. The only thing that makes me feel better is that I know what they want to do requires so much overhead, it's basically impossible for anyone to do. But that gives me no clear meaning of what happens after this is all over. Like, we talked about a slow collapse. This shit, like, historically, and I know things have speeded up, but historically, these kind of collapses take place over, like, where everyone always wins 250 years because they're basing it off the Western and the Roman Empire, particularly the Eastern Roman Empire. That shit lasted for 600 years, with collapsing slowly most of that 600 years. If we look at the current crisis, I think we today will say it began sometime in the late 60s, early 70s, not now. That we're actually probably in the middle of a 100-year decline, which ironically starts almost as soon as we're, on top. It's just hidden by the Cold War. So it's very interesting to me. I also think when people talk about ICE stuff, I think we got to separate ICE pro people being angry at ICE, which I think is ubiquitous. I know conservatives here in Utah who are furious about this, but they're not protesting. Like, they're not going to no king shit. They're voting long-standing Republicans out of office like crazy. But, it's really not clear where it's all going to go. I mean, the anger in this state is boiling over here, and Utah is a high trust society compared to most of the rest of the U.S. So it's gonna be weird. I actually agree that I don't think it's about desperation to fire workers. I actually think they realized they never could do that. I think it was a way to hide that they were going to have to leverage stuff off from overhiring and bad management after COVID. But also, it's a backdoor way to build a surveillance state, and it's a way for these companies to get a bailout by integrating themselves into the state. So a lot of these companies are still going to die, but the ones that survive are going to be completely integrated into the U.S. state apparatus. And that should scare a lot of people.
I think people are scared, but I think, like
my social media platform's gotten very paranoid, but that might just be me.
I feel like I was asking my guest, I was like, you grew up during the dictatorship in Brazil. At some point you had to fucking live a life. She goes, yep. I went to the store. I had
you live a life, or you leave,
or you and she did, right? She did.
Right.
She ended up leaving in 79, 6 years before it ended.
I have talked with my wife and my closest person who you've met, the two closest people to me. And I actually have been like, look, if certain things happen in November, figure out a way to finish your PhD remotely. We're going to Mexico. And I never say shit like this. I always laugh at people who say, oh, when someone's going to get elected, run. I've always thought it cowardly, but this isn't about someone getting elected. This is like, what happens? Like, let's say Trump does try to invalidate the elections. Bets really are off once that happens.
That's all he has at this point.
Right.
And these midterms are testing around. Hey, can I get ICE at the... It was a story for 5 minutes when a poll person at one of the primary elections had made a statement about ICE, and ICE showed up to the polling place and was like, "Did you write this?" About a post that this woman made on social media, like an anti-ICE post.
Mm-hmm.
That's supposed to be the thing that lets you know, like, oh, well, these elections aren't fair because the polling person doesn't dig ICE, ergo, they're going to throw away Trump votes or some bullshit, right?
I mean, what's interesting is there are some things the courts are standing their ground. And I also get the feeling the Supreme Court is getting tired of Donald Trump, even though they've given him a whole lot of victories.
They've given him a metric fuck ton, but their legacy is, I think they care more about their legacy than they care about Donald Trump, to be honest with you.
Right. They're going to be around longer than him. That's why also the people who are most pro Donald Trump are actually not the Donald Trump appointees, because the Donald Trump appointees know they're going to be alive for longer than Donald Trump is going to be alive, just by sheer age metrics. It's interesting. It's also interesting, like how the MAGA nihilism, like when they tried to celebrate the killing of Peretti and Renee Good, they couldn't maintain it. It was too horrifying even for most of them. Which I do know a lot of people here who were diehard lifelong Republicans who that really was a line for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next line has been the Iran war. which is kind of amazing. Like I thought this crackdown was going to come from Charlie Kirk, as did you.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't see that. They managed to squander that, actually. Somehow.
It's in the NSPM. Charlie Kirk is in the NSPM.
Yeah. But I actually agree with you. But they squandered the ability to use the like they had a lot of political sympathy for using that then, and they botched it. So yeah, it's
no one talks about Charlie Kirk. The NSPM opens with Charlie Kirk and Luigi. I actually copied the first the opening paragraph and a half, I think, of the NSPM in the footnotes for the.
Also, they botched the Lurizi, even though he's changed his plea and going to go to jail. They kind of botched a lot of that too. So,
it's been kind of the clown show, but the clown show has been effective at kind of eliminating certain aspect, like that's in the bureaucratic state with Elon Musk, decentralizes money with crypto. What else have they done horribly? How much can we repress more than the Patriot Act let us do anyway? Everyone's a terrorist now. We're going to end protections for people that we've had protections for the last 20 years that are literally tax-paying citizens in this country. That's going to have ramifications, horrible ramifications, sooner than people think. We're already bracing ourselves for how high food costs are about to go with the Iran.
You got no idea. And by the way, if China starts buying more crude oil, expect the oil price to go back up too.
It's $5 a gallon here in Mexico. I can only imagine what it is where other people live, like Los Angeles.
Los Angeles is like $7. It's average about $5 in the United States right now. It's like $4.50 here. It was down to $3. But my point is, if China had been buying this whole time, it would have been more like $7 here, $10 in Los Angeles. And guys, the food stuff, you guys should be a lot more afraid of that than you are. Like, we are going to have food and water shortages. We are already curtailing water for California and Arizona. It's going to happen in the upper parts of the Ohio River Basin too. There are places really downstream, like in Central America, where they're now only having water like 1 out of every 3 days. The Super El Nino is going to last for 5 years.
Stop scaring me about the Super El Nino, dude. I'm terrified of that. You saw how I live. we finally got the power lines where if the wind blows a little too hard and we get horrible Santa Ana winds, there's nothing to stop them.
Yeah. Someone asked me if I've ever voted for a uniparty presidential candidate, and the answer is in 2008. Which is, I think, really fun. Yeah, it was Obama won. And that wasn't even because I was an Obama backer. I was a Mike Gravel backer who transferred his vote to Obama because I did not trust her like a Clinton. And even when I voted for him, as soon as I saw the cabinet between when I voted and when the it was like around it was before he was even sworn in the office, I regretted my vote, and I have never voted
cabinet.
Yeah, I have never voted for a major party candidate at for national executive. I have voted for major party candidates at a state level, but I've not voted for a major party candidate for national executive since then, at all. And people can come at me about it. I got called a crypto Trump supporter during the first Trump administration, which was funny because what I don't tell people is I voted and my vote was thrown out because I was abroad, and I got a notice that my vote was thrown out, that my vote was challenged.
Oh, interesting.
So like, yeah, leave me the fuck alone. Like, I had very little to say in 2016, and then, like, And I tried to do my civic duty, which I think voting as a civic duty is kind of a joke because it really is dependent on people not understanding math. But you know, when people tell like, oh well, you know, you voted, you threw your vote away. I'm like, in Utah, I threw my vote away in Utah. Sure, buddy. Now I do vote on local things, and I vote strategically on local things, never ballot line. But and I'm a mercenary on local politics. I vote to punish people too. Like I'll vote for people I don't like to punish people I like even less. But I think voting is like almost the least important thing you do in politics. And I know for America, that's like against the American civic cult, right? To say voting is the least popular, it's the least important thing you do in politics. Like, and yeah, so I think it's funny. I've been called I'm a crypto Democrat by a lot of people, which I find hilarious considering how few Democrats I've voted for in my life. I did register as a Democrat in Utah to vote for Bernie Sanders in the primary, but then, you know, he lost, so who cares? I don't know what I'm currently registered. I've been registered as everything in Utah because I changed my party affiliation quite a bit. I think I've even registered as a Republican once to vote against somebody. So yeah. So I think that's yeah, it's very interesting. But you know, people are praising your writing, Jason. I do think you should get this book of essays done. I've actually really enjoyed writing again too. I'm now working on. I don't write by myself. Jason, because of Gene, has actually seen an early draft of a Derek essay.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of good ideas. We'll just leave it at that.
I want to say this. I'm blessed to be around you, Burgess, Kuba, Bajlan, Robert, Touré, Bert Cooper. I have no excuse.
Oh yeah. I think I'm a great poet, Connor. I don't think I'm actually a great writer. But I work well with people. And like, for example, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Like, this is 50% my ideas, but it's about 80% Daniel Tet's writing. And that was on purpose because we wanted it to have a unified style. And my style is it can be just as academic as Daniel's, but then I get tired of being academic and I almost be like, according to blah 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 and blah 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 and blah 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 and blah 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 and the 15th premier blah 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 blah, and then at the end I'm like, but you know what that means is you should fuck shit up though. And Daniel does not love that like fluctuation in tone. So yeah. Who doesn't have the time?
I don't have the time. Someone said, he said if I had the money, I'd fund you writing about deportees living in Mexico, and it's I don't know, it's something that it hits close to home because I live in a border town, and
I did too. It was hard.
You're going to deal with people that you're going to deal with people that their life was in the United States, and
I met a lot of people who were deported under Obama, but before the Dreamers thing.
The Dreamer shit. Oh, that's the worst.
So I knew all these like Mexicans who didn't speak Spanish, and they were so grateful because they were learning Spanish like by having to live there.
That's the worst when you hear those stories. Like you don't sound like how heartbreaking that is to hear that shit, and you know someone has to figure life out. It's this weird. There's two things that go on. You know, some people get out of prison and then you get kicked out here, and I definitely have friends that happened to. It's fucked up because it's a double punishment. Like I have a buddy that served Fed time, right? You guys serve all your time. You served 10 years, 10 fucking years. and he fought like hell his deportation. He came to the United States when he was a very little boy. He had no say in the matter. And he got involved in the game, and he served his time. And his whole defense when he was having his deportation hearing was, well, why didn't you just kick me out 10 years ago and save the American taxpayers money? Why are you burning through American taxpayer dollars to house me and transfer me to all these prisons all over?
Because it's a backdoor wealth transfer to the rich, motherfucker. That's why they did it.
That's why they did it. And that's the ugly truth that no one likes to talk about when it comes to like incarceration. Trying to tell people in other countries that, no, you don't understand. Incarceration is a business in the United States of America. So innocent people or people that commit crimes that you guys don't think are bad things, that's why people go to prison there.
Yeah, we'll send people to jail for too many open container violations, not even in a car.
Yeah, just walking around with.
Or the other thing that people don't talk about but happens, my brother has been in perpetual, like, I actually sometimes wish I'm a prison skeptic. I'm not going to say an abolitionist because I think that requires you to do something. But I'm going to say skeptic because, and the reason why I am, guys, is not any theoretical argument. It's because I worked in one. And also I've had family in and out of prison a lot. I saw sexual assault. I saw all kinds of fucked up shit. And I went through fucked up shit. I still go to therapy for shit I saw as a prison guard, as much as I go to therapy for shit I saw in Mexico. But, or for being shot at. But nonetheless, yeah, I always think about what would I do if I got shut out now? My potato ass would just probably get hit. Like, I might not die, but it's gonna hurt. Like I like, you know, sometimes it's like, oh, you're, you know, Varn, people think I talk like a badass because talk about the physical violence. I'm like, yeah, and one time I kind of was, but like today, yeah, I'm going down pretty quick, guys. I'm just gonna lay there and let them drag me away and survive by being very still. Like, and hope they don't double tap. That's what's gonna happen.
Oof.
But like, I got distracted. But like, you see all this shit, man, and it's hard. And it's one of the things about being in America that, like, horrible shit's happening all the time, and Europeans are always freaking about how dangerous America is. But like, let's be really frank. As bad as the U.S. is compared to Western Europe, if you compare it to the rest of the world, average murder rate in the United States is like 6 per 100,000. I don't want to tell you what it is in Mexico.
Oh, no, it's high.
It's like 6 per 100,000. In Ecuador, it's like 80 per 100,000. And a lot of that, I mean, to be quite frank, a lot of that's U.S. policy's fault, to be quite frank.
Oh, like, fuck yeah.
The story that movie Sicario always pissed me off. Right? Because it is almost there. It almost goes there.
But they do goofy shit that doesn't make sense, right?
Right,
like
exactly.
In the house and all that other shit, yeah.
And then like, oh, the guy that they released is a complete and utter psychopath in every way, form, and fashion. Like, yeah, they don't do that. Yeah. But like, what, you know, what the U.S. often does is pick sides in cartel wars.
Yes.
Like, and
that is real.
And then turn on the side they pick. Like, for people who don't know, the Sinaloa cartel, which we make such a big deal about, was the guys we were using to fight the Zetas. And the reason why we're using Sinaloa to fight the Zetas is because we created the Zetas by accident to fight the Sinaloa. The Zetas were an anti-terrorist group that we embedded into the Mexican army that were trained in Fort Benning in Georgia. That's their origins. They were trained on counterinsurgency techniques learned in Iraq. And you know what they did? They started doing what the Islamists did in Iraq to sell drugs. And then the Americans sided with the Sinaloa to crush the Zetas because the Zetas were so violent, they were scaling everybody. And then they turned on the Sinaloa after, and that's when they went after El Chapo. But then, you know, crazy stuff about like El Chapo. When El Chapo first got caught and put in a Mexican prison, there was a several mile electrified tunnel under the prison before he even got there. And the goofy shit they say about the cartels aren't wrong, but you know, it's not that the cartels aren't real. It's that they're kind of used as a form of international and national government in Mexico in a really fucked up, dark way. But that's also true in a lot of other places. Like the mob has been used a lot by various parties and governments throughout history. Like, you know, the Italian mob they turned a blind eye to it after in the 1950s because they used them to fight the communists in Italy.
You know, I was speaking of the mob. I don't have any empirical data to back this up. Maybe you've read some stuff on this. I don't know of anybody even talking about this. Big time multinational capital starts getting into places where the mob kind of ran, like Vegas, right? Mm-hmm. If you watch a movie like Casino, Vegas ends in the 90s, which is when the movie comes out, because now it's Disneyland and there's no danger to it anymore because the mob isn't there. But the mob had been gone from Vegas for some time because of legitimate funds coming in there. If you think about some of the places where the mob historically had been, the mob was entrenched in the music industry early on for a long time, right? Gambling. As multinational capital gets into these places, as these mergers start happening and the mob is out, they kind of lose power. The mob is just a myth we tell, you know, kids to scare them about bad places, and a racist wouldn't tell about Italian people of a certain age. Does it feel like to you that we have this moment as the mob is losing their political sway because they've kind of sold? The older cats are like, well, I don't need to do this illegal shit anymore.
They've all gone legitimate at this point.
Yeah. Like, you know, anyone that was left out there was probably, you know, the what was the movie with Johnny Depp where he was undercover? Donnie Brasco.
Donnie Brasco.
Yeah, Donnie Brasco. There's just Donnie Brascos left, right? That are probably going to be really fucking violent. And you have this era in the 70s where it's fucking violent. By the time the crime bill is signed in 94, the murder rate had gone down quite a bit. It's still bad to where it is now, but it had gone down from where it was in the 70s and 80s. And my whole thing, even if you talk about crime rates are going down again now, I'm like, well, a lot of the context for crime has been legalized.
Yep.
Especially now.
Really now. I mean, like I was about to say, like, Trump's big reversing of a major bill means that money laundering is now legal in the United States. Seriously. I'm dead serious. Like,
he was selling pardons.
Right. Right, exactly. I mean, like, I used to talk about this the other day. I was like, look, one of the weird things about Mexico is, Mexico's super corrupt, but so is the United States. But at least it's corrupt in Mexico in a way that we can all take part in it. Like, we have legalized corruption in America that means it's limited to a very few amount of people. You know, in Mexico, everyone can dream of buying a
like, it's just, like they function so differently here, right? There's no, there's no, the big difference for me here, and I got in trouble when I first moved here, is when you go to the States and you park in a handicap spot at a business, that's the business's spot. They can tell you if they want to. Here, it's the business's spot, but the cops are going to tell you.
Yep.
And then if the cops tell you, it's a very different tow. And you're like, what? This is a private. And the cop looked at me and was like, man, fuck off with all that American shit. You're gone. This is where you want to be, motherfucker. These are our rules. We don't have to mark shit. You just better know not to park there. We're towing your shit. Why? because we can. It's not a color thing. It's not a money thing. Those motherfuckers will tow a piece of shit with Mexican plates, and they'll tow a nice car with U.S. plates. You could be an old white lady. They don't give a fuck. And if you have money and it's the right day and the wind is blowing at the right velocity at the time, maybe they take it. Maybe they take your shit down to the fucking station and you got to pay the full fine.
Yeah, man. I don't.
Very different. There is no ticket. There is no ticket.
Oh no.
It's gonna get mailed.
No. When I lived in Mexico, my number one thing that I was like, cops don't fuck with me, but also I don't want to be anywhere near them. So we're just I'm gonna avoid you, and you're probably gonna avoid me, except to give me tickets when I'm driving, and that usually is handled by 200 pesos, and moving on with my day.
That happened to Ben. They got Ben. He turned down the wrong street or something. They're like, okay, you got to come with us. What they do is you got to come with them to a spot to the judge is what they say. And he was driving, and the motherfuckers stopped him. They pulled him over. They're like, nah, fuck this. How much money you got on you? And they just ran his shit. And all right, you're fine. You're free to go.
Yeah, I mean, they do that.
It's like all the ab cab shit that people have, and they're all fucking against cops. Like, I understand it, but here, it's not going to bode real well for you. I live to get to my house. Derek will tell you, to get to my house, I have to go through a checkpoint.
Oh yeah, you do.
Sometimes it's the military. Sometimes it's like the National Guard.
I will say the Federalists kind of intimidates me in Mexico.
It's uncomfortable, right? These motherfuckers are standing there with these big fucking...
They do. Big, huge ass fucking guns. You can't see their face. Like, but they actually, I mean, what's weird about it, I mean, I say weird, but like they have rarely ever fucked with me. Now, that may be because like I was both, as like the Cattels didn't fuck with me because I used to say quite accurately, I'm a little bit too American and too white to just make this appear, and I'm too poor to kidnap.
Yeah.
So
you're just practicing if you kidnap me, sir.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, you're gonna take a few fingers and get like $30. What's the point of that? Like,
you're good. You don't want this.
Yeah. And they did. I mean, the cartels knew where it was. Like, every now and then they call my house. It was scary as fuck.
It's not. I'm very friendly. I'm very friendly with everybody here.
Right, exactly. Me too. But you know what's funny? It's because I could walk around pretty much anywhere, and people are like, oh, it's dangerous. I'm like, no one fucked with me. Like, I guess I have the stays out of our way because I would tell like Americans, like, look, if you go to certain places and you do certain things, you are risking your life. You go to Michoacan, you're risking your life. You go to the wrong part of Acapulco, you're risking your life. But by and large, if you know where those places are, and you really kind of have to be an idiot not to know where those places are if you've been in Mexico at all, most people are going to leave you the fuck alone. Like, and in fact, they're not just going to leave you the fuck alone. They're going to be like kind of nice to you, and you're going to have Mexican neighbors, and it's going to be kind of cool. That's why I've always wanted to go back. Like,
because it's once they find out that you're not a problem. And I want people to know I'm not a problem.
Right. It's like, I don't want any of your shit. I don't want
any of your shit.
I don't want to be involved in your shit.
Girl.
Yeah.
I'm not hanging out in houses of ill repute.
Nope.
Nope.
There's certain problems I don't want in my life, and I don't want to be a problem for you, sir.
Yeah. That's the guy that waves to everybody. He's good. He's cool. Yeah. That's what happens now. Now I go through the checkpoint. They're like, oh, no, you're good. You pásale. Yeah, that's what you want them to say. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't want to be a problem. I don't want to get an anal inspection. I don't want you taking the last fucking 1,000 pesos I have to last for the week.
Yeah. Yeah, that helps too. But what is funny is I tell people is like, as much as you hear about all these places that are great to live outside of America that, are kind of in decline and first worldy like Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get used to certain infrastructure problems, like roads basically not existing,
Get my water shut off. Yeah. My water got shut off.
going on and off. Making sure you know how to light a pilot light and not blow yourself up, which I have unfortunately done. I got a fireball to the face and burnt off my eyebrows, and got first-degree burns. I was actually very lucky. I just got first-degree burns. I was just in the weird stuff, but also Mexican medical. I would always say, I get hurt a lot more in Mexico, but in Mexico I can afford to fix it. That's the cool stuff.
That's the big difference.
I can pay for the fixings. Yes, I might get really weird tropical diseases, but I can get treatment for them.
It's a crazy vibe, and it makes you. It makes me appreciate people in a way that I think I took for granted living in the States when. Anything. My neighbor called me the other day. I forgot to close the trunk of my car. I was carrying 2 5-gallon things of water, and I totally forgot to close the trunk of my car. And then, Jay, hey man, you okay? I saw the trunk open.
Just so people know, you can get a lot more medicine over the counter almost everywhere on Earth than you can in the United States.
Oh.
Like in Egypt, I couldn't get narcotics and I couldn't get certain kinds of antibiotics without a very specific kind of prescription. But I could get all kinds of other shit like Wellbutrin, hormones, whatever. Just go to the local pharmacia, or when I was in Egypt, same thing. And you just get it. And there's reasons for that. They don't have enough doctors at certain points, so they make it more readily available. You can always get also, in Mexico, if you speak Spanish, it does help to speak Spanish. You can go talk to someone at the pharmacy and get them to tell you what you need. Like they usually have some unstaffed, equivalent of a nurse practitioner or something. But also medical care is just not that expensive. Now, I will tell you, before Scheinbaum, Mexico did have socialized medicine, but before Scheinbaum, it sucked. It really kind of did suck. I went to the social. I was on Mexican disability because, I lost part of my intestine, and as one of the things that Trump has inadvertently killed under NAFTA. Was that I got as a Mexican tax-paying foreigner, I got the same benefits as everyone else, but I had to go file my paperwork at the socialized medicine clinic, and that was slightly terrifying. It was actually one of the more terrifying things I've done in my life.
There's just blood on the walls.
Kinda. I mean, everyone's bringing their own needles in and shit, and I'm just I'm glad I'm just coming here to get paperwork done. And then they're like, "Oh, you're taking advantage of our medical system," and I'm like, "Oh, so you guys do that too?" But I didn't get Gringo Go Home, so I'll appreciate that.
As long as you don't get Gringo Go Home.
Yeah, no one's like Gringo Go Home. I did get, when I was in Korea though, I did get an old Korean man yelling at me. He was like, "Waekugen ka." That means foreigner fuck off, basically. It literally means foreigner go, but the conjugation of go is really, 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 really rude. And that weirdly never happened to me in Mexico. Everyone in Mexico was still, even when they hated my government, they were pretty nice to me. I always appreciate that about Mexicans. Which, not to essentialize, but it is interesting that when I was in Mexico, people rarely identified you with your government. Whereas when I was in Korea, they did. And I don't know why that is. I have no theory, but it was very interesting. All right. It's late, Jason.
It's midnight where you are.
We've been talking
I'm
for
hungry.
5 hours.
We've gone
You should
over
go
it.
eat. I think this is the longest show we've ever done.
I think we did 8 on the last fundraiser, but that was like
a
ton of people.
But yeah,
this is me and you. Me and you stayed the whole time. You're the fucking real MVP, Derek.
Yeah, I was about to say,
you're the real MVP.
Ben and Cooper stepped out after an hour.
Kuba, Burgess left.
Cynthia made it another 45 minutes or so, but like I've been here for 3 additional hours.
And I was waiting for
because it's your birthday, motherfucker. That's why.
Thank you. And thank you, look, for all of the donations, for all of the super chats, for all of the gift memberships. So now there's going to be more people that are joining us for movie night and champagne rooms. That it goes a long way in keeping this channel on the air. I want you guys to understand. I'm not joking.
Yeah, you have been he has been shadow banned, and we have no idea why. It could be his bad humor. It could be political targeting. It could be they don't like black people. We don't know.
We don't know. It could be a little bit of all of it. But the nosedive that happened with this,
which is weird because it happened as like very shortly after you got a boost from being on Doom Scroll and getting a shout out from Hassan Piker.
And then it's like off of a cliff. It's pretty horrible. So share the show as much as you guys can. Even if I only have 2 followers, it doesn't matter.
Oh, someone's asking me about my French Revolution reading list. I'm actually writing it this week. I can actually show you on my thing on the stuff I have to do. So you're gonna get your French Revolution lesson plan soon. I write lesson plans for people, Jason. This is another thing I do on my show because I'm that boring. I'm not.
You have a wife.
I do.
You can't be that boring.
I have a wife who's objectively more attractive than me, even.
Again, I'm actually boring. I'm literally there were some people that wanted to hang out, and I was like, I can't. I have to do my show.
How do you write lesson plans? You have to figure out what people know and don't know and where you need scaffold. I'm getting weird questions tonight. But yeah, Jason, thank you so much for having me on. I'm glad to be here. I was going to make it to the movie night tonight. Then I was last night, and I got stuck in a fucking...
Ooh, we'll watch it on your own because I want to hear what you have to say about that movie. It's called Nomads with Pierce Brosnan.
Nomads with Pierce Brosnan. Is that the one where Pierce Brosnan's old and he's like with a woman and they're like traveling around? And am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay, I have seen it. I need to rewatch it, but I have seen it.
Can you rewatch it and tell me what you think about it?
Yeah, I can do that. What did you think of it? Just real quick.
I thought that the nomad theme had a lot to do with him. Because he himself was a nomad. It kind of struck I didn't say this after the movie because somebody was saying it was about fucking decolonization. There's some deep thoughts on this movie. But as a person that spent many years of my life traveling around, when you have to sit down and you're done being a nomad, it is really hard. And these spirits are kind of this thing that's pulling him back into that lifestyle. And that's one of the things he's complaining about with his wife is like, we traveled all over the world, and
if I wasn't married, this isn't like for political reasons at all. I would not have stayed in Utah for 9 years. If I hadn't come here for a woman and stayed for another woman, I would not be here because I have wanderlust that has not been scratched thoroughly in a while. It got slightly scratched this year, but then the Northeast corridor is expensive, and I had to like stay with a bunch of other people. And then going to Mexico, I was like, oh shit, stuff. I mean, stuff is more expensive in Mexico than it used to be, but compared to here, like
I live in the expensive part of Mexico.
I know.
Go to Mexico City, then you'll be back. Oh yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I can get like 20 gorditas for $4. Like
I'm on the fence of doing that right now. I'm not going to. I'm going to treat myself to breakfast in the morning. But thank you for doing the show, Derek. But watch that movie, and then please watch the movie. And message me back.
Yeah, Utah's where my wife. She's originally from Lansing, Michigan. That's why I was like winking at Ben when he was talking about Lansing, because I have to go back there all the time. Ben and I, just as a side note, I think I'm evil Ben, or the anti-parallel universe bizarro Ben, because we end up in the same places. He's lived in Atlanta, he's lived in Korea, he lived in Lansing. I have to go to Michigan all the time. I've lived in Korea. I'm from the greater Georgia area and lived in Atlanta. Some people say I look like his kid, which is weird because we're almost the same age.
Well, I think he's a year older than you.
Yeah, he's older than me, but like I guess if Ben had a kid at 1, but yeah, man, these are great guys, and I hope everyone has a good time. I even liked meeting Cynthia. I don't know that I know her. You do a show about love on this channel?
Yes, I do.
How does that go?
I haven't been on the last few.
Okay. Who's normally running it?
It's MT and Cynthia and whoever else they deem fit for the love panel.
Oh.
Yeah.
I noticed they haven't asked me because they're probably MT's probably like,
you gotta put yourself out there. Put yourself out there.
We don't want to know what Varn has to say about love.
You got to let M know. If you let M know, she puts that together and then coordinates it with Cynthia.
Varn's only been married like 3 times. I don't know what it's like.
I had an idea for the next love show, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut and let M continue to run that.
Yeah, let the non-masculine persuasion have the call on that one.
Sometimes I feel like the show does better when there's a little less male. That shouldn't me. Just let M run it. It's fine. She can figure it out.
Yeah,
she's a smart woman.
All right. Well, happy birthday, Jason, because it's still your birthday for another half an hour.
Thank you, brother.
And don't get old and bitter like me, even though you're older.
I'm older. I'm trying to get less bitter. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah. You know what's weirdly, I actually am less bitter as I get older. I'm more
musically curmudgeon-y. I'm more curmudgeonly about music. I actually spent a good portion of my day talking to a young woman who was having boy issues.
And how did that go?
I'm cool, insightful uncle. Remember the little girls you met at the cafe?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that's my role.
Yeah, I for those of you who know, I now know all the accessories in Jason's monologues because I've met them. They are real. He doesn't make them all up.
You met they're adorable, right?
Oh yeah, it was great. Hanging out with Chola Goths in Mexico was actually really fun.
They're adorable little people, and
I did feel very old, though. I will say that. I was like, "Oh Jesus, I'm 100."
And that look, I'm coming at it from a very dad-like perspective. So when I see these people, they get excited to see me. I get excited to see them. I say, "Hey, I got some work to do," and the young lady walked over, and I said, "How did the date go with that young man?" She was like, "Sit down." So she spent like the first half of her shift telling me about this dude she went out with and why he was a douchebag.
Fair enough.
And I tried to give her some well, maybe, maybe you shouldn't call him a douche right away.
He's probably a douche, but we don't know for sure.
He said something kind of douchey that I think her douche radar is quite good for a young woman. It's very good for a young woman. He was using AI to help him with like some fashion tips.
Oh yeah. Wait, there's Chola goths, my friend. There are more Chola goths than white goths.
You have no idea, dude.
Go to the Mexican parts of LA and see how they respond to the Smiths. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, these people have no idea.
You have to be in the Southwest to know this, but yes, Mexico. There are way more goths in Mexico than here. The great goth girlfriend shortage is an American problem. I'm just going to leave it at that.
American problem, because I sit there and listen to the most adorable little people tell me, and then the guy said this. I'm like, jeez. Just shake. I sit there and shake my head. I'm like, how are these dudes saying this stupid shit to these women?
Oh my God. It ain't great. But on that note,
yeah.
Golf culture is evidence of nihilism. Wow.
Jesus Christ. All right. Have a good night. Yeah. Night, Varn.
Good night.
That's Derek Varn. He's a good friend. He stayed for longer than he should have stayed. Thank you guys. This has been a very good birthday. I turned 49 today. Had a very interesting morning. I'll leave it at that. And I did. I spent. Derek told you. You heard it from the horse's mouth. There's real people that he met that I talk about on this show, and I got to spend some of the late morning listening, as I like to do, and as an older man, listening to young people's issues. But thank you guys for all that you've done, all that you continue to do. I'm going to continue to try to make an entertaining program. I think I have a really good one tomorrow with Elizabeth Blackburn, who was a phone sex operator and spent her time as a phone sex operator de-radicalizing the fascists that called in. That is fucking insane. Because that would be the last thing I would think to do. But that also makes you go, what were they asking for? Weird. Thank you. Thank you. Someone says I look great for Fortnite. Thank you. Thank you. I try. But this show, I appreciate you guys. It's a joy to do. I really love writing the sound off, and I'm trying to finish the crisis papers. If you've noticed, the crisis papers is a more in-depth thought. It takes a while to get those done because sometimes I have to also write articles so I can try to eat. Like I have to do a book review for Paul Prescott's Against Black Nationalism, who might have the most radical title out of the whole crew of us. And it's just that's it. It's just Against Black Nationalism and a picture of Marcus Garvey. I'm like, God damn, your light skin ass just came with the heat, huh? Jesus Christ. So, so that's what takes so long for when I say I'm writing this thing, and because I have to do this other stuff, and like the Stephen A. Smith stuff, I turn that in, and I need to do some addendums to it because he keeps saying and doing goofy shit. I don't know. Someone says, the Jacobin guy. I'm going to tell Paul that you guys called him that, the Jacobin guy. So, yeah, there's in the corner of the screen where my finger is pointing, there should be a QR code. And on that QR code, you can donate as well. If you don't like to do the super chat thing, you can donate directly. Again, thank you guys. This is huge. I try to do this twice a year. I was whining about something once, and Bert Cooper said, white people ask for money. You got to learn how to ask for money. That's your problem. Did I point to the wrong side? Or is it on that side for you? It's on this side for me. I see on the screen. So there. I want to say this to Red. Red, go see Ben Burgess when he goes to Kalamazoo, because he's going to take your jacket that I got at the flea market for you, because you're the only person I know that gives it. Ben doesn't give a shit about the Detroit Tigers. But I was like, Red gives a shit about the Detroit Tigers. So that jacket's coming to you. Ben Burgess will have it. Go see him in Kalamazoo. Hopefully, I will see a bunch of you people in LA. A handful of people that I talk about all the time that you never see will be there. Coop is going to be there. Alex Michel, who is the man that puts together all the kayfabe stuff, all the images that you see. He puts all that together. He's going to be there. And I don't know who else is going to be there. I don't want to say names and you guys come there and then they're not there. Then you call me a piece of shit liar. But, Burgess is going to be there. It's just a meetup. We're going to hang out. We're going to eat food that is really bad for us. Natalie went. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about now. But thank you. 5 hours and 36 minutes. That is a long time. There will be no champagne room. There will be no movie night tomorrow. Thank you for making this birthday very memorable. And I look forward again to seeing you. Raising Cane's? No. I don't give a fuck about that fucking sauce. Sauce doesn't move me. It's just tartar sauce with Tony Chachere's in it. No. It's Pioneer chicken. There's only 2 left in the United States, and they're both in Los Angeles. Yes, Popeyes is the superior fast food chicken, as far as I'm concerned. Lump and Larry. Barry says unsubscribe. I want you guys all to come to the Pioneer Chicken, because you know what Pioneer does? They do the same thing Long John Silver did, where they fried the fish and the chicken in the same batter. Oh, love it. And if you can find a Long John Silver, I'll do a meetup there too, because I missed that place. That magical fucking, you just walked in and the air was just thick from all the grease. Zahir says it's haram. I was looking for Popeyes the other day, and looking for Popeyes in Mexico is a very interesting ordeal. What? There's a Long John Silver in El Paso? McRubs, you live in El Paso? And you didn't say anything? Did we have this conversation already, McRubs? Are you a Chico's Tacos person, yes or no? Anyone that is watching or later listening to this show, if you live in El Paso, let me know in the comments if you're a Chico's Tacos person. I need to know. That's how I know I can trust you. Are you yes on Chico's Tacos or no on Chico's Tacos? That's important. That's a very important El Paso question. Henry Bemis says, I'm a Jolly Bee convert. Do you have a Filipino spouse? That's the only way. I had a Filipino spouse who actually messaged me today. My ex-wife messaged me, happy birthday. Wonderful woman. Never went to Jollibee. Didn't want it. Didn't dig it. Good woman. So, thank you guys. And on that note, let's leave with some cartoons. Peace.